All right, so we are here. It's Tuesday, July 23rd for our fourth day of grievance hearings. And whenever you'd like to begin, we have, this is Attorney Bob Fisher.
Hi,
Nice to meet
I'm
you.
Dan Bodwin. For the assessor.
Okay.
So my purpose here is to gather whatever you're going to submit for him, as far as whatever in verbally or documentation, and pass that on to him, and he will deliberate on what that
Okay.
material is. Yeah. So yeah, you're welcome.
All
Go ahead
right.
and start.
So my name is Bob Fisher. I am here on behalf of George Zeringer. This property is at 21 Aldrich Road here in Wilmington. The Zeringer property was previously assessed at $702,630, I believe. Correct me if I'm wrong on this, but
That's
the new
correct.
assessment
Yep.
is $938,110, I believe. And from the old to new ratio, that is about a 0.748 or 74% old to new ratio.
74?
74.
Okay.
Yep. And with regard to putting it out there, Mr. Zeringer believes that his property is worth $825,000. So that's the requested figure. And here's
Okay.
how we get there. If you look at one of the other sales recently on Aldrich Road, 57 Aldrich Road, which was a sale from Paul to Irwin, that property was assessed at $695 and sold for $815, which has assessed value to sale value ratio of 85%. And with regard to that, being a sale in the neighborhood, we believe that the 15% difference there to get it up to 100% is the proper ratio to be applied to Mr. Zeringer's property. So if you applied 702 times 115%, come out with about 807,300. We rounded up for purposes of miscellaneous things to the 825.
Okay, I do want to mention one detail. For purposes of comps, only sales up to March 31st of this year, sales after March 31st wouldn't be able to be used because they're outside of the time frame.
So that Paul to Irwin sale was in your 2023 sales report to the state of Vermont.
Yeah.
Sarah was kind enough to point me in the right direction to the equalization study and the sales report. So that's where I got that.
So the reappraisal uses 3 years of sales.
Right.
So going back from March 31st, 3 years of time. Yep. So those are the ones that would be considered.
That sale on Aldrich Road is one of those in that sales report.
Obviously,
that we believe the town should look at in lowering the value. The other things, one, Mr. Zeringer requests a physical inspection. I'm not sure that the assessor does that or if we have to wait till an appeal to the Board of Civil Authority where it's required at that point.
Well, I can address that too. So this reappraisal was statistical in nature. You may already know that. Generally speaking, there isn't enough time once this process is started to actually do visits, but it is a possibility. And that would depend on once the assessor has started working on the information that you're giving us. He may decide that was possible. So I'll make a note that there's a request for a visit to inspect the property.
Super.
And so he'll get that.
Yep, we would request. And the reason for that is Mr. Zeringer reports that with regard to the house, upon inspection, you would see deferred maintenance. There actually is a tennis court at the property that is in terrible disrepair. There's an outside generator that isn't actually even hooked up and working. Different things that were in it that may have contributed to value, but actually in their current state are actually devaluing the property.
Okay.
But the biggest thing has to do with the ratios. And the difficulty with a statistical report, and they take more time to dive into it, but
Yeah, we only have 15 minutes.
yeah. So
Okay.
with regard to
Yeah.
that, the common level of assessment or appraisal for the town last year was 69.7% overall. In the R2, it was an average ratio of roughly 80%, 79.98. And in the R1s at 73%. And if you're looking at statistics and going off of the 3 years prior in the equalization ratios, from the standpoint of if you're raising people in the R2, everything should go up by 20%. And yet when you look at other properties that were sold, they went up by 33%. So if you take like 79 Wilmington Heights, that was a 67% assessed value to old to new. Blue 156 Blue Hill was essentially a 50% old to new ratio. 46 Scattered Timber Lane, again 56% old to new. So when the point is, from our perspective, that if you're doing a statistical analysis, that if you take it category by category, it should go up by the exact same percentage across the category. And we're at a loss as to understand where, even on Aldrich Road, I took the old and new of properties on Aldrich Road. The Hayfords was 75% old to new. Laurie Andrews was an 84% old to new. Peter Rousseau was a 69% old to new. Alan Greenspan's property, his wife's now 76%. And then you have the sale with Paul to Irwin at 85%. So if it's a statistical increase based on the common level of assessment in the sales study, it's our position that there should be uniformity. And while the duty of the town is to assess it at 100% fair market value, it also needs to be equal so that everybody is having the same burden. And if it's a statistical analysis, I'm not seeing that it's the same burden being applied to the other properties. So for those reasons, Mr. Zeringer is requesting a reduction to the 825 from the 908.
Oh, did you want to submit any paperwork that you, it's up to you. It might be useful.
I can submit the property card from the multiple listing, which the appraiser gave me.
Okay. We can make copies
Yeah,
and
if
give.
I can just make copies of these in
Yeah.
the other room, and then I'll submit my notes. and
That'd be
that.
I
great.
can make the copies for you.
And I think that's it. The last thing to note is Mr. Zeringer has ordered an appraisal of the property, but given the mass demand for appraisals, the appraiser was not able to get that done by today. But we do have the continued appeal process if need be. So
You're probably aware of the other steps after this is done, the CL, the BCA and
Right.
so on.
Yeah.
So that would certainly be able to be brought in then.
Sure. Right. We
Yeah.
don't have that today, but I just for the record that it's been requested.
Actually, I believe documents can still be accepted up till Friday afternoon.
Okay.
If that, just in case that makes any difference.
I talked
Yeah.
to the appraiser
Okay.
yesterday, and
Yeah.
she's overwhelmed with.
Yeah, I'm sure.
As you can imagine.
Yeah.
a lot of these appeals.
Yeah. I did want to ask, as far as the physical details that would be would be viewed from an actual visit. Um, are there any other things that you can mention that would be involved besides the
He
generator?
mentioned to me in speaking with him, the generator not working, some, you know, rod issue, trim issues. Tennis court was a big one.
Yeah.
In that it's just not usable, and things like that.
Okay.
At first, Mr. Zeringer was making an argument with regard to current use, but I've explained that current use is really a separate issue compared to
Yeah.
figuring out value and then apply the current use. So
Yeah.
we're
Right.
not complaining about
Okay.
current use at this point.
Oh, well, yeah. Um, as far as the visitation, I don't know. This information will get to the assessor fairly quickly, but I don't know what time frame he would
Yeah.
have available. So that would be just something you'd be notified at some point if it was going to be possible.
Yep, and if it is, we'll make the place available, no
Oh,
problem.
Okay, yeah, yeah. All right, that's,
A question that I had with regard to this, the statistics that is applied by your company in changing it. What is the statistic that was changed?
okay.
I mean, so when you plug it into your computer, what are you altering? Because what we don't understand is why there are so many different old to new ratios when it's based off 3 years of studies.
Yeah. Well, I don't handle the analysis myself. But the assessor uses a CAMA software system that the state approves of, even though the state does have its own CAMA system for the towns that want to use it. So the assessor uses that. He's been using that for about over 30 years now. And so the sales that are brought into the system from those 3 years that's the input that goes into it. And also there are certain information that comes into it as well. One thing that's prominent would be the cost of materials currently that has to be adjusted in order to assess a brand new house. You have to have tables that reflect current values for materials and so on. So that's another factor. And other than that, I don't have any other real details about it as far as what he does with it. But it's something that he's been a reappraisal contractor for 35 years. And so but I'm not part of that, so I don't have the details.
Okay.
But
I appreciate your answer
Okay.
and certainly respect his expertise in the business for so long.
Yeah, it doesn't mean it comes out perfect all the time.
I get that.
And it isn't a matter of just the computer spitting out. Every property gets reviewed after the computation is carried out.
Right.
So his eyeballs get on it and tries to determine if it's correct or not.
One last thing that from the point of a statistical reanalysis, is that in our view, much of the big increases or the decrease of the common level of assessment is as a result of many of the Hermitage Club properties selling for far more than they were originally assessed at. And the problem with taking those ratios and applying it town-wide is it skews everything for the rest of the town. And from our perspective, the statistic should be if you take even a quarter-mile radius or half-mile radius from the Hermitage Club and look at the sales within that, that's a market unto itself. Even the Hermitage Club from the South Access Road to the North Access Road in and of itself is a market unto itself. And so looking at these in broad R1, R2
Yeah.
categories is skewed by that fact.
And yeah, that's a significant factor. The little I know about the system and how it works, I'm pretty sure that it's possible for him to concentrate on a certain area for its own analysis in order to keep things from being too influential on the rest of the surrounding area. So I believe there's a way for him to deal with that sort of thing. But it's a good point, and I'll make a note about Hermitage in my notes here.
Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you for your time.
Oh, you're welcome.
Good to meet you.
Yeah. Good luck with everything.
Thank you.
Okay. Take
Thanks,
care.
Bob. All right. So next is Amelia.
Okay.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Thank you for hearing me out this morning.
Oh, well, we're glad to. It's important for everybody to get their
Well, I mean, the first thing I'd like to ask is I don't understand how these evaluations come through and
Okay.
exactly what that process is, because, you know, the town did one in 2020. So what is the process? So I understand how
Oh.
you guys can.
Well, 2020, by the way, was a physical inspection of the whole town. So the listers that were here then, they went to all the properties. This reappraisal was required by the state after only 4 years, because normally it would have been the next, at the 5th year, there would have been a statistical reappraisal. The state required.
Not by state law, it's every 5
Yeah,
years.
but that has actually changed. The code now by the state is that it will be done every 6 years. So that's a little different, but it doesn't affect what happened so far. So the state required that the market had changed so much from 2020. That's why the state decided that the town should do a reappraisal now, or rather for 2024. So that was mandated by the state. So that means that it's still done the way every reappraisal is done as far as the analysis goes, just without the actual physical inspections of each house. In some cases, houses were inspected if they had, for instance, properties that had permits for all kinds of work. Some houses were visited to get up to date on what might have changed about those properties. But it would be just for the people who had permits taken out.
So every year, it looks like you adjust the assessment. How does that happen? Like in 2020?
No, actually, well, the valuation from appraisal to reappraisal stays the same unless something changes on the property. So during those 4 years, the only difference would be the tax rate that the town needed for its budget for each particular year. But other than that, the valuations have to stay, the property information stays the same for those 5 years. So whatever variations you're seeing from year to year, unless it was because of changes to the property by adding or removing something, it was solely the rate that the town had to have for that particular year.
So when I look at the property card, so that tax rate was from whatever that was in 2020 and 21, 20, 22, nothing changed.
Well, that's not saying anything about tax rate. That's just saying the actual physical market value.
Yep.
Yeah. So whatever. So the one that was done, or the data you see for 2023, that's the most recent valuation, which would have whatever physical changes might have happened, but that's it. Just
Should, I mean, it's, okay, so I understand the evaluation, and then I guess from an appeal perspective, I guess I need to show comps or, I mean, that's.
Generally speaking, that's one of the ways that you can bring forward using sales that occurred during the past 3 years,
Yeah,
but
3
not, but not after March 31st of this year. But as far as appealing your value, you don't have to have comps. It documentation is helpful, but if you just feel from your own knowledge about house values, and if you have a theoretical value that you think would be appropriate for a market value, you can just say, well, I think it would be more like I think it would be more like this number instead of the town's number. So yeah, uh, comps can be helpful, but again, um, 3 or 4 or 10 comps can show you some relevant trend, but you have to keep in mind that the reappraisal uses all of the values for all of the sold properties that sold, all of those, as long as they were valid sales. All of those are used in the computation of the new market values.
And that's based on bedroom size, like it will compare.
Well,
4 bedroom, 3 bath, 3 bath.
There's various factors. It happens that this system that's being used, the valuation doesn't change with the number of bedrooms, even though that's important when people are seeking to buy a house. The bedroom count doesn't directly change the valuation. The number of bathrooms does. The number of kitchens, you could have like a kitchen in a rec room or something, kitchenette or something. That might be considered something that would be valuable, or a house that has an apartment with it. A kitchen would be another value point. And then all the other factors would be the age of the house, the condition of the house, the number of living space of square footage, meaning space that's heated and usable for year-round use. And the basic construction of the house, some of the material factors, different types of roofing or siding can be value changes. Just about anything you can think of. But it just so happens that bedroom counts is not one of those things. Yeah.
So, I mean, just from my perspective, from the evaluation, it's up 68%. Is that
Okay.
Is that the average that's gone up? I mean,
There might be an average that would be somewhere around the mid 40s, but if you look through all the values, even for just one street, you could find very big differences depending on the type of house it was and so on. So there's some that changed 75%, some close to 100%, and some that were down in the 20s. And in certain times, the economy, sometimes certain types of house become more popular. So you might have more sales for, say, ranches or something like that. So those are things that can be seen by the assessor if there was some kind of trend in that way. But generally, it wouldn't really be a big factor.
So you mentioned earlier to the other gentleman, we have until Friday to submit any paperwork?
I guess that is, can they still submit documents up to Friday afternoon? Or would their hearing be the deadline for them?
Yeah, that's fine if you wanted to. You could just send it to me.
Things that can be emailed, yeah.
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 I mean,
I just kind of, I mean, you've given me some more information for me to kind of
Yeah,
understand how the
absolutely.
process works.
Yeah.
So
Oh,
it's
yeah.
helpful to go through that. Okay.
Mhm.
And then based on these evaluations, then the town comes up with a tax rate, or I guess the state comes up with a tax rate?
Well, the budget has to be determined first too. So that combination of the grand list total value of the town and what what the budget needs to be to run the town. And then the tax rate can be computed from that. So that will be done at some point after,
Yeah.
after this process is done. So you will get a second notice because you came in for a hearing to show if there was a change in value or even if there was no change, that you'll get a second notice in about 2.5 weeks. So when you get that notice, it'll show you the two numbers, the old and whatever the new number ends up being, the value, market value. And it'll also tell you that there are options from that point on that you can seek a change from further. So that there'll be some information about that on there. So it would be this process to get for the assessor to get these done will be throughout next week. He'll be working on that. And so at some point, about 2.5 weeks out, notices will go out.
All right, I appreciate your time. I have
Well-
a good understanding what's, okay, thank you.
Yeah, that's what we're here for. All right, have a good day. Thanks. So what time? 30?
Our next one is 9:30, so we're ahead of schedule a little. That's good. Oh. I'm trying to like get through all these emails.
Oh, two properties here? Yeah. Well, I had a shock on the way home last night.
You want anything for lunch today?
I brought him with me into the building in case I can't want to walk to the car, although I do. I had to borrow my house to get to work.
Yeah.
It's being worked on. Yeah, the rim had a big, huge dent in it. I mean, I watched the road, but it couldn't have been really a big thing, but it was big enough and hard enough.
Yeah.
So it just
I
exploded.
had and it didn't look like anything. It was the.
Oh, okay.
We have Dan first.
Yep. Yep.
There was a piece of it's blown out tire. Piece of it.
Really?
Thing is sometimes bigger trucks will like
Yeah.
the rubber comes right off the tires. They don't even necessarily know they.
Oh, right. Yeah. Yeah. I've heard
And I
that.
had a piece of the rubber.
And did it blow? It made your tire
Yeah.
deflate?
Oh yeah, it had like my whole tire.
Oh, that must have been shocking. Wow.
All right. 5 minutes before.
Hmm.
Yeah. And so these two properties that Dan is coming in for at 9:30 are lots at the Southern Vermont Boating Club. Like those people at
Oh,
our
okay.
last appointment last night.
They're
So it's
logged.
leased land.
What? Oh, on the leased land.
Yeah,
Yeah.
but so they're
Oh,
both camps. And I
okay.
think it says down here,
Oh.
yeah. I think those, say. So the L number at the end of their parcel ID is their lot number. So they have 15 and 22,
Mhm.
as far as I understand.
Yeah. Well, those two couple that came in, they said they thought somebody else was coming.
They're not the only ones. There's these, and then we have We have other ones coming in too. Maybe on Thursday.
Okay,
It's Wednesday.
so it's,
Hello, you can come on in. Are you here for 9:30? Are you Kayla? Okay. Oh, he let you off so you didn't have to walk in the rain.
so you're welcome to sit down. No, I mean, you could sit over here.
Yep,
Yeah,
'cause
yeah,
you're
we're
our
ready
next
for your
person.
hearing, yeah.
It's not super formal. We're just here to discuss.
Here in Wilmington, we have 2 properties, so.
Oh, you might want to move that microphone closer. It's kind of far away for anybody. Yeah, because this is all being recorded.
Yeah, it's like open meetings, so like anybody can come in at any time. So you might see
Oh, so
people
it's
pop
like
in and out
it's
of
like kind
Zoom.
like a group hearing.
Well, no, it's just, it's open if other people want to sit in on a,
Yeah,
on a
if they want to
hearing.
hear what's
Um,
discussed.
but it is just, it's one-on-one for this. Yeah. So my name is Dan Bodwin. I work for the assessor. And what I do here today is.
Do you want
um,
us to wait for your husband or no?
Oh.
If you want, he should be here any minute.
Okay.
actually.
Because we still have a couple minutes before 9:30.
Oh,
so-
right,
no
yeah. Um,
And I'm sorry, I'm actually very, very hard of hearing. I can hardly hear you. I heard your name was Dan and you were. the
Oh,
assessor
okay.
and Dan what?
yeah.
We've
and-
also given people options if you wanted to come and sit up here.
Yeah,
Other
you can
people
move
have pulled
forward.
Chairs right up, so.
I'll talk louder.
You're good. Sorry, my ears are stuffy. It's the rain, I think.
Yeah, well, the machines are making some background sound.
Yeah, I have the air conditioner on. It was hot in here this morning.
So what I do is, for the hearing, I'm here to do some explanation about the values, but mainly to hear what you, the owner, has to say about your property as far as what you feel about the valuation and anything about your property that you think would be relevant. And you can also submit documents or have documents, things copied if you want to
I was
just,
trying to find some documents, but all we have is really just our lease and our,
yeah.
which are essentially our bill of sales.
Well, documents
Their tax.
aren't mandatory. Whatever you think about your valuation, that's important, and I would
Hello.
be,
There he is.
okay.
Yep, have a seat.
So I'm gonna have a timer going just to kind of keep us in a realm. We do have a pretty busy morning, but so you'll have 15 minutes. And this is Dan. Yeah, introduced himself, but
Oh, they get 15 for each
yes,
property though?
right.
Yeah.
Yeah,
okay.
so you actually
So-
have a half hour because you have 2 lots.
Yeah,
So however you want to discuss them is completely up to you.
Right.
yeah.
Well, to be very honest, we haven't had any real improvements to sort of, in our viewpoint, be able to justify some of these.
Okay,
Especially, so we'll start with the 26 Merritt Drive.
yeah,
Its original valuation was 25,000 back in 2018. When we purchased the property in the beginning of this year, 2023, it was valued at 30,490. And the reveal, the assessment that was just done, literally doubled it to 59,960.
I'm
There
seeing,
has not been any improvements on that place at all. It's very disheveled. There's nothing that has been changed on that.
when did you say you bought, or it was purchased?
2023.
Oh,
So 12/20/23 is when
Oh, okay.
Dan and I purchased it from Larry and. the
yeah,
agency.
okay, yep. For 15, okay.
So we're kind of trying to understand what's being justified as a double for property value.
Mm-hmm. Okay, I can explain a little bit how the reappraisal works. Not in really deep detail, but basically the reappraisal uses the sales that took place for the past 3 years, ending with March 31st of this year. So all of the sales that took place in town end up being used in the analysis. However, your uh, boat club is its own kind of entity. And so it's understood that you don't own the land, you're leasing the land.
Correct. Everything is a camp, considered as a camp, no land up there.
Right,
Except for
exactly.
one tenant up there, and he has his own property, which he's bought and paid for. The rest of
Oh,
us, we are all considered, we
okay.
don't own the land,
Right, right.
none of that.
And I guess there's you sign a lease for how
A
long?
boat club lease, and it's an 80-year lease. I believe it is up in 2063.
Someone that was here yesterday, they said theirs was 100. I don't know.
Yeah,
Does
it's
it vary?
It's a 100-year lease. Yes.
Oh,
There's
okay,
o-
it's
I'm sorry.
100.
There's only, I believe, 80 years left of it.
Oh, okay,
technically.
right, right.
But
Okay.
yeah.
40 years left.
Sorry.
1963, I believe it ends. the lease.
Oh, okay. Okay.
2060.
So that started whenever somebody.
Whenever they formed.
In
the camp.
1963, I believe, yeah.
Yeah, I think, well, they had the year 64 as well. Not,
Oh.
it's not,
We're
Or the
new on
movies up there,
Yeah.
so
We're
we don't
very
have all
new
the
here.
numbers memorized.
yeah. So, so your group is considered its own unique kind of type of dwellings. I don't know if there are other clubs in town that are unleased.
Probably not like ours.
There might be other leased properties, but not necessarily in a club. So that's the category, as you said, camp with leased land underneath. So all those sales were used in the valuation, and the assessor would be very conscious of the fact that you are a group of similar properties. And
They're not similar. They're all different.
oh, I
There's
yeah, I
There's some
shouldn't have.
nice places up
Yeah,
there, then we
no,
have some
actually, that was pointed out to us yesterday, that some of the values.
There's a very drastic range.
We actually
Did-
bought the
didn't-
second one cheaper this time because it's degrading.
Yeah,
The second property we bought.
so maybe if you could describe physically, even though you haven't made changes, I can make some notes about whatever special issues might apply to your property that you'd want the assessor to know about, either things that are
No water, no.
problems or just things just that the particular materials or whatever are relevant.
So for Mary Drive, there has been absolutely no change. If anything, camp's leaning a little bit more, the foundation's looking a little more rocky.
There's no water, there's no.
There's no water, there's no toilet
sinks,
in there, no sink.
toilets.
Okay.
Like there's a
so you-
sink, but it doesn't work.
You you bring in water for drinking, obviously.
All,
Yeah.
all potable water is transported in. There is no
Okay.
potable drinking water up there.
Yeah. And your heating would be wood stove apparently?
There, yeah, there's no
Okay.
heat up there, just the wood stove.
Yeah. Okay. What's, is there insulation?
No.
No.
Okay, zero insulation, okay. And how about siding and roof materials? What would those be?
Metal roof, wood, just
Um,
wood side.
Okay, we do have metal roof here.
Metal roof partial, the rest of it's plastic, the
Actually, yeah.
porch part is plastic. The siding, I believe, is all wood, a lot of it's falling off and breaking off.
Is it shingles or clapboards or
Actual board, it's
It looks like
board.
boards.
It's
Oh,
actual
okay.
board.
Yeah.
I wouldn't
vertical
know
or
what kind
hor-
of board it
It's a
is.
wood,
oh, we might, I don't know if you have a photograph or not, but
there's identical to this, nothing has.
oh, okay, yeah.
Yeah, that's a wood. I don't know what kind of wood it is.
Yeah.
They're not building professionals.
well, that's
don't know
a-
what wood-
Yeah,
you
It's
would
not
call that.
clapboard though. It's definitely wood, some type of wood.
yeah, but not clapboards, yeah. It's probably, it's wider than, much wider than clapboards, I guess, yeah. So this is the one we're talking about?
26 Merritt Drive, yes. That
Okay.
picture was taken back in 2019 by you guys or whoever came and did
Oh, the
assessment
listers
then.
would have been coming, yeah, for the 2020 reappraisal. they went physically to all the properties. This reappraisal was statistical only. Oh, okay. So is there a crawl space under any,
When you say
there's no
crawl space,
basement, right?
No
There's no
basement, but you can
basement.
walk under the foundation because it's on pillars,
Okay,
the
Cinder blocks.
cinder blocks.
but you don't normally have to go under there for
No,
anything.
you don't
Yeah.
want to.
You don't want to go under there.
Yeah, okay.
It's mostly water under there. There's a spring underneath it.
Oh, right underneath?
Yeah, which is not good.
Oh,
Starting to wash away the whole foundation area.
oh,
So that's why that property is
There's-
definitely losing its
yeah.
value.
There's springs popping up all over that mountain. And one year there's a spring here, next year there's a spring here, we're told, and it's
Really?
changing everything.
wow, that's,
It's starting to wash out the road. The road is being washed out right now. You can barely
Um,
get up there.
but this building's not being threatened yet by,
It is,
It
there's a
is.
spring
Oh.
that's popped up.
Yeah, a
underneath
spring
it.
popped up last year
That's why we
underneath.
don't
there.
go underneath there.
That's why they sold it.
but
There's a
as far as
spring.
the foundation and so on, it's
It's
holding
washing
up.
foundation out
Yeah,
slowly.
it's starting to lean. The concrete blocks are starting to lean.
So, do the concrete blocks surround completely, or is it in individual?
Does it show on the picture?
Does-
I don't-
Okay,
So there's one right here, you can barely see that gray shadow, there's
Oh.
one there, there's one underneath,
Okay.
there's one under that corner.
Yeah.
One.
so they're like, they could be called,
Yeah,
pier,
nine piers, pillars.
Yeah.
Yeah.
yeah. Oh, okay,
And the spring popped up last year, we were told,
okay,
underneath it.
yeah, wow. Um, So from one year to the next, you may not know until you get there what, are you
Correct.
there often or?
Yes, we do the flea markets in town. So
Oh, okay.
we're permanent vendors at the flea market. We're actually registered with the state
Oh,
for the flea market. So we do that on the weekends and we are up here quite frequently. You know.
throughout the seasons or just?
Yes,
Oh.
yes.
Oh, wow.
We're actually trying to be permanent residents up here, so we're actually trying to find an actual four-season
Somewhere we can actually. put it.
house.
Oh,
Yeah.
yeah, great. Yeah, that'd be nice. Let's see. Did you say some parts of the house are plastic?
So if you look, the roofing above the porches,
Oh,
I
yeah.
don't know if that picture is.
Those are
as-
plastic
Yeah.
roofing.
Okay.
5 years ago, they looked great, brand new. Now they're all cracking, peeling, falling off.
Yeah,
falling
the
off,
weather and the,
storms.
the sunlight does damage plastic. Okay. Were there particular properties that you thought were physically a good comp, but their valuation was not not what you would expect it to be, that your value is like theirs, sort of, but their structure is much nicer? Things that you would think were disproportionate as far as,
I really don't know
evaluation.
what everybody
Okay.
else's,
Yeah, we don't.
Oh, okay.
valuation is. We didn't go through the
Okay.
list and look and go and say, oh, hey, this neighborhood was
Okay.
revalued at this one was revalued at that. We didn't follow up on everybody
That's okay.
else's.
I
homework.
just thought you might have some in mind already, but that's okay.
So there's a recent purchase at the camp.
Yeah.
We don't know how much it went.
Was it after March 31st, though?
Sure.
We can
It was-
only really,
It's right around. It was right around there. I
the
don't know.
reappraisal can only consider information that relates to, including sales, relates to properties, or
So all-
sales that ended by March 31st.
So it had to have been bought before March 31st, you're saying?
Yeah, in order to be discussed for the purposes of this hearing.
I'm
So
pretty sure it was,
It
yeah.
was, yes.
Yeah, okay. Well, that would be something that would be relevant. And in the process of doing the analysis, the assessor is looking at those sales, of course. But there's many other factors that deep in the processing of the town's new values that the assessor has to use.
So right now, they're trying to value the one we're talking about.
Yeah.
They just recently sold the camp. Do you know that address?
I don't.
Someone died in the camp recently this year.
Oh,
So there's not a forced sale, but it was either gonna
There's a
be,
very quick sale.
it was a very quick sale.
oh,
So
okay.
that one they bought that, I believe, for $70,000. And they're
Really?
valuing that compared to our camp down below for 60,000. It's day and night.
Yeah,
That place has insulation, beautiful side. It's brand new.
yeah.
The guy
Completely
literally
remodeled.
You're not
completely
sure.
remodeled, brand new.
But it was a recent sale?
Yeah.
Yes, this year.
Okay, that would be something that would be on
Yes.
the assessor's radar.
We tried to purchase that property, but
We
multiple
wanted to,
people
yeah.
wanted to purchase that property in the
Oh.
camp as well. We're the new people up there. There's a lot of family up here from Vermont, so they wanted to more keep it in the family.
Right.
Oh,
You know, it was one of those things. We just couldn't get it in time, so
Yeah.
someone else got it, but they're valuing that at pretty much the same as our camp down below.
around 60?
I believe that one's valued at,
I want to look at the parcel here, but I don't want to be rude. I am sorry.
is that
Oh.
okay for her to look up the?
Can I look at something on my phone real quick?
Oh, sure. Oh, absolutely. Yeah, yeah.
So they originally listed that, I don't know if that's with the new list, but it says the original grand 2023 list was listed at 33,750 for the property that we're discussing. And
It was recently
The
sold.
one that just sold?
40 Sumner Lane, yeah.
And it was recently sold for, we want to say 65,000.
So what number house is that?
40 Sumner Lane?
Okay. 40, all right, I'll make that a note.
So that's the old value. Does it show sales when it's sold?
Still shows it in. Oh, yeah. 12/13/23 is when it was transferred.
Okay. So that's, the assessor would definitely be seeing that in his data.
And a couple other people from the boat club are going to be using this house as reference. So we have a couple other people that are going to be doing the grievance. Or
Oh, okay.
They're going to be using this as an example as well.
Uh-huh. Oh,
As it
okay.
was pretty much our most recent sale besides ours.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Ours had absolutely no improvements done to it whatsoever. Theirs was a significant
that's why we were able to buy it cheaper than what it was listed for, is because of the, you know,
spring popping up. the
Spring
damage
popping
to the
up.
house,
Oh.
the mold.
it's getting old. It's not what it used to be.
Yeah, yeah,
It's been neglected.
Like a lot of the parcels up there, they're neglected parcels.
yeah.
Some
Well,
people have died and they're just literally paying the taxes for the property and they're not even in the name of the people. So one of the, our
In
neighbor,
one case, yes, our neighbor, his parents passed away and he's been paying property taxes under their name, the lease is under their name, everything's under their name, but his parents have been passed away. He's been
They
doing
just
this
want to
for
hold on
14
to the
years.
property.
but he can't even get it
He can't
because
sell
it's
it.
not in his name. They never transferred the name. So it's these kind of properties up here we're dealing with. They're old, dilapidated, falling down.
Passed down from generation to generation.
Yeah. Oh.
Some people don't even want them in the family because they're just so old and they're
They
not
don't wanna do the
around.
work to them.
They're not around anymore. They don't live here.
Oh. And so the other one here is the other one that you own and want to talk
103
about.
Sumner.
103.
Yeah. What is that one? Seems to be quite a bit different from the other one, sort of.
Yes.
It is,
Yeah.
it is different.
Yes.
And so let's see for information here. So that does have a basement, I guess, huh?
No,
None of them.
Oh.
that's why I even noticed that on the
Oh,
Yeah, we noticed that. Yeah, we don't.
The property listing, there is no
uh,
basement.
how,
We're
how
actually
many
told-
levels are there though for,
One floor and then half of the second floor, the A-frame peak part of the second floor.
so there's no third floor?
No,
There never has
Okay.
been. So right here, I can understand how maybe something going by and taking a picture can consider the
Well-
underneath here, the trim. And basement, but there is no basement. It's just a dirt floor, crawl space, bugs, mud,
Okay,
not even
Um,
crawl space. I can't get under there.
so I had a basement down.
there is area that you can stand up in?
No,
There is not.
no.
You can't
Okay.
see it.
I have to be on my knees to get underneath the whole house.
Really?
Yeah,
Okay.
there's no basement.
Well, that's.
I can barely get a canoe underneath.
That seems to be an error that will have to be corrected. I don't, when we see incorrect information, most times we don't know how it got that way. So at this point, all the assessor can do is make it correct now. And there's no way to know if it's always been that way, or sometimes human beings are handling the data, sometimes
Human error.
We're human.
Human error.
Absolutely, we understand.
So,
We understand.
that's significant for, as far as the effect it would be having on the evaluation. So that will be coming off the record. I'm not sure, so it is definitely all crawl space underneath, so there's no doubt about that.
200%.
Um,
Yes.
And if you want to come forward just for a minute, I'll point out something. So this is showing, this would be the basic footprint of the house, this rectangle here. Okay, so
I'm confused.
this,
Why there's two first floors?
where there's what?
It looks like there's two first floors.
Yeah, okay, so this is the first floor. This would be the sort of the imaginary dimensions of the area that you can stand up in on the second floor.
Yeah, so that's what.
So even though there's roofing over here,
Mhm.
this is the area that
Okay, I can see
hopefully was measured in person in the past by a lister. Would have measured this area from whatever point would be 5 foot height if you have knee walls. They'd measure from that 5 foot, the height of the ceiling, and then measure across this way. And then this way. This rectangle is totally doesn't belong here. This would have been, if it was real, this would have been the dimensions of the basement, and maybe they confused this with another property. This is showing where there's crawl space, wherever this sketch came from. There would be, well, you can't. This may have been mistakenly put on this property by mistake. So I'm just describing why this looks the way it is, but this would have to be caught. And what they would put for the description of the fact that there's no basement, it would have a line under it that says with a letter C, meaning crawl space, meaning whether it's enclosed or not, you can't stand up in it and you can't use it for anything. And there would be no floor there. It would just be dirt, gravel, whatever. So this is what would be crossed off.
I was just gonna ask if you had those, but you do?
Would you like?
Nope, nope. I just did, I had extras, so I didn't know. Probably.
Thank you.
I'd
Yeah.
email her.
Prepared as much as possible. We've never done this before. This is very new to us, so
She said bring all your documents prepared to.
we didn't know
hand
what to
over
bring.
us.
She tries to cover all the bases.
She did.
Yeah.
Very good.
So that's a pretty gross error. And as I showed you in that picture, does that seem for the second floor area that there's
Yeah,
there's a
This
fairly
one
large
shows
area
this
at one
extra.
end
Yep.
and then it gets narrow?
Yep,
In the
on the
middle.
sides, yeah.
Okay, so that's good.
So that's gonna get mixed up.
Yeah.
That is.
And so the heating is just a wood stove, I guess?
In the
In this
108, no, we
103.
actually have
Oh,
a
yeah.
little wall heater added.
Oh, okay.
Electrical,
Propane,
No,
wall-
electrical
oh, it's electric.
Yep.
Okay,
for
some little
insurance.
Home Depot heaters.
okay.
The insurance wanted us to take the fireplace out, the little tiny wood stove, and actually put in a thermostat electric heater
Oh,
for insurance.
they want, you had to take that out?
Yep.
Oh, okay. Yeah, they're pretty particular about it.
We found out, we learned.
Yeah.
Electric heat's a little better for the moment, definitely helps.
Yeah. So there's one bathroom,
Yes.
and what floor is that, on the first floor?
First floor.
Okay. And
There's literally just a toilet. No sink in there now.
Just one toilet, no sink in there.
oh, so there's no shower.
So there's the
Oh,
shower.
yes, a shower, yes.
Small little shower,
Oh,
toilet, kitchen sink.
Oh,
That's
okay.
it in the whole house.
okay.
There was a sink in the bathroom as well, but that's not there.
Oh, that was taken out?
Yeah.
So that would be what we call a half bath.
That would be what?
Half
If
bathroom.
it had half
Oh.
bath, if it had if it did have a sink, it would be 3 fixtures. The computer's counting how many fixtures are in there. So there's only 2 in there.
Yes.
Yeah. So I'm changing that. They, in some cases in the past, if they didn't have firsthand information, they would have to estimate. So they would have said a 3 fixture would be likely. But now that we know it's not, then it can be changed to what it should be. And let's see. So there is the porch, small front porch. So the back is just it's not covered. Is it a deck?
It's
Or-
just a flat deck, wood, no cover.
And there's no
nothing on
sides
it.
or anything
No.
on that? Okay, so that's what we have. It's just saying it's a deck. And is there no insulation in that one, or is there?
I think it's insulated. I know the floor is
So
insulated.
the
at
floor is
least.
insulated, the walls are not.
No. It's the floor, so
Okay,
that's it.
Yeah, just the floor is insulated, not the sides.
yeah, it would be obvious if there was sheetrock and,
Yeah, no.
hollowness behind it.
No,
Okay, so that would be only in the,
our floor is definitely insulated.
okay. So this one says 1973 for when it was the year built. Does that sound correct?
I believe so.
Yeah, okay.
When you say you're built, it was slowly,
So that might have been the year it was added on.
yeah, because
It
it
was
started as
started?
the A-frame in the front, then they added the second part, and then they added the porch, so
Oh,
it was
okay.
sort of
A work in
a
progress.
work in progress throughout the years. It wasn't just one year everything
Right.
was put in.
They just basically keep whatever year it was when it was
Started.
started. Yeah, yeah.
Sounds right.
Is there a deck coming off of the second floor on the back, or was there?
Yes,
They're showing a small
there is a small,
upper
It
deck.
would be that one right there.
Yeah.
like
it's-
3 feet out and 5 feet wide, I'd say.
Okay.
We don't really go up there because it's kind of sketchy.
Oh, yeah, I can imagine.
I actually forgot about that. Yeah. Up at the start bottom.
Okay, and there's no outbuildings associated with this structure?
An outhouse,
No, I mean like a shed or something like that.
there is
There's a
a
small shed that was there when we,
10 by
Okay.
5 foot shed, maybe?
What?
A 10 foot by 5 foot shed,
Okay,
small
Um,
little shed.
it's on pillars, on
And-
cinder blocks.
it's old or?
Oh,
we-
God,
Yeah. Be
Okay.
careful where you step.
Oh, okay. Normally that does get, there is a value placed, a very low rate per square foot. Could you estimate, or could you guess the year when it was, or how old it might be?
I would say
20 years
easily
old?
over a decade, 2
They're
decades.
Easily 30
So-
years. Yeah,
Yeah.
Okay,
yeah,
so 5 by 10, you said?
yeah. About a 5 by
Okay.
10.
And it's
6 by
probably
12.
not really super high quality materials. right?
No, it's particle board with a
Pallets.
little bit of metal siding on the outside.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that's pretty basic.
Yeah.
So that would be something that would be, and it's a very small rate per square foot. So it's based on the age of it mostly and the size. But outbuildings like that don't have a very high rate of value. But it is important to have it on the record. So,
Yeah, sure.
well, I guess we've probably covered, the physical information pretty well. And so what would you have to say about the value for that one? Or what you think the value should be about that one?
I don't personally see or feel that I have put in $28,000 worth of improvements or adjustments to this property. I don't feel like there has been that much of a change or a drastic difference.
Yeah, the change would be primarily from the sales. And so that it's not really
So can you
assuming.
explain when you're saying primarily from the sales?
Oh,
from
well,
the
for the
area?
whole town in general, all the properties are being valued by using the sales prices for the whole town are used for the whole reappraisal. And so your type of property would be compared whenever possible to others in town, as well as, the type of the building is very important. And there are other structures, A-frames and so on, in town that would have sold, not necessarily ones that are on a unleased property. The building values are valued totally separate from the land. So even though you don't own the land, the building values can still be related by other properties, even if they have land. So structurally, materials and so on get valued on their own. And land is valued strictly on land value sales. So the change is, it's understood that it's not assuming that you did make any changes. It doesn't make that assumption at all. Unless it was known that you did make changes, like when there was a permit taken out, that sort of thing. But as you say, you haven't improved it in any way. So the sales are what really controls what the assessor has to work with for the analysis. But it doesn't mean you can't have your own opinion about the sale, the new valuation. And whatever you want to say about that, I would try to, you basically feel it's not appropriately valued. And
Right.
it's too high of a valuation. So that's what the assessor would be, assuming that that's what you feel, whatever you think. So you would say maybe that the value should be closer to what it was 4 years ago, a market
Yeah.
value.
We feel that.
I feel
Uh-huh.
that.
Okay.
The
So
property isn't up to that kind of par. There's a lot of, all of these properties up here at this camp have a lot of the same issues. A lot of our wood's getting destroyed by termites and mold and bugs and infestations. We're all
Yeah.
battling the same kind of thing right now.
Okay. Yeah.
About the place, all the paint's chipping off everything.
Some of that,
Nothing
though,
seasoned and treated.
yeah, some things are considered just maintenance that needs to be done.
Yeah.
It doesn't necessarily, it might, unless it's some really overall serious problem, it wouldn't be part of the valuation, but I'm sure it's relevant that it needs the things that you're describing. How are the windows on it?
The windows are open. I don't know what you mean by that. How are the windows?
Well, are there windows that need replacing?
Yes.
Yes.
Oh, yes.
Are they single or thermal pane?
Single, just
Oh, single
old
pane.
school wood on the side, just one pane.
So, yeah, typical camp,
Yeah.
yeah.
Camp windows,
But yeah, even camps need to
not
have,
very insulated.
things that don't leak or whatever, so sometimes things need to be. But, so what will happen is the assessor rather, will be going through with this information to make any corrections, which we know there will be for that particular 108, and determining what change, if any, should be made. You'll get a second notice for each of these properties to show what, if any, change was made in the valuation. And even if there's no change, you still will get a second notice. And the notice also tells the owner that there are steps beyond this hearing process that you could take advantage of to seek further resolution of the valuation. So that'll be in the notice that you get. And that won't come until about 2.5 weeks or so, approximately, before they get mailed out. So that will be something for you to consider when you get those 2 notices. And if you have any other information that you might want to submit, anything that you can email could only be accepted up until Friday.
This Friday?
Yeah, so that would be Sarah's email address. If you had some kind of paperwork, anything, you're welcome to do that. So anything that you send would be added for the assessor to look at. So, well, I guess you've got a lot to think about, and so we'll have to wait and see what happens with the values and go from there.
All righty.
Do you keep these?
Uh,
Copies? I'm pretty sure she probably already has the same exact copies.
oh, yeah, okay.
Do we have
If
copies?
that's the case, then
Okay, we
yeah,
have
you
copies.
hold on to yours, yeah. Yeah,
Thank you.
thanks
Rather
for coming.
be here in person than video.
Yeah, okay, good luck with everything.
It's nice to meet you. Thank
Yeah,
you.
yeah.
Nice
Bye.
to meet you.
So it's not quite,
Okay, so our next one is 10. Right? That's
got that?
Andrew.
I am Joe.
Oh, so
10:15.
so
You, Sarah?
10:15. So we actually have one before you. Okay,
Are you Sarah?
I am.
Hi, Sarah.
Nice to meet you too.
I'm Dan, by the way.
Hi.
Hi. Okay, yeah, so we'll be ready when we're done with this one.
Hi, Andrew.
Good morning. How are you folks today?
Good. I know you can't see me. I'm off on the side here. So I'm
you're not-
Sarah, and this is Dan.
Good morning. I'm joined by my wife, Andrea, who's also off screen.
Okay,
Hello.
perfect.
We're at 130 Sun and Ski Road, is our home address, or our local residence up there. I have four questions for you today. It's more to understand the process, and what's happening next.
Okay,
We purchased the property in 2021 for $170,000. And when Sarah kindly enough sent us the property card for the house, we noticed some errors on it. So the first thing I'd like to do is address that and see if we can update the information that you have on file for the house.
okay, I'm looking, what did you say you paid for it?
270, I'm sorry, 270.
Okay. Okay, that's what we have. Go ahead.
Yeah, okay. So the first order of business is to see if we can update or correct the property card that Sarah had sent to us at the beginning of this process. And that would
Okay.
specifically be 3 things. The card states that there are 8 rooms in the house. There are actually just 6.
Okay,
It states there are 4 bedrooms. There are actually 3.
One of which doesn't have a closet.
2 of them don't have closets. And third, it looks like, if I'm reading correctly, that there are 2 bathrooms, when in fact there's 1.5 bathrooms.
Oh, okay. Oh, what floors are those two on?
The full bathroom is on the first floor.
Okay.
The second floor has a small laundry room. When we replaced the washer and the dryer, we discovered that it was hooked up for plumbing. So we did add a small toilet and sink to that.
So it's a sink and a toilet?
Correct. That was
Okay.
once a laundry room, but it was plumbed out for indoor plumbing. So it's
Okay.
really a half a bath and not a full bath.
Yep.
And I don't know if you use closets as the defining whether or not something is a bedroom or not.
Oh, basically it would have to be, uh, the closet is not a factor, so it doesn't have to have a closet. It does, generally speaking, need to have a door that can be closed and locked for privacy. But some houses don't necessarily have a lock on the door, but it has to be able to be private. And it can't be a room, it can't be called a bedroom if you have to go through another bedroom first to get to it. So that wouldn't be called a bedroom. But I should mention, the bedroom count doesn't actually directly have a value attached to it. Even though it's an important thing for people when they're buying a house, or they're certainly going to want, have in mind how many bedrooms they need to have,
Mhm.
or rooms that can be converted to bedrooms.
Yep.
So it just has to be a room that's big enough for reasonably sized bed, and have a door on it.
Yeah, which it does, no locks, but again, just for the sake of accuracy, it is a 3-bedroom house, 6-room house, 1.5 bath.
Okay.
Okay, whether that changes anything or not, I will find out through this process.
Yeah.
Secondly, a question is, do you differentiate between rental properties and second homes? We do not rent our house. We have no intention of renting the house. Any increase that is levied on us comes right out of our pocket, and we have no way of passing it on. So I wanted to know, is that a factor taken into this process?
Yeah. I don't have a lot of information about some of the deeper aspects of the appraisal. I work for the assessor, but I can, as far as I know, the rental or the use of it doesn't directly affect the town's valuation in the system that is used to create the new values. Does that mean that, are you asking because that relates to how you use this house?
Well, yes, and I didn't know if if it's revenue generating, is that a factor that the town takes into consideration? I know that the town is, if they hadn't passed, they're considering taxes for Airbnbs and VRBOs. I want to make sure that you understand that we are distinct.
Yeah,
We're
I
distinct.
believe there are certain factors that are important to the town, as far as Airbnbs and such, but it's not something that's part of the evaluation process.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, that's fine.
Well,
Again,
if a house had four or more apartments in it, that would be considered commercial. That
Okay.
would be one factor but in the case of just describing a factor.
Okay. Third question is really one about process, how you reach some of these numbers. Our valuation went up 42% since
Okay.
the last one to a little over 272,000. which is more than what we paid for it back in 2021.
Uh-huh.
Obviously, in 3 years, you're hoping that the market value has increased, which it has. It hasn't increased at the same rate that the evaluation did. A quick Zillow check on, current estimate puts it in the low 340s. So we're looking at a 30% market value increase, yet a 42% assessment increase. To me, that's a bit of a disconnect. So I'd like to understand that process a little
Okay.
better.
Sure. Well, this reappraisal, like every reappraisal, uh, depends on, uses all of the valid sales that took place in the past 3 years, leading up to March 31st of this year. All of those sales are used in the analysis. And anything that happened, anything that sold after March 31st of this year would not be used in the reappraisal.
Okay.
And this reappraisal was done 4 years after the last one. Normally, it would be 5 years, but the state decided that the market values had changed so much, the town needed to do a reappraisal this year. The 2020 reappraisal was a physical one, which means the listers in town went to all the properties physically and checked information at every dwelling. This one was statistical only, so it's done, the analysis is the same, except that it didn't have used visits to properties, unless they had changed in some way by adding or subtracting some part of the house or other structures being added. Other than that, the value same from 2020 to 2024. What had changed was the market, basically.
Yes.
So all of those valid sales are used. They're all put into the assessor's software system for doing the assessments, and done the way the state requires them to be done. And at some point, the assessor uses whatever the valuations are being shown in the computer software and decides if those need to be changed based on his knowledge about particular properties and so on. So a human being does eventually determine what's being used for the evaluation. It's not a blind using of values being spit out by the computer, so to speak.
Okay.
So he has
Understandable.
reviewed all of these. Yeah.
Okay, good. And last question or point is around town services. As I know, it's a prominent problem throughout Vermont, but we do have limited access to our property at times because of road conditions.
Oh, okay.
Sun and Ski Road was closed for 4 weeks, late winter, which did not allow us access to our property.
Oh.
I will, I shout out to DPW. They do a pretty good job of reacting to when there's a problem, which is primarily mud. I'm sure
Yeah.
you know. But everything is a fix, and not a solution. So I understand the need for evaluations of properties to increase the task base to, deal with issues like road repairs, keeping roads open. But we found it to be, a hindrance to getting up there. So 4 weeks, I mean, it's 8% of the years that we don't have access to the property. Hopefully next year is going to be better. But with the changes in the climate, that's awfully hard to predict. So I like that to be taken into consideration, is that through, forces, unknown forces, we cannot get to the property itself. So,
Yes.
So those are our questions. I thank you for your time. I guess the last one is, what are the next steps, and when is this all going to happen?
Yeah. I did want to mention, your increase, as you said, was about 42%. There's a wide range of variation among properties.
Mhm.
And some went up much more than that, and some were less than that. But what's important is what you feel the valuation should be. Do you have any number that you would have in mind that you would consider
Do I have a
market value?
number in mind? No, not really. It's not
Okay,
necessarily
I just
what I
asked.
do. I,
Closer to Zillow.
It's, perhaps, 20 to 25% increase. I understand the needs that the infrastructure and town services, cause, the town. My pet peeve obviously is road access. I would love to see DPW's budget increase so we have better access to it.
Yeah.
And I want to be, I'm okay paying into that. I want to avoid being sort of, too greedy, money grab. So,
Yeah.
A 25% increase to me would be much more realistic than a 42% increase.
Okay, yeah, I'll make a note of that. So what will happen now is all the information that we collect today here will be handed over to the assessor, and he will review your property to see if there was that he feels was yeah, anyway, anything that might need to be corrected. And you will get a second notice.
Okay.
It'll look just like the first one to show if there was any change or if there was no change, to let you know what the result was. And so at that point, you would have some options that will be listed in that notice that are available if an owner feels they want another type of resolution to.
Okay.
So this in it for you. So we won't, maybe 2.5 weeks from now, approximately. So that would be something to keep an eye out for.
So we
And,
won't see any change. We won't see any changes in August real estate bills.
No, well, no, I don't, we have no idea what the tax rate's going to be. So that remains to be seen. And the grand list has to be created first.
Okay.
And then a tax rate would be determined.
So if there was a change that came just specifically from this hearing, that would be reflected.
Oh,
So
yes,
your
right.
new assessment would go towards your taxes of the 24 year.
Right, yeah.
If you
Okay.
decided to appeal further, that, that would come later on, but as of right now, like because of this hearing, we send out the results of grievance and that number would be used towards your assessment.
Okay. All right. Fair enough. Well, thank you for your time. You have a better understanding now.
You're welcome. Have a good day.
All right.
Thanks.
Good luck with the process.
Thanks for making that. I didn't really quite, I'm glad you jumped in. You got to keep your eyes on.
So next, Joe. Hello. How do you say your last name? Ferreira. Ferreira.
Uh-huh.
I'm not sure you received this.
Oh, okay. So,
Sarah, she said she might have given it to you.
oh,
Yeah, I do have a good amount.
Very good. I have an extra copy. If you can pick up.
okay. Thanks.
So I'm just gonna keep a timer just to keep us on time, but, so you have, you have 15 minutes
Okay.
and you can begin whenever you'd like.
Yeah.
All right. Well, let me start with some background then. I've had a house in Chimney Hill for like 37 years.
Oh.
I built it when I was around 30 years old. And I followed the plans of probably, I looked about, at that time, about 5 houses were built with roughly the same plans.
Oh,
Because of my age at the time, I built mine at the lower end of cost. As an example, I just used linoleum flooring. I basically used baseboard electric heat.
Wow.
I did a lot of work myself actually, and And so for 31 of those years, my house was always valued at the low end of those 5 houses. And I've actually tracked it, just, you know,
Oh.
because I've always been conscious of the cost of the house. So it was always valued at the low end of the 5 houses. And my construction grade was either average or average plus during those 31 years. Then the last assessment in 2020, for no reason at all, it got dramatically changed. My construction grade went to like good plus. The value of my house went way over the top of the range of all 5 houses. And so I did try to appeal it, but I live in Florida. And by the time I got the letter, I had missed the date for the appeal. So I couldn't appeal it till a year later. And when I did appeal it, there was a small adjustment, but really
Yeah.
not an adequate adjustment. So I think this year's appraisal is really built off of that error. So as I said, like for 31 years, I thought it was reasonably valued.
Yeah.
And now the last 4 years or so, I think it's unreasonably valued. So in my email to you or note to you, you know, I realized that what matters is how my house is valued compared to other houses, because it's just a matter of dividing up the pie of the cost of running the town. So I focus just on 2 things. One is I think my construction grade, and I show pictures, should be either average or average plus, which is similar to what the other houses were on the list that I gave you. So actually in the list, Dan, I actually show you.
Oh, great.
If on the second page, I show you kind of, you know, the valuation in 2019 and how I was near the bottom of the valuation range, and then what happened in 2020, and I show the construction grade. So I think the first thing is the construction grade should revert to either average or average plus.
It does seem to be good minus right now.
Pardon me?
It does seem to be good minus at this point.
Why?
Well, I'm just saying that's what it's used. I think you said it had been good plus
No, I said it had been average or average plus for 31 years.
on the
And
town's grade.
Yes.
Oh, okay.
And then
Okay.
the last time they did the appraisal, for no reason, I didn't change anything. They upped it to good plus.
So then I guess they took it down to good minus.
Yes, exactly.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. I see that there was a grievance
Yeah,
involved.
so
Yeah.
So
it's right now it's still at good minus.
you know,
Yeah.
yeah, I think it should be
Okay.
average or average plus like the other
Yeah.
houses, or actually lower than the other houses because of what I said. I built it, I had no money at the time. And so it really is a bare bones house.
You haven't made any major changes then, I guess.
20 years ago, I put on a metal roof because it was leaking. But a lot of these other houses have metal roofs too. So it's the same thing.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. So that's not a very big change.
Yeah, no, that was the only thing I've done in all that time. I try to maintain it. I'm up here, I'm kind of like the handyman. I come up here, I work on it a lot.
Oh, yeah.
But anyway, nothing structural or quality wise has changed.
And I guess you've looked at your property card closely as far as the details about.
Yeah, I didn't.
Did you find anything incorrect there, or?
Yeah, I didn't understand like how you calculate the rooms. Like I saw that it had 7 rooms. but
Okay.
I have 3 bedrooms, so that's kind of, and then it says a formal dining room, but I have like
Yeah.
one big great room.
That's a term that's continued, even though it's not really very relevant.
Right.
Some houses have a totally open space on the first floor,
That's
so there's
what-
no
that's
real
what I-
separation, but it's not affecting the value. And as the bedroom count also does not directly change the valuation.
Okay.
It would seem like it should, because it's important to people when they're buying a house, of course. But for the purposes of this system that's used, the bedroom count doesn't change, but we want it to be correct.
Right.
So it does say, and you said it's 3.
It's 3.
Yeah.
It's right. I
Okay.
think it's right. Yeah.
And the other details of the bathroom count
Yeah,
is,
there's 2 bathrooms.
And what floors are those? One on each floor?
Yeah, one on each floor.
Okay,
Yeah, right above each, one above the other. One has just a shower and the other one has a bathtub that has jets.
okay. We do have the ability in the software to say which floors they're on,
Right.
but that the floor that it's on doesn't affect the value, but it's a way to just describe the interior a little better.
That makes sense.
Yeah,
Yeah, and a question for you though, because
Sure.
you bring it up. Like it says on that sheet that I have a whirlpool or a.
oh, something like that. Is
Yeah,
that
so
not
the
true?
bathtub has jets, but.
A jet tub, okay.
Yeah, but
Yeah.
that adds a lot of value to the house. I never, just a bathtub with the ability to turn on the jets.
Is it an average size bathtub or is it sort of larger than normal?
It's a little bit larger than normal.
Okay.
It's, yeah, it's, I'd say if an average is like this, it's like maybe
Not a
size-
big
Yeah, a
difference?
little bit bigger.
Yeah. I'll make a note of that. Sometimes items, details may have been estimated. So if someone had a permit or something saying they were renovating their bathroom and putting in a whatever they actually did put, what you put in, they may have thought that was a whirlpool type, which maybe, I don't know exactly what the distinction is. I wouldn't be able to tell you offhand.
Yeah.
We do have the labeled jet tub in the system as well as whirlpool. So the assessor will, I'm putting a
Yeah.
note here saying that,
It's a minor thing. It's, what is it?
well, it's, yeah, but
$7,000.
it's something that can be changed. And it might be some value change. I don't know for sure,
Yeah.
but,
Yeah, it's been like that. That's the original
Okay.
bathtub.
yeah,
And yeah, so look, I think my two cases I wanted to make is one, I think the construction grade got overstated a few years ago and never got restated correctly.
uh-huh.
And I provide pictures and support material for that.
Oh, so you have
And,
pictures in here?
And then the second thing is that there are 5 houses that were built from the same plans. We did change the facade a little bit, like I changed my facade, but the floor plan's the same. And historically, I was valued 4th out of the 5, and now I'm valued way over the top of the range.
Okay. But did you list those other ones
Yeah,
in
I
here?
took pictures of the
Okay.
other houses too,
Oh,
and I put the comparison in there.
yeah.
To me, it's pretty clear the error, because again, after 31 years, you think that precedent had been set. And it was just
Yeah.
an arbitrary change, I think, that happened 4 years ago that now is causing a perpetual issue.
Yeah, I couldn't really speak to exactly why it changed in that way. I'm not part of that process. I only
Yeah,
do the hearings and submit the information to
I
the
understand.
assessor. But certainly, whatever your main issue is in that respect, he certainly will pay attention to what you feel is not appropriate.
Yeah. Well, Dan, I think just to close, I did provide you with the memo with all the pictures, so I think I did the best job I could in terms of making it easy to evaluate. And two, just I've been up here for 37 years. And,
Yeah.
I'm retired, and these
Well-
extra costs now are harder to absorb.
Yeah, it's great that you have these detailed figures to see the trend, if anything, or no trend. So mainly you feel that yours should be lower, if anything, lower than the other ones.
Yeah, I think to be fair, I heard you ask the other gentleman that question. I think I should be, you asked what the value should be.
Oh.
And looking at these other houses,
Yeah.
the house that was right below mine was like 320, 329, I think was its revised value. And, based on history, I was like 10,000 higher than them. So, I think I should be kind of 340 or something.
Okay, yeah,
Instead of, they put me down for 386, but it's all on the piece of paper. You could see how I compare to
yeah.
everybody. And yeah, I think I should go back to my positioning relative to the other houses, basically.
Well, you may have heard what I was saying about what happens now,
Yes.
but so the assessor will review the property completely.
Okay.
And so notices will be sent out to show people what changed, if anything, in the valuation, or even if there's no change.
All right.
In about 2.5 weeks, those will be sent out. And that will describe the other options that you can take advantage of to seek further resolution to the valuation.
Yeah, look, I appreciate all that.
Yeah,
Yeah, look, I'm sure for some people it's not a big deal, but for me personally, it's a big deal, and I think it's just the right thing to
Yeah.
do, actually.
well,
So,
yeah, and it's great that you came in to
Yeah, look,
show
I
it.
love the town. Like, I wouldn't be here for 37 years if I didn't.
Well, that's good. Yeah,
So my kids grew up coming here, so yeah, I love the town. I'd like to be able to keep the house.
sure.
So,
Yeah,
Yeah, if you need anything else from me, I think Sarah has my contact information,
yeah.
and happy to provide any more pictures or any more information that would be needed.
Okay.
Hopefully, I did a thorough job, but if I
Yeah.
didn't, I'm
Well,
open to.
it looks like what you submitted is going to be very useful
Okay,
to decide. Yep.
all right. Well, look,
Okay.
thank you both.
Well, all right.
You're
Have a good day. Thanks.
Okay, bye now.
Goodbye.
Bye.
Okay. Oh. No, thanks for asking. Yeah. Yeah.
Thank you. Oh, thank you. Hi, Denise. If you'd like, you can unmute yourself.
Hi.
So we don't have anybody at 10:30. And since
Okay.
you're in early, we can certainly take you now if you'd like.
Sure, I appreciate that.
So my name is Sarah. I'm the one that's been emailing with you. So I am just going to set a timer for 15 minutes just to kind of keep us on schedule here.
Great.
And we have Dan Bodwin here who works for the assessor.
Hi, Denise.
Hi, Dan. How are you?
Good,
Thank
thanks.
you. And you could begin whenever you'd like.
Okay. Hi, everybody. My name is Denise Piffard. I am a full-time Wilmington resident. I've resided at my current condo since late 2011. I work in the local school district as the guidance counselor at Twin Valley Middle High School,
Oh.
and I have a 5-year-old child. So I'm here to grieve the taxes. Based on the reappraisal, the value of my house went up over $166,000, which would mean if, we stay in the same tax rate as we did for last year, that would mean my taxes would increase threefold. So they would basically go from a little over $3,000 to over $9,000, which, as a single mother and a full-time resident and a person who works in the school district, it's not really sustainable for me. My condo, the condos surrounding mine have all been updated a lot. Like, for instance, the condo that's on top of mine just went through a renovation, which cost them well over $100,000. But my condo is stuck in 1989 because
Okay.
I haven't had the funds to do the upgrades that, a lot of my neighbors have been able to do. So
Right.
to have the same comparison as my neighbors who have these amazing and beautiful condos, whereas I've really just put some paint on the wall and I had to switch out my stove because it stopped working. I really haven't done any improvements whatsoever to my unit.
Oh.
Also, the outside of the building is pretty much falling apart. It's riddled with rot. We're having a lot of, reassessments done for our HOA. So
What's the material on the outside?
it's wood.
Siding?
wood.
Clapboards?
I don't know. It's wood and it's all rotting. People's like windows are rotting out and not secured anymore. The decks are not in great shape. There's just a lot of work on the outside of the building that also needs to be done. Another thing is that, like, I was questioning how you came up with the 0.10 acreage for the condo, because I have zero acreage outside, zero grass to my name. And the footprint of my condo is 1,399 square feet, which is, I think, 0.0312 acres, not the 0.1. So I don't think that the acreage is correct when you're also
Oh.
doing assessment.
No, it doesn't. Yeah. Actually, there is no land assessment valuation for your property.
Okay.
So I wouldn't have any explanation. Well, where did you get the 0.1?
It's-
Did you say?
It's
was?
on the letter. It's on the letter that you sent.
Oh,
Might be something that's in Nemrick, but it's a typo.
It says total
yeah.
acreage 0.10. And
I
it
think
says,
it was just, I think it just gets put in as a holding place, but within our assessment system, it
Mhm.
doesn't value any land. It's only the value of the building.
Do
Okay.
you happen to have a copy of the property assessor's property card?
the letter that was sent to me?
Not the notice. What we call a property card. It has pretty much all of the details about the property, and on that, we can get you a copy as well. It shows that there is no valuation on land in any way.
Okay.
So what's on the notice is not really meant to be anything that was real, and it could be possibly just a typo, or as Sarah said, a placeholder for other properties. So there's no value on the land there.
Okay. That's good to know.
Mhm.
That was just
Um,
very confusing. I would rather to just see
Yeah.
a zero there.
Of course, you would assume that it meant something.
Yep.
And it is just not meant to be anything. Okay.
Denise, I'm going to email you a copy of that property card for your reference too.
I would appreciate that. Thanks, Sarah.
And so you would tell us about your value.
Like I said, I've done no improvements whatsoever. So the current valuation was 184,000. And, I understand inflation and whatnot, but to raise it over almost double that, I think is a tough pill to swallow, especially in the current condition when I've done absolutely no improvements whatsoever on the interior. So I would think it would be, tops 200,000.
Okay. That's important to hear what you feel it would should be. And so I'll explain a little bit about how the reappraisal works. The reappraisal this time was not a physical reappraisal. It was a statistic one that the town was told by the state to do because the market had changed so much since 2020. So the new values were created based on all of the valid sales that took place in the past 3 years up to March 31st of this year. All of those sales were used. And certainly where there are condos, situations like yours, there will be some sales that were right within your vicinity. However, the reappraisal will be using all of the possible sales that took place. So there's more than just a few comps. There would be several comps that the system will actually use. I don't have any deeper information about the reappraisal process. I work for the assessor, but I'm not part of that process. But it was done in the way that the state requires, as far as the analysis, using computer software and the assessor's own experience for determining values. And it is a big increase, obviously. Other properties may not have gone up as much as yours, but at the moment, that's the valuation is what the assessor thought was accurate. So I've taken some notes here about what you were saying. And so he will be reviewing your property completely with whatever, adding what in whatever we talk about here today.
I think it's a little unfair to loop me in with my neighbors and the condos around me, because several of them are new builds, and I live right at the Hermitage. I live right on the hill. And those people, some of those are going for $2 million homes.
Yeah.
When I bought this condo, the Hermitage was defunct. It was not operational, and it's great that it's working now, but it's not been a plus to me, that's for sure.
Okay. Yeah. When you get the property card that Sarah's going to send, you would want to look over it has a lot of the details about the interior structure. But what I can tell you right now, by looking at my copy of it, it says there's 2 bedrooms and 2.5 bathrooms. Does that sound correct?
Correct.
Okay. And your heat is hot water propane?
Correct.
So it's baseboard, hot water baseboards?
Yeah.
And propane, okay. And is there air conditioning?
No.
Okay, no central air conditioning.
You can't even put an air conditioner in the windows because the windows open out. So there's not even an option for that.
And let's see. So there's basically 1 full floor above a basement. That's correct?
Correct.
Okay. Is there finished area in the basement at all?
No, the second bedroom there's only 1 bedroom on the first floor, and there's a second bedroom on the bottom floor.
Oh, there is. Okay.
Yeah.
And so there's finished living space down there, I guess. It's heated and so
Correct.
on?
Yes.
Okay. And there's a door that goes to the outside from the basement?
Correct.
Okay. All right. So are there particular problems? I know you mentioned something about the siding and the window frames have some problems, I guess.
Windows need to be replaced. There's a ton, like I said, there's a ton of rot on the outside of the building. You just have to look at it. You can see it all.
Okay.
Condo Association has had some engineers come in and look at it.
Oh, okay. But they haven't given you any feedback on what they're
having another report done. It seems like they just keep having reports done.
oh, okay.
It's one of those.
Yeah. Well, hopefully they'll eventually have some resolution there.
Yeah.
So there is steel fireplaces, 2 of those.
I only have 1 fireplace.
Only 1 fireplace. It's a steel fireplace, metal.
No, there's brick on the inside. Is that what you mean?
Oh, so it's not like a freestanding kind of fireplace.
No,
Okay. It's built into the wall.
It's into the wall, and
Okay.
my son's toys are currently covering it, so I don't use it.
What's covering it?
All the toys in my house.
Oh, okay. Well, that's good for the toys, I guess.
Yeah, it's good for the toys.
Okay, so I'm gonna make a note of that. There may have been some information in the original plans that said steel fireplaces, and that may have been what got put into the data.
No, I don't have a steel fireplace and I don't have an insert or anything like that. It's just the original
Okay.
fire.
Okay. Okay, what would be happening next? Well, the assessor will be reviewing all the details about your property and whatever we discovered here today. Doing that over the next couple of weeks. And you will eventually get a notice in about 2.5 weeks to show if there was a change in the value or if there was no change in the value. And from that point, you will also be told in the notice about other options beyond this, after this hearing, that would be available to you to try to get some further resolution of the valuation.
Okay.
So that would be something for you to consider when you get that in the mail and in about 2.5 weeks. So I've got your
Oh,
it over to the assessor for
okay.
him to look at closely, and hopefully be some kind of change for you.
Okay.
And so it's good that you did call in to help clear up some things.
Okay. Thank. Oh, I can't hear you.
So can you hear
Okay, that's a little better.
better?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Might be low batteries in the microphone here. Sorry.
Okay. That's okay.
So we're, I guess we pretty much covered all the basic information that we could. So
Okay.
you'll have to wait and see, wait for that notice to come and then decide what to do.
Thank you. I appreciate your time.
Well, you're quite welcome. We're glad you called in.
Thank you.
Thank you. Bye
Sure.
now. This we didn't get, just used a different microphone. Is that what we did? I can't remember now. Oh, you did? Well, the other people didn't say they couldn't hear me though. It might be on her end. Yeah. Oh, really?
Yeah, but yours is push.
Oh, maybe that is some kind of indicator. Yeah. Oh, I didn't. Yeah, that could be some way to indicate that the batteries get low. Oh. Yeah.
Our next one is Berkeley. But his appointment technically isn't till 11.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Yesterday, we let somebody go first because they were already here, the other one wasn't. And then the other one came in, and then we went late.
Oh.
It was a mess. I was like, I'm not, like, this guy's our next one, but I'm not gonna have to come in because, like, we have. 10
Yeah.
minutes,
Yeah.
So we'd be over. So I just-
Yeah, it's not worth. Yeah. Juggle appointments. Yeah, that sounds best. Yeah. Yeah,
So, question.
yeah.
So I have an email here where somebody sent me a picture. Is it helpful those pictures during the hearing to keep with everything?
It doesn't seem like, I mean, from what we've been going through so far, it's mostly for Russ's purposes.
Okay.
Um,
So what I can do is I'll just mark it, and then on the card for that day of the grieving, I'll just write on it pics. And then I can
Oh.
just like give you the computer to look at if they want you to
Okay.
see them.
yeah,
And then
I would
can
if it
just
seemed
attach them when the time comes to whatever.
for Russ.
folder.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. I meant to do create the folder yesterday, but I didn't get it on. But I'll try to do that tonight.
And so each folder will be what, per person that grieved or per day? How are we doing it again?
Oh, for what we're gonna give to Russ?
Yeah,
Oh, well, it would just be the file. So, uh, um, I mean, I'll be creating PDF files of
okay,
all of the documentation that comes in. That'll be one PDF file with the road name.
okay,
So all these files are going to go into the folder that I initially create. And so anything you create, if it's a bunch of photos, then that's going to be a bunch of JPEGs and not an actual file.
right.
So in that case, yeah, you'd want to just create a folder,
Still with it, I'll just use the street name.
name it as a street name, and you can throw it in with my PDFs.
So then I could just like put these in one by one. You can scroll over if you want,
Put them in.
like the pictures.
Oh, well, they'll be all in one folder though, right?
Right,
Yeah. So right. So he'll just go and click on that folder,
okay.
open them up, and look at them. And
So I was just thinking like, they obviously sent to me. So in order for me,
oh,
I won't be able to put one, but at least if I put one folder. with all the
Yeah,
street names.
right, exactly. It means well, yeah, you have to go through the process of downloading them in
Right,
order to create the
right.
the
Like,
pictures.
I'd have to print them to then scan them to myself to make a PDF file, which that doesn't.
Oh,
make
yeah, no,
sense
it
to
doesn't
me.
have to be a PDF, but you can put in PDF files from
Right,
email stuff,
yeah, okay.
whatever comes in as a PDF.
Okay.
But
Just a lot of the times the stuff they send me in emails, it's all like just single things.
yeah, and at least you don't have to print them out, but you do have to download them obviously and create a folder.
Yeah,
But yeah, that's what we normally would do. So, and that needs to be on the P drive. So I'll do that. I'll do that tonight. Last night was a total,
I have already given you the next ones.
great.
Hi, Bert. You can go ahead and unmute yourself.
All right.
All
Hopefully
right.
you can hear me now.
So Bert, we have you in at 11. 461 Lake Raponda.
Yes, it is. That's right. Yep.
Good
All right.
morning. My name is Dan Bodwin.
Hi, Dan.
I work with the assessor. My purpose is to hear the issues that you want to bring up and
Yeah.
pass on information to the assessor. And we have your documents that you sent, which he will be getting as well.
Very good. All right. And I was just calling up the password, so I had to leave the email that I originally sent to Sarah, who, by the way, has been really great to work with. I'm relatively new to town, my wife and I, and people were really very helpful, and we really appreciate it.
Oh, well, yeah.
Yeah, no, and it's really appreciated, and because we haven't quite been through a process like this before, but the basic point I was making, and I hoped my letter and the photographs that I sent along.
Yeah, I did read it and the photographs, see the photographs. So it is pretty clear what you're saying.
Oh, good.
Yeah, I did want to, well, I just to ask a couple of questions.
Sure.
And so I guess the photo that shows the actual loft area,
Yeah.
that is the only area that can be walked on in the whole, for the whole building. That's correct?
For the upstairs, that's right.
Okay.
Yeah.
So there's
There's
no
a-
other space that's closed off or anything that's it, basically.
That's it. There, in
Okay.
fairness, there's these small, narrow attic spaces that have like a half door that people put a little storage in, but it's
Oh.
not finished or anything. It's
Yeah, I
not.
saw a door in the edge of
Yeah.
one of the photographs.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's just the space, storage
Okay.
space.
Exactly.
Yeah, what's in the sketch may have been may have come from original plans. Perhaps the
Yeah.
plans were changed. So unless the listers had gotten in to see it, they may have had to go by what was already on the card.
Exactly.
So it's great that you're calling up to alert us to that, and it's an easy correction to make, and it's not unusual that they may have had to estimate something or use the plan that were
Exactly.
actually changed later on. So what? And you didn't find anything else incorrect on the data that on the property card then?
No, that was really it because,
Oh.
and it took us a little while. We're trying to figure out why the square footage was different than what
Yeah.
we understood it to be. And then we realized, actually my wife caught it, that I think they're just, doubling the footprint from the space down below.
Yeah, I could imagine that there were other plans that for people that wanted more space on the second floor. And
Sure.
in your case, it just wasn't built that way.
Exactly.
So we certainly can rely on the measurements you gave us, and it should be a pretty straightforward thing for the assessor to make that change.
Excellent.
And what will happen is after he reviews the property and makes that change, you will be getting another notice in about 2.5 weeks. And that will be to show you what the valuation change was. And also, I would think that you'd probably want a new copy of the property card, which will show the sketch change. And it will also show the updated valuation on the front side of that property card. So that would be something that you'd want to, after notice, you could email Sarah and she can send you a copy of the new card
Very good.
with updated information. So yeah, we appreciate that you found this difference and the good information that you supplied, and so it should be no problem at all.
Excellent. All right.
Yeah.
Well, we do appreciate it. And we, as I say, we've really found everybody very helpful and really enjoyed, the town and the people, so we look forward to spending more time. In fact, one of my sons is up there right now.
Oh, well, that's good. Yeah,
It
even
is
though it's
good.
raining,
Yeah,
it's-
exactly.
it's still nice to be up there. Well, yeah, I
Exactly.
hope everything else works out. And
Good.
so just wait for that notice in about 2.5 weeks.
Excellent. All right.
All right.
Well,
Well,
I appreciate it very much. Okay.
okay. Well, thanks for calling in.
You bet. You take care.
All right. Bye now.
Bye-bye.
1.3 million.
All right, so next we have Ronald. You can go ahead and unmute yourself if you're ready.
Hi, can you hear me? Hi, can you hear me?
Yep, we can hear you.
All right, let me just start the video. All right, good morning.
Good morning.
Understand Dan and Sarah. I can see you, Dan. I can't see Sarah.
Yeah,
Oh.
I'm off on this side over here.
Yeah.
All right,
Can't
Sarah,
see me.
yeah, Sarah, you and I communicated by email. I appreciate your time and your responses.
Yes.
Obviously, we're on this call to discuss the the reappraisal process and increase value of our condo from 2021, now again in 2024. So we're being reappraised within 3-year period, right? Isn't there a 6-year mandate by the state that says you can't reappraise but every 6 years?
I'm sorry, what about the 6 years you
Is
said?
there a state mandate that says you can't reappraise but every 6 years?
That's the current regulation. Up
Right.
till now, that it was reappraised every 5 years and physically once every 10 years. But that was changed to be, now it will be every 6 years. So,
Okay, so we were reappraised in late 2020. Actually, the last appraisal hearing for the prior owner was in December 2nd of 20, and she was denied her grievance on the reappraisal. So we were reappraised basically starting in 21, and this is 24. So why are we being reappraised in 3 years?
So the 6 years is actually state statute saying we have to do it every 6 years. We could possibly do it more. It would just be that we can't go over 6 years.
Okay, and who makes
No.
that decision to reappraise whenever you want? Like, why wouldn't you just reappraise again next year if the prices?
So we're actually required by the state because what they do is they calculate our CLA, which is common level of appraisal as a town. And it says that the state said that our level of appraisal compared to the market value was so far away from each other, essentially, that we were required to do a statistical reappraisal.
Okay.
In order to help bring our levels up to closer to the market.
You know, it's interesting if you read that document, the Tax 68 Act that was enacted in 2023. They show you when towns throughout Vermont get reassessed. Some of them haven't been reassessed since 2009. And that also states that the state was asking for a schedule of reappraisals for every municipality within 6 years. And the first one was scheduled to be complete reappraisal was on or before 4/1/27. So Wilmington had the option to wait on this. given the fact that we were reappraised in 21, but they didn't. They went ahead and scheduled it immediately to be effective in 24.
And
So
ours is going up over 100%.
okay, right. So that's number one. I understand you guys are a third party company. I understand how assessed values are created. I understand the reappraisal process. So we really don't need to talk about that. Now, is the municipal and the educational tax rate going to change at all? Meaning going to be reduced to compensate for the over 100% increase in taxes that I'm going to be hit with this year, resulting in about a $400 a month increase in my mortgage. So are the tax rates going to be adjusted? Yeah, are the tax rates going to be adjusted down, municipal and educational, to compensate for this huge increase in tax?
Well, I can say, just as speaking as part of the reappraisal, and I'm not the assessor. I work for the assessor.
Where's the assessor in these meetings? I don't mean to interrupt, but and that's another good point. The person that's deciding these policies to reassess within a 3-year period, he's not even here at these meetings to answer questions about if the tax rate's going to be adjusted. Why?
The assessor isn't the one who decides when to reappraise. It's a town,
well,
that's
then
a
the
town
committee,
decision.
Right.
Okay, well then when whoever is the person or committee that decides on when to reevaluate and why, and answer questions about reductions in tax rates to compensate for the over 100% increase in taxes I'm hit with, and my increased mortgage payment, where are those people in this meeting that aren't here to answer these questions? If things like the tax rate may be adjusted to compensate for the increase, where are they?
This is what's done, and this is what the state expects for the grievance hearing, is strictly for the property value and the owner to state grievances. And so this is being done the way the state expects it to be done. And
Grievance
so
is strictly for you to be able to speak on behalf of whether or not you think the assessment was fair. We are not here to discuss taxes. We don't even have any tax information yet until our final numbers go to the state.
Okay,
So,
all right.
like
So
the other lady said,
I understand what you're saying. All
our
right.
building is falling apart.
So actually, it was interesting. The person that was just speaking, Denise Pippert, I think her name was.
Pardon?
I think
What?
she was the person that just had an appointment with you guys,
Earlier.
Denise,
At
maybe
10:30.
two appointments ago. She lives in the same complex we do. And she was explaining to you about window replacement, siding rot, a lot of things that need upgrading in our condo complex.
Multi-million-dollar units above us and below us.
Yeah, so a lot of the things that she said about that building certainly applies to us. We have those same situations. We need window replacements. We have siding rot. Obviously, we pay a quarterly maintenance fee that doesn't cover what the normal taxpayer gets as benefits to paying taxes, right? We have to pay a maintenance fee. We get no garbage pickup. We get no plowing. We get no mail delivery. We have no children in school, but yet.
And we're non-resident.
And we're non-resident. And given that fact, we're almost being double taxed because we have a quarterly maintenance fee that the township isn't providing those services. So that's why our maintenance fees are where they are, to cover these additional services that the normal taxpayers get, right? We don't have that benefit. And we are a condo. And I understand, our total acreage on our property card is 0.10. And I just heard when you were speaking with Denise, that doesn't value any land. Okay, I get that.
Right.
But are the tax rates
We
and
don't know the answer to that. We already said that.
and yeah, the appraisals based on if it's a condo or a residential single family home?
Well, its category is the category of condo. And so the statistical analysis is going to use sales of other condos to do its part of the valuation.
But are those other condos as part of the comp? Are they brand spanking new condos that were built a year ago? Or are they condos that, just like ours, were built in 1980 something with clapboard sides that's falling apart?
Yeah, well, I know this is not a site reappraisal. I get it. You're just taking valuations of properties that have been sold within the last couple of years.
Based on comp.
Yeah, comparable
It-
sales, and you're plugging them into a software package. I heard that, and it's spitting out the value. This is not a site appraisal. It's just some generic figure that's being spit out by the computer when nobody's actually coming out to the property.
The analysis is using all of the sales.
No, I understand that.
It doesn't.
But there's no, but it's statistical, right? It's not physical. You're not even seeing what you're reassessing. And I know that you guys aren't being taxed, no pun intended, to do that site visit.
Yeah.
Information.
Well, that's part of
Do
the
they
reason
realize
that there
that
are grievance hearings is for you to.
100%?
The purpose of the hearing is to let people bring forward those issues. There will eventually be another physical reappraisal, but
when is that
this
planned
one-
on being done? When's that physical reappraisal plan on being done?
there was a truck going by. I couldn't quite hear what you were saying. Go ahead.
When are those physical reappraisals going to be done? You said they're planned on being done.
Oh,
When are the-
we don't have that information yet, so I couldn't say when.
Okay.
So is it really like okay with the town of Wilmington that people are either going to be forced into foreclosure, have to sell their properties, have to take on 4 jobs because there's no work in Vermont or Wilmington? People that have lived there their entire lives that now can no longer afford an over 100% increase in property taxes. The town of Wilmington is now going to be in the running with New Jersey for the #1 state for median property income tax.
Well, I mean, you guys.
This is unheard of.
Now, you guys aren't Vermont residents, are you?
What?
Are you a Vermont resident?
No, I live in Massachusetts.
All right, Sarah, are you a Vermont resident?
Yes, I live right here in town.
The assessor
How do you
is.
feel about your taxes going up 100%?
Well, she might not
Well,
be
we
one of
don't know the
these
tax
thousands.
implications yet.
Well, if I look at my tax bill and I look at my assessed value and I do the calculation based on the tax rate that was used for
Our tax is
2023,
gonna be over 9,000.
our taxes are going up 100%. Actually, it's actually more than 100%. We're currently paying $4,343 in taxes. If this reappraisal value doesn't change and the tax rates don't change, municipal and educational, our taxes will go up $4,706. They're more than going up more than 100%, over 100%. Our taxes are going to double.
More than double.
Well,
More
this-
than double. And my mortgage is going to go up $400 or $500 a month. Sarah, how do you feel about that? I mean, you live here. I mean, this is outrageous. This
And what are we
increase.
doing with this money?
Okay, then that's another great question, and you guys are going to tell me you can't answer it because.
That's true. We can't.
But just in general, just talking, to you as a person and somebody who lives there, I mean, this increase is outrageous.
People can't afford it.
Something has, like I said, and the only way I understand the reappraisal process, I understand Act 68 and how it works. But
This should have been done.
The township
This should have
itself-
been done in 2027.
the township of Wilmington itself can do something about that by adjusting the tax rate to lower the impact and burden of a 105% increase in our tax. So something can be done by the township, and I wish representative was there to answer these questions, because once I get off this call, I'm not going to have any of my questions answered that I was interested in knowing. And we had an increase in 2001 of 21%. So our reappraisal value went up 121% in about 3 years, and our taxes have more than doubled over 100%. How do people that make an average salary afford all this?
Well, I would say that you might have to wait until the new tax rate is actually made public, and there might be very well some way that you can give some feedback to the town. But unfortunately for this hearing, we can only address the physical and new market values for this purpose. And I have made note here of that you are having similar issues about your structure that other condo residents are, and that may be something that the assessor will take into account. So the best we can do right now is just understand what your issues are and let the assessor know that information.
Yeah, well, maybe this conversation I'm having, explaining to you, should
Well,
happen in front of the
so-
township.
We'll be getting another notice, a second notice. Everybody gets a second notice who had
Okay.
a hearing, and that will show what, if any, change was made in your valuation. And even if there was no change, you will still get that notice. And in that notice as well, there is information for the owner to possibly take advantage of some other further steps beyond this to seek resolution of the valuation that you would find satisfactory. So that notice will probably be mailed out in about 2.5 weeks to you. And that would be where you could consider what you want to do next.
It's interesting. I got my tax bill, not that, this is any concern of your guys, for New Jersey. And our assessed value here is so ridiculously low on a
Thank
home
God.
we could probably sell for $900,000. The amount of taxes we pay and the rate that we pay, if they ever raised our taxes, our assessed value to what the comps are within our township, our taxes would be $40,000 a year. So the way these are calculated and the rates they're calculated on based on the appraised values, it's depending on where you live. Either they keep the value low and adjust the tax rates, or vice versa. You can't do both.
Yeah, we
I
really
mean,
don't know what's
In
going to happen
foreclosure in the town's not gonna have
with the
anybody
tax
over it?
rate.
I don't know what people are going to do to pay an increase of 104 or 5% in their taxes every year.
Yeah, we really can't have any, we don't have anything to do with that. It's just not, it's not
All right, well,
applicable
this
here.
then obviously sounds like this is not the right forum to express the concerns and information I have and what's happening here, or getting answers to rates, tax rates adjustments, why we're being reassessed in almost basically
Right,
3-year
Wilmington
period.
could have done this in 2027 and still fallen within the guidelines of Act 68.
Yeah, I think the
We
committee-
received notice from the state requiring us to do a reappraisal. And so we contracted an appraiser to be able to do that for us. And this was the time that we were allotted. They
Why isn't Dover?
appreciate that there's very few appraisers in the state of Vermont. So there are lots of towns that are being pushed out many years because there's lots of towns that need to do reappraisals.
Yeah,
Right,
So
but they
that's
should-
why
I mean,
there
I
are
understand
some that
that.
aren't contracted for years.
Right,
Well,
but like the
all right, so-
towns right next door haven't been done since 2006.
Right, so why weren't the towns that haven't been done
Correct.
in 18 years not reassessed first?
Correct.
And the towns that have been reassessed within the last 3 years, they're on the
I
top
can't
of the list?
speak for other towns. I don't know what their process is or how they contract, or because it is something that you have to budget for as well. So I'm not sure, because the laws have just recently, the statutes have just recently changed regarding reappraisals. So
Right,
a
and
lot of
Wilmington could
towns
have
are
chose-
now, yep.
And right, Wilmington could have
They could have
chose
bought that.
to, I'm looking at the Act 68 right in
They
front of
could
me
have
here on
bought
a Word document. It says a preliminary statewide reappraisal schedule, phasing in all reappraisals for each municipality within 6 years. Within the first municipality scheduled to be complete reappraisal done on or before April 1st and 27. That's what the Act 68 from the Tax Department of Vermont said. Wilmington could have chosen to do this 2-3 years from now, given the fact we just had a reassessment. a reappraisal done 3 years ago. They decide to do one now when they had the option of doing it on or before April 1st of 2027. I know you guys don't decide these things, but the people that do decide these should have been at these meetings, and they should have been able to provide some answers. I understand what your function is and what you're doing here, but the main point of this is people's taxes are doubling.
We have to, the town had to do this reappraisal and they
No, they
have done
didn't.
it.
No, Dan, I'm sorry,
no.
that's not true. I'm reading the act from the tax department right here in front of me.
Well, at this point,
I
we
just read it.
don't have any control about what's already happened. And all we can do
Understood.
is
But
discuss.
they didn't have to do it, Dan. You're saying they did, but they did. Based
All right,
on that,
Mayor or whoever,
Yeah,
the
the
committee, they
committee-
could have fought that.
the committee, the mayor, whatever, could have chosen when to do
They
this.
could have said
And
no.
they had up to April of 2027 to do it. I don't
Well,
know
in
why
any-
it wasn't pushed off considering we were reassessed 3 years ago. So yes, they had the option. I'm reading the tax 68 document in front of me from.
Well, in any
tax
case,
provider.
as far as this hearing goes, all we can accomplish right now is just to deal with your property.
Okay,
And
so our property, our windows are falling apart, the doors are falling out, the clapboard needs to, there's rot all over the place, the decks are falling down. The property isn't graded properly, there's water issues.
We just had a special assessment too, because
yeah,
we had
the
an
walkway-
issue with it, with a potential lawsuit due to the fact that the walkways up to all the units are basically falling apart. They're pea gravel, there's drainage issues because of the grading to the building. We just had an assessment of almost $1,000 to just replace the walkways going up and to fix the drainage issues on top
Now we're
of
gonna be hit with a
the
massive-
windows needing replacement, the siding rotting, the things my wife was just saying, what Denise had stressed to you guys earlier, because we live in the same condo complex, Powderhorn.
Our road is constantly disintegrating,
Yeah, I mean,
goes on and on.
you just got to understand our frustration. I know you guys don't
Yeah.
decide this, and I know what your function is, but this isn't right. It's just
Well,
really
if-
not.
I have made some notes about the actual physical issues that you're discussing, and that will be handed over to the assessor. So that would be just what we can do right now, and
Yeah,
you'll get that
understand Yeah, I
second
appreciate-
notice.
I appreciate you listening. I appreciate your time. I understand what it is that you guys are going to do. So Sarah, do you have any idea when, if there's going to be a meeting, or that you can meet with the committee of Wilmington or the mayor or anybody else to talk about this? Is anything planned to talk to the people that live in Wilmington? Because we will be full-time residents.
Not that I
until
know
we
of
get this
myself,
money.
but if you'd like to send me an email just with your like the things that you're trying to get answers on, I can probably find other people within our offices to help answer those questions. I just don't have your answers.
Okay.
But if you want to send me an email, I can do my best to try and find more about these answers.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate that. I mean, the most important question, and I don't believe people don't ask it, is are the tax rates going to be adjusted to compensate for this increase in appraisal?
And what is the town
If-
doing with a
Yeah.
massive influx of?
Yeah, so what is the township
They don't
doing?
know, they don't
Yeah.
know, this isn't the forum for that.
Yeah, okay, I know, these are just things I'm thinking of off the top of my head, you know, they're gonna get an
Just out of
influx of
sheer
revenue
frustration.
of more than 100%. What are they gonna do with all this additional money? You
And
know,
is there a different tax rate for non-residents, which I believe there is?
I mean, I'm sure you guys can understand our
Everybody.
frustration and
Shock.
with the increase that we're facing here is
New Jersey tax.
100%, over 100% increase. So, and everybody that's on these calls, I think pretty much unless they purchased within the last year, is getting hit with similar increases. And it's just, there should be a
Well,
tax.
and these
rate.
are also things that, we have an annual town meeting where all the budgets get discussed and things like
Uh-huh.
this. And that's absolutely a place that you could come, and it's open, and it's open to the public, and your voice can be heard, and you get more answers than what you're just getting from me.
Yeah,
And
okay,
that's
listen,
usually around March, like the beginning of March.
And what we be sent a notification as to when that date is by email? Is that how it works?
Not by email, but it's posted on our website. We send out warnings to anyone that's listed as I believe it's a registered voter, anyone who's in town. All notices
Okay.
do go out regarding the warning for town meeting.
Okay, I'll have to check the website and see what it
We're
is.
not residents yet.
Yeah, we're not residents yet, but it's just putting into question whether we want to be.
Yeah, I don't. Not at
Because
this
the
point.
reason we're leaving New Jersey is to get out from under taxes, and then we go to Vermont and they increase them by 121%.
Right.
So, all right. I
Thank
can
you.
see my allotted time is up. Thanks for listening, Sarah.
But
I'll
definitely feel free to send me an email and I can help follow up with those.
Yeah, well, I told you the most important question. Are they planning on
you.
adjusting the tax rate to compensate for the outrageous
don't-
increase? No, but
Thank
Sarah's going to find
Yeah.
that out. So I will
Thank
send a
you.
formal email. Thank you for following up on that. Thank you for listening. I appreciate the time.
You're welcome, of course.
Okay, thank you.
All right. Thank you. Bye.
Good day.
Okay. Next we have Eric. So I can see he's already logged on. So Eric, you can feel free to unmute yourself. And if you're all set, we are ready for you. I can see that you're unmuted, but I can't hear if you're talking yet. We're unable to hear you. I'm not sure if you're trying to talk, but if you are, we can't hear you. I wonder if maybe if you try logging out and log back in or rejoin. I'm not sure, but we're unable to hear you, Eric.
Gee.
I know. Maybe you could try logging out and rejoin. But we can't hear you. Hopefully he can get back in.
Yeah. Well, it's given me some time to look over his information.
Mhm. Have some more for you from this afternoon too. Earl, if you want, you can come and have a seat. You're our next person. It's an open meeting, so anybody can be here. Yeah.
Oh, is it working?
Hi, Eric.
Hey, sorry about that. I'm
Oh,
used
that's
to
all right.
Team. The Zoom was a little bit.
Oh yeah, that happens. Gotta have good
Yeah.
service.
So I just called on the landline.
That's fine. We can hear you now. So if you'd like to go ahead and begin, the floor is
Outstanding.
yours.
Yeah, sure. Thank you. Yeah. So this is my first time. I'm not sure, but did you guys receive my emails in terms of some of the information that I was questioning?
Yes, my name is Dan. I work for the assessor. And for this
Okay.
hearing, we do have your information that was sent in. And anything else that we discovered today here will also be given to the assessor, who will then review your property and make any changes if necessary.
Yeah. So basically, the property, right? So it's from the 70s. This on the second owner. Nothing's updated. The windows are from the 70s. Everything has not been upgraded. One of the few things that I did notice on the property card that was used to determine the proposed assessment, that I have 4 bedrooms. I do not have 4 bedrooms.
Right. Okay.
In the home, in the main area of the home, there's 1 bedroom upstairs on the second floor, and that has a 1 bedroom, at the top of the peak of the A-frame. I don't know if you have a picture in front of you of the home.
I do have the property card, so I'm looking at the sketch, and it's very clear what you're talking about. Yeah.
Yeah. So in the top floor, there's just a small 1 bedroom with no closet, and then there's the loft that's open. It's just a loft for living space to hang out, not a bedroom. On the main floor, you have 1 bedroom with a closet, a bathroom, a living room. There's no dining room. It's just a living room. It's an interesting layout, and a kitchen. And then in the basement, it's a finished basement, with drywall. Also, on the main floor, there's a bathroom, full bath with a tub, toilet, sink, shower. In the basement, it's a finished basement with drywall, no bedrooms. It's a basement, and a bathroom with just a shower stall and toilet, no bathtub. So I know the card said something about 4 bedrooms and maybe 3 bathrooms. There is not 3 bathrooms.
Okay. Yeah, that's easily corrected. Sometimes if they haven't been able to see the inside or get information, they may have had to either estimate or use plans that were submitted, when it was first built. So this is easy to correct.
So some of the things. Yeah, I'm sorry to interrupt.
Oh, so there's 1 full bath on the main floor.
Correct.
You said, and then
yes, sir. In the basement, there's just a bathroom with a toilet and a shower stall, no tub, and there's no. It has a sink. Yeah, wash your hands.
So sink, toilet, and tub. Okay. Yeah.
Correct.
So that's
no tub in the basement, just a shower stall.
right. So that would be 3 fixtures as well. So that it's 2 and not 2.5.
Yeah.
Or 3 rather.
Yeah, there are not 3 bathrooms. No.
Okay.
And then the property, right? So the property, it's a very rough property. There's wetlands in the land to the right of me, the other lot. It has basically like a wetland, or maybe I'm using the wrong word, but it has the runoff from Look Road, from the top of the road, comes down underneath in one of those tubes and whatnot underneath, and it runs out you know, I guess from the winter with it melting and rain and whatnot, and it runs through my property, so it's not really buildable property. It's wet,
Yeah.
and it's got the flow of the runoff from the mountain. You know, the property is eroding. Again, there is no updates to the home. I've been in Look Road. You know, I bought the house in 2018. It was appraised, I think, roughly around $140,000 or $150,000. And now I'm being told, you know, a few years later that it's doubled in value. It's extremely difficult to believe that it's appraised at $299,000 with 0 upgrades to the home. You know, especially with those. And the other 2 homes to the left of me, owned by the Hansons, that house is tremendous. It's got more than double the amount of bedrooms, bathrooms. The landscape is much nicer. Same with the other home. The other home next to him is owned by him as well, and that has a 4-car garage on the property. 4-car garage, multi-tier, access from 2 different parts of Look Road, and those homes are both appraised lower than mine, which is unbelievable. You know, that other home with the garage, with the 4-car garage, that has 3 bedrooms, 2 bathrooms, a full dining room, kitchen, and living room with the 4-car garage. So there's some, I know we're not doing comparables. I get it wasn't based on comparables. However, it should play into a factor of the value of the home, because there is no comparison between my home and theirs.
Yeah. Well, I understand what you're saying, and I would say that the reappraisal does use all of the valid sales that took place in town to create the new values. Those sales would be from the past 3 years up to March 30th. And there have been some great changes and large changes in some properties, and others didn't go up quite so much. But what we do want to make sure at the very least is to make the data correct for your house. I did want to just discuss a little bit more about the second floor.
Of course, yeah.
Do you have a copy of the property card, the assessor's property card, by any chance?
Yeah, let me.
Not the notice that you got, but the actual.
Yep. Yeah, hold on.
The property card.
Yes, hold on a minute, sir.
Which has a sketch on the backside.
Sarah, you know, let's see, Sarah. Let's see, 68. Okay, I have it. I can't. Yeah. So, what is the question, sir?
Oh, well, so as you're looking at that sketch, the
second page.
Yeah, the backside of it.
Yes, sir.
So it shows the rectangular sketch of the house and the other. It's also showing a segment that's separate from the main part of the house, which shows the second floor area. So you said there's 1 bedroom, and then there's part of it is loft.
Yeah.
Is that correct?
Yeah.
So the bedroom,
second floor. Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
So the bedroom part, is that completely closed off with a door and privacy?
Yes, the bedroom on the second floor is the back of the home. I don't understand this diagram, but
yeah.
But you know, it's my house, so I can speak on it. When you go up the stairs, it's in the back of the home. It's in the center of the back of the home.
Yeah.
And it has no closet. It does have a door.
Right. Yeah.
And is it is closed off for privacy. Yes, that 1 bedroom, and then just a loft, you know, on the second floor, right? So it's just, you know,
so
like a chair and stuff.
Yeah, we're showing the square footage of that area as 361 feet of square feet.
You know, I'm not a builder, so I don't understand square footage. So I can't comment on what that square footage is.
Yeah, well, theoretically, this sketch was created from an interior visit at some point, and measurements would have been taken. So that 361 square feet would be the area of the bedroom and whatever loft area as well. So that's what that would represent, which is a so that's about half of what your actual first floor area is. Probably a little bit.
It's a small bedroom.
Yeah.
It's not, there's nothing significant about it. And then the loft is just, it's just open.
Right.
Because you got the slanted A-frame. There's nothing you can really do with it. It's an awkward space.
Yeah. So that's what we're showing. Do you have any pictures that you might be able to send digitally?
Not offhand, no.
Okay.
I don't.
Well, for now, we can go with
But
what's
it's a
here.
2-bedroom. Yeah.
Yeah. So it's basically 1 bedroom upstairs and 1 bedroom on the main floor.
Correct.
Yeah.
It's
Okay.
Yeah, and the one on the main floor has a closet. It's got, it's got a closet and in the bedroom and the door and for privacy and whatnot. And
Right.
it's a nice space on the first floor.
Yeah. In our system, the existence of a closet isn't really a factor in the valuation. It's just square footage, and even so,
well,
as long
most
as
bedrooms have closets in it.
Okay. Yeah.
Right.
Okay. It should be fairly easy for the assessor to make the decision to obviously to correct the bathrooms.
Yeah.
And the
I'm just concerned. I'm all
count.
about what's right is right, but
Yeah.
there's no way that my house would sell more than my neighbors, given the little bedrooms that I have and the lack of upgrades and property and whatnot. And I'm concerned about the property tax, just like everyone else. I'm not going to go on a rant about it, but I will express, my feelings. I have a long history up here. I've been coming up there with my family for 40 years. And, I've known Shirley Pease my whole life and Amanda and, and the Hansons next door and whatnot. In 2018, I bought the home, and it's just, I can honestly say that Wilmington hasn't changed. Nothing has really changed much in those 40 years with the town. Yeah. It's the same stuff, and it's becoming increasingly more and more expensive. And I really, depending on this evaluation and the taxes, it's, I may be going to a more of a tax-friendly area to spend my time and spend my money and whatnot with my children. And it's sad because I really enjoy Vermont.
Well, for the purposes of our hearing, we basically can only focus on, the physical characteristics. And I did want to ask, well, do you have a thought or a feeling about what you think would be what you would consider a reasonable market value that if you don't, it's okay. But I'm just asking in case you have some notion.
And I appreciate the question. I'm not a realtor, and I haven't been looking at homes because I have a home, and I really don't know. However, I do know that it is not worth more than my neighbor's house. That's a fact. And I can't see that my home has doubled in value in 6 years. I can't fathom that idea. Yeah. That it's doubled in value.
The market did go up a great deal, and that's why the state required this reappraisal to be done.
100%. And COVID really did that, and I understand that, and I accept that. However, again, there's no way that my neighbor's house is appraised at less than mine when he has many more bedrooms, kitchens, and bathrooms.
I should mention the bedroom count actually does not have a value change based on how many there are in this system.
Even the square footage, the living square footage is a lot less than my neighbor's home.
Yeah. Well, I've made a note here for the assessor to know that that's how you
To
feel
re-examine it.
regarding, you know, your neighbor's valuations compared to yours. So he will have
Yeah.
that to see, and he will make the correction for the bathrooms and bedrooms. So what will happen is you will get a second notice in about 2.5 weeks to
Yes,
show
sir.
what if any change was made, and it looks like there will be some change in the valuation. So that will come to
Okay.
you, and with that notice, there will be information regarding other further options that would be available to you for further resolution. And so
Okay.
read that carefully when you get that. And so it looks like we've accomplished what we needed to do here today. And
Yes, sir.
it's good that you did, you know, call up and let us know what was accurate and what wasn't.
Yeah, just going with
Well,
the system, you know, follow
yeah.
the rules.
Yep, it's working out well. So wait for that notice, and then you'll be able to decide what to do next.
Very well, sir. Thank you for your time.
Okay, well, thanks for calling, Eric, and have a good day then.
You too. Have a blessed day. Bye.
Thank you. Bye.
Okay. So now,
There we go.
where am I with all my notices here? Okay, so we have Earl right
Yep.
here. On behalf of the Slate Family Trust.
Oh, okay. Okay, it looks like we're ready for you, Earl. My name is Dan, by the way, and that's Sarah, who you may have talked to already. Yeah.
Basically, when you're, I know the square footage is the main thing.
Yeah.
But then you also compare supposedly the similar houses being sold in the area for the price, correct?
Yeah, right. Yeah.
Okay, so 3-bedroom house, in most cases, sell more than some. So there is some bearing on 3-bed versus 2-bed.
Well, but it doesn't enter into the system that's used for this reappraisal. And I know. Well,
one has
yeah.
3 bedrooms that sells for more than one with 2 bedrooms. How do you reconcile that system?
Well, it's not a relevant factor for the actual. Presumably the assessor is going to have a value that reflects the sales, and the bedroom count won't be a major factor in the
I'll take your word for that. I'm not sure how that
yeah.
works. If I were buying a house, I would
Well,
probably expect to pay more for the 3 bedrooms.
I guess you could, but I should mention the assessor uses a software system that's certain that the state requires the towns to use, and he's also had about 35 years of experience doing reappraisals. But it doesn't mean he's perfect, and we do want to hear anything that you want to say about your property, and so we do.
Okay.
Go ahead.
My God. Got some questions on the charter. I didn't understand something.
Oh, sure. Okay. Yeah.
Figures on plumbing.
Oh, okay. I can explain that pretty easily. So you're talking about the bathroom and bathrooms. Yeah. So what you're seeing is on your card. Well, you can turn yours around. So when you're looking at the plumbing, where it says 3 fixture bath, so that means the number that's right next to that is
3 fixture means you gotta.
Yeah, so it's saying there's one bathroom that has 3 fixtures in it. So, and it does count plumbing. So somebody might have 2 sinks, that would be a 4 fixture, and so on. So you have 2 of those. On Is there one on each floor? How are they arranged?
Yeah, there's one on each floor.
One on each floor?
One on the bottom for the useless.
Oh, why is that?
I brought a picture. I'll show you.
Oh, you did? Oh, okay.
Okay.
Do you have them in digital form by any chance?
I brought them on
Well,
the iPad.
Sarah's email would be where you could send those, and those will go to the assessor as
You
well.
can see which one. You can look at
Yeah.
it, see which
Oh, yeah, yeah.
one.
Go ahead.
Question on that. I didn't understand
Okay.
that. Oh, the other question I didn't understand how it worked is on the garage, external garage.
Yeah, yeah.
I didn't understand the four different values of what the whole thing.
Oh, okay. So, well, the important ones are the year built over here at the beginning. So the year built being 1971, and then the 1995 reflects how it compares to
Yeah, but
the current status.
these figures here, that's what I'm talking about.
Oh, those. Okay, sorry. Oh, exterior features.
Yeah,
over
that's
there.
the name.
Yeah. Okay, so, yeah, so, those numbers are coming, based on square footage. The year built is being right now it's using the year built of the house. In some cases, at times, if it's a brand new, deck or something, it can get a year built that's, stating it was built in 2000. But, so it's using the.
Yeah, I just didn't understand why I had four valuations.
Yeah, and then, so the square footage appears in each of those sections on the sketch there. So that's how that works.
I didn't see the square footage listed, but I'm sure it's
Uh-huh. And what else? Address here.
Well, on that, went and took my tape measure out and
Oh.
all my stuff inside.
Great, okay.
And they come up different.
Oh,
So I'm-
inside?
Yeah.
Oh,
I do outside, right?
it's standard procedure that assessors, pretty much wherever you go, the first floor has to be measured on the outside. The exterior. The second floor adjustments can be made to some extent based on when you have a knee wall where the roof is cutting off the height. Normally speaking, at a 5-foot level is where they would start to assess square footage. It's a good thing, but so what were you going to say about square footage?
Oh, I had measured the outside. I didn't know what the square footage was on the.
Oh, okay.
On the garage. I didn't quite see it.
Oh, on the garage, yeah. That actually would be, let's see, that would be usually, so it's showing the length and width over here, 24 by, well, there's a shed too as well. So
We'll get to that.
yeah.
Shed hasn't existed in years.
Oh, well, gee.
I'll get to that.
Okay, so it's saying the garage is 24 by 30 or
Yep,
whatever you
that's
measure?
exactly.
Okay, and so it's not multiplying to show you the actual square footage. Sometimes it does.
No big deal.
And then it's showing the physical depreciation because of how old it is, 21, and that it's 100% complete, not partially complete. So yeah.
That little shed we just mentioned, that's there. Oh. It's not existing, gone for years.
Oh, okay. Actually, the shed is referring to see, one. Oh, it's not one. That's curious.
Well, that's-
Oh, okay, so
that was the
no,
only
I've
shed
got
that was
it. Yeah, yeah, this little icon over here, that represents the garage. So it's not actually sketched. So it's not sketched. So this does show, I guess it says 12 by 12, but it's not a perfect square. It's actually less than a perfect square.
Right, I like that.
Yeah, okay, well,
Ripped down years ago.
yeah, and most people aren't, and it's not, it's normal that most people aren't going to know that if the assessor isn't told that something's gone, then it's going to stay on the records until.
The last time they came up, which was, I forget
Well, it should have been 4 years ago.
Yeah.
And so was it
Yeah,
gone then?
2020.
Was it gone then?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, okay. Well,
He did a lot of other things, so.
I can't
I
explain.
have no problems with what he did.
Well, it's certainly going to come off now. And so if you would like, after you're going to get a second notice. After you get that notice, you could email Sarah and she can send you a new copy of this card so that you can verify that it's been taken off. Yeah.
Another thing that's definitely wrong
um,
is this deck right here,
Yeah.
12 by 21. I'm guessing that was an input typo error.
Oh.
It's 12 by 12.
Okay.
So it's gotta be, I figured somebody just. that
Yeah.
figured it.
And is it positioned properly? Is there a gap between?
Yes, there is that.
Okay.
gap there.
Sometimes these segments get sketched and they aren't put in the right place.
Yeah, no,
So,
that's actually accurate.
so there is a gap there.
Yeah, people on it before that. A little wall there with some stairs there.
Yeah.
They had a sunroom up there
Oh, okay.
and there was nothing there. So
Yeah.
that was the way I got in. So I put in a deck there and then
Oh.
a total gap between the actual house.
Yeah.
And that's how I.
Okay. So I'm just going to draw a line here to make it 12 by 12.
It's 12 by 12.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Great. No, that's very easy to correct.
that one looked like just a typo error to me. 12 and 21. reverse
So
digits, you know.
there never was anything bigger than that. So
No.
no. Yeah, it could be an error anywhere along the way to getting to.
That's what it looked like, just a typo.
Yeah, yeah,
It's a typo, 12, type 21.
yeah, yeah, yeah. So that'll be fixed. And that will have 144 square feet for the square footage. And so that seems pretty clear.
Once I go through that, that's an easy note. See that right away. It's not-
Yeah, yeah. And as you know, this reappraisal was not physical, it was just statistical.
Right. Well, I
So,
don't know if somebody's gonna look at it.
yeah,
Evaluate it.
eventually. Yeah, eventually. So I guess that pretty much takes care of what you
As far as the square footage goes, my
Yeah.
question is, I got one of the things like, I don't know if they took the value. So I got a shared wall.
okay, I'll make a note of that. And that's always been that way?
Yeah, I think the original thing way back, like 17 acres. And when we sold it, we broke up all these things. I ended up with a well. And I shared with my neighbor down below. Actually, I wish you could see it tomorrow.
Oh, okay.
No, because I bought the house 5 years ago, something like that. And it got foreclosure from the other owners. And so the real estate dealers came in. I don't know if it's just, you have no water in 3 days.
Oh, really?
Turn the copper.
Really?
Yeah. It was not one of his finest days or weeks, I should say.
I'll bet.
But anyway. And as far as water goes, I mean, I got a picture of water in the house. But also, I took a picture this morning, it was hardly raining the other night. But I already had water coming in that.
And that's, how does the water get in like that?
When they built the sunroom, they put the thing down and they stone. Trying to seal it. I resealed it a million times. It's still gets water. Better than used to. I put a sump up in there, it only gets rid of part of it.
Yeah.
I had up to 3 inches of water. You know, the spring season, whatever.
Yeah.
You know, nothing.
Yeah. So there is a basement area or there's,
No, just the other part of the basement. There's no basement.
oh, it's where you stand up
It's a
though.
little hole that they put the oil burner in.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Anyway, those were really just questions. We had some social stuff. I'll show you the pictures.
The, since they're saying there is, they call it crawl space.
Yeah, in the downstairs, I have to pull
Yeah.
out one of the heating vents
Yeah. Oh,
and then move a board that's covered the hole.
oh,
And then you drop down into the hole.
really?
the third
Yeah.
floor,
Yeah.
which is, big. That's what, if I have a break or something, yeah, I go down there.
And it's so low, right? I mean,
It's,
yeah.
you're not gonna stand up straight.
And it's all dirt.
It's all dirt,
Yeah.
rock, there's a deep boulder down
Yeah.
there.
It's, the data is saying it's crawl space and it has no value. Just, it's just crawl space. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. As far as water getting in there, it's not really, it can't fit into the valuation. Well, yeah, that wouldn't.
So there's, this is the,
Oh, yeah.
that's the 12 by 12 deck.
Okay,
Oops.
yeah.
Touch anything else?
Yeah.
And that's the sunroom that they built onto it. That's where we're going to slide glass doors. That's.
Oh,
There's my 12 by 21 deck, whatever it is.
yeah, right
That's
here.
Right there.
Yeah.
So that's what you're looking at, a picture from right here, looking at that. house
And
that
this is
way.
the,
That's the
this is the
sunroom.
sunroom.
That's the children.
is that closed off from the rest of the house? It's all open to the house? Okay.
Inside,
It's all open.
it's open, there's a.
Yeah.
there's a railing
Okay.
in there.
Okay. Yeah, that's the way it's sketched. Sometimes something like that would be closed off and then we'd call it something else.
It was originally.
Okay,
When I
yeah.
bought the house
So,
years ago, turned around, it was so hot. in there.
right. Yeah, that's common. So
They
you
had-
just,
The windows they had weren't, you couldn't even open.
oh, really? Okay.
So anyway.
That's a much better arrangement. Yeah, okay,
So
yeah.
that's what that is.
So, yeah.
Let's see which way we go. Okay, that's, I just took that this morning. That's in the, there's the oil burner there.
Oh,
And that's. what
That's where the
dark
water
stuff- That's
comes
all
in.
the water stuff, just
Oh.
coming in just from a little bit we had
yeah.
just the other day.
Well,
I don't know if that has any bearing or anything, but. it makes
yeah,
life-
since it's not valued area, it wouldn't really have any.
Yeah, it
place
would
in
affect the sale of the place more than anything else.
Exactly, yeah.
Where are we now?
Um,
Oh, this is the downstairs. It's all just storage now for me. But that's, as you come into the, this little one here.
Yeah.
There. Walk in that door there.
Oh,
And that's what you
okay.
see there.
yeah. So it's kind of,
It's became a mess. I had some friends, so-called friends, that lived down there for a while,
Oh.
years ago, and they wrecked the place.
oh, gee.
And after I'd redone the whole thing, 'cause that was all wallpapered up and everything else, and looking pretty good, which is my way. That's just what the
the
windows
windows.
look like.
Uh-huh.
Now, this is in that kitchen area downstairs, so that'd be like
Okay.
over there.
Yeah.
Now, there's no stove, no refrigerator, no nothing down there. That's all. You can see the marks, the water.
Oh,
They
yeah.
Pretty much destroyed it. That's just a picture of the front door downstairs.
Uh-huh.
Never even got finished with
The,
framing it.
yeah,
Kept it
yeah.
in. but Didn't finish. That's the hallway downstairs, just really. Walls are just painted over.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
This is the bathroom area. So you come in.
Is,
Oh,
is there
downstairs.
heat? Is there heat down there?
Yes. Oh, yes.
So it's the main heat,
Yeah, the
hot
old-
air,
Yes.
oil?
No,
Yeah.
The burner goes to both places. Splits.
Okay,
Upstairs,
yeah.
upstairs That's what the downstairs looks like. As you can see, they. It's just a mess. They ripped the wallpaper off, everything.
So it's got a lot of cosmetic
It
issues.
is,
Yeah.
there's lots of cosmetic. That's the tub. Just, they messed it up. That's another look at it. You can see everything. That's a little spot. And where they could have put a washer or something.
Oh, okay.
But it's-
Yeah.
This is where the normally. So.
Oh, yeah.
That's where the refrigerator was, and that's, you know, they had a leak down there when they were living there. They didn't bother to figure it out until. So
Oh,
it's whole floors on water.
yeah. Yeah.
And that still exists, but it's not usable. That's the cemetery.
Oh. Was the plumbing not, I mean, is it
I've shut it down.
problems?
I've shut it down.
Yeah.
Well, I have no
yeah,
reason to use it downstairs.
Yeah.
But if I were to use that, I have to rip the whole thing out. It's, as you can
Yeah.
see, it's nothing I want
Yeah.
to use for a sink.
No.
Oops. I touched something. There we go. So. Anyway, no, that was the entryway downstairs, the floor. They wrecked the floor up there.
Oh, okay.
So now I just put my snow blower there. And that was a picture of the garage.
Mm-hmm.
It needs a new roof and everything else. You can see it's-
It's pretty, it's pretty intact though. I mean, it's not, nothing.
Except for the roof.
Yeah, except for the roof. Okay. Yeah.
That was upstairs bathroom. Can't get that crap off. It's the water, so minerally.
Yeah.
That was just a picture of the
In
condition of the.
inside. So
Yeah, they're just. That's a water damage in the ceiling in the bathroom.
Oh, with the what?
The vent up there.
Yeah.
It's got a metal roof, but it still gets leaks around it.
Oh,
So,
gee.
yeah. Sink that needs to be repaired, it's replaced upstairs, so all rusted. Yeah, just a picture of the
Front door?
that's the door to the upper deck. That's all it is.
Okay.
This is the water, it's a terrible, terrible picture.
Skylight?
This is all water damage.
Oh,
Skylight.
yeah,
It's all water down there.
that's normal. I mean, it's typical. It's the
I would
skylights.
never had a skylight.
They leak. Yeah, they always end up leaking.
I just can't get a good look at it. I thought I had a better picture of it. Maybe with the glare here, that's it. That's just a picture. Oh, that's a picture off the upper deck.
Right.
That's the downstairs entryway. We had corrugated up there.
Mm-hmm.
That's the upper deck.
Yeah.
That's it.
Okay. Well, yeah.
I
that-
need my shut. My prescription.
That's important. Well, I guess, yeah, I'm glad we can make some corrections here that are gonna take the value down a little bit. Yeah. Well, it varies from house to house. Some went up more than that and some less. It all depends on what the history of the valuation was, but the sales for the analysis were quite high. And so that has to be taken into account. That's why the state required the reappraisal to be done this year. So what will happen is you'll get another notice and it'll certainly show some change downward from having corrected the sketch. And it'll also tell you about other options you can take if you still want a further reduction in some way. And that'll come in about 2.5 weeks or so. But yeah, if you get a chance, if you email those photos to Sarah, the assessor can look at them.
She probably doesn't want all
Uh,
of them. She does, like, lives with all of them.
whatever, yeah, whatever you think is the most important ones. And
Well, if you think of it, you can always put it in
yeah. Well, good luck with everything. And I did make a note about the shared well. I don't know if that's how that's worked into the equation. But it, oh, it doesn't hurt to mention anything, everything. Yeah, it'll come back. You'll-
Yeah, would you like me to write it down for you? That might be easier.
Oh, well, no, you
That's
have
all
to,
right.
don't make them too small. I mean,
You can
yeah,
always increase it.
yeah,
I know a lot of times, when you send a picture, say, well, do you want to make it this?
there's a maximum. Oh, yeah, right, you get a
how
choice.
size you want
Right, right,
to Mail it out.
Yeah.
Sometimes it takes.
yeah.
And I've got.
Yeah, I think on Gmail, it's a maximum of 25 meg, I think it is. Yeah.
It'll be so.
Well, it can't hurt.
There you go. Yeah. Tax rate goes up as much. Doesn't change the valuation goes up that much. It's gonna be like paying $600 for rent.
Yeah.
I suppose, yeah.
Oh, it's crazy. That's why I'm a mass resident. Where you're at.
Oh,
Well, I lived there for 25 years.
yeah.
I was military. And when I retired, everything was taxed up here.
Yeah.
And Massachusetts doesn't tax.
They have a different system down there. It's, yeah.
Oh, yeah. So, and I was forced to,
Yeah.
relocate. I didn't want to sell this house. But maybe it's.
Well, yeah, if it doesn't work anymore, then, you might have to. Yeah.
Well, I appreciate your time. Bill.
Yeah, that's what we're here for. Yeah.
I'll send you the email.
Okay, sounds good.
Good luck. Thank you. Okay.
I only have 20 unopened emails.
Only.
That's like, yeah.
It's,
That's
so
it. That's very little. Yesterday when I left here, I had like 40 something.
wow.
The day before that, wait, today's only Tuesday. When I came in Monday morning, I had like 78.
Wow. Well, yeah, that's something that
It's hard because it's like people asking for stuff that's normal too, like property cards, like insurance people or whatever. Meeting, and it just goes to our cloud. It'll eventually end up on our website somewhere. um, so just make sure your microphone. It's so that the audio.
Hi.
Hi, my name is Dan.
Hi, Dan. How are you? Okay.
Okay. You can go ahead and start whenever you'd like.
Well, I mean, I've never done this before.
Okay.
So, and it wasn't really clear about what to do, except for maybe look around to see if I could find any comparable properties to my home with my husband that we share. And I couldn't find anything with the acreage and the house and cabin that we have built, that we built in 2020. Back then, we had a drive-by, someone came up the driveway, looked and left. And I don't really know if anyone has come to the house with this.
Someone should come by, it wasn't by.
No, they just came into the driveway, got out of their vehicle. Correct. They looked, they never came up to the door and left. Which, right. And that's fine, that's fine. Okay, that's fine. So.
The town has changed from having appeals to having.
Okay.
Other. It's the town's choice.
That's fine.
So.
I guess my initial question would be, how did the town come to the figures that were in the newsletter that I received?
Sure. And you don't have to have. No, right. It's not. And all, where you need, all of it. Still require. That's something to go on. So. So that. You will, you could still submit something. Yeah.
When you say submit something, what would that be?
Well, just whatever you.
And the purpose of that would be?
It could still be used in the review. So
okay.
The assessor is going to review everything over the next couple of weeks. So that's why. For the deadline. He would still be able to have consideration.
All right, and if I submitted photos, I could either go for me or against me?
Well, theoretically, you feel would be important. And to theoretically change.
Right. Because we haven't done any improvement since the first initial visit. We haven't done anything like that.
So that's the kind of thing I would take notes about. Here.
Okay.
So.
And that's in my initial letter.
Oh, okay.
Yep.
So no. So
20 years ago. That's maybe 2009. That sounds right, because we moved in December of 19.
Yeah. And this is a full time.
Yes, sir.
So would you say that the
since we built the cabin, correct? Yeah, we tore down the original structure and built a log cabin. And that's what we, right. So
that was built in 2000.
Correct. Correct.
Oh. As far as you know, well, somewhat possible something after they did.
We have a camera, so we haven't seen anybody.
Yeah.
No.
So most likely what was done was the sketch. You do have a copy of the property photo? Oh, okay.
I have one right here.
Oh.
This just gives an outline of the property, and then on the back side is the sketch of the house.
So what I'll be referring to, initially, would be a tax. Sketch.
Yep.
And that was probably created. You know, plans.
Mhm.
So it was probably sketched to get this, to get these dimensions.
Okay.
Before it was ever visited. And then normally it's supposed to be visited. What was built matches. Or if not, then it's correct. So this would be very useful for you to look over. Like, over some of the details, just
Okay.
about me too. So correct. Seems to be. I'm far left hand side.
Yep.
So it's describing the roof, shingles.
Yep.
So which is also south. So it's a lot.
Yes.
Well, that is saying there's 5 rooms and 3 bedrooms. So that is different from that.
No, that's right.
Sunset. However, the heat, what is the heating system?
Propane.
Propane, how is that? Is it hot water?
Water. This is where my husband should be here.
Okay.
But water.
You have baseboards then?
No.
Oh, is it hot water?
So it's in vents, like, you have,
Oh,
we
so
have a
that
hot
would
water
be
heater.
that would hot air.
Okay.
Yeah. What really depends on the floor? Are there vents on the second floor? It's awesome.
There's one.
Just
One vent in the upper level. Oh, no, there's one in the bathroom.
oh, that's it.
Yeah.
I mean, that's not always the case, but yeah. So then down below that. 2 full baths.
It's a half bath on the second level.
Oh, that's just a single floor.
Well, it's just got like a shower stall.
Oh, okay, so that would still. So
Okay.
the software. The number of fixtures. So in that column, it says there's 2, meaning 2 bathrooms. So sink, toilet, and shower.
Okay.
So is it, so there's 1 on each floor.
Correct.
There's 1 kitchen sink. That's a little bit close. It's 2 barns.
Yeah,
Or
it's kind of,
sheds.
yeah, it's a barn. It's a barn with a garage.
So 1 is 24 by 26.
Say that again?
Is there a loft? Some second floor.
There's one small barn that has a second floor to it. And then there's the rest of it that's all attached. So maybe that's what that means. We don't use it, it's gonna fall down, so it's just there. It's not usable. We don't really do anything. Hmm?
So it's.
Mhm. I mean, we've got storage stuff in there, but we just take our chances that it's not gonna flow down.
Yeah, not, so there's 2 things. One's 24 by 30.
It's all bad.
Same those with both houses.
No,
Older than that?
very, 60s, 70s.
Wow.
This was a family property that my husband's aunt and grandmother lived in until their passing. And we purchased it from the family. So the barn was existing with the hay barn from his aunt, who built it back in the 60s, 70s when they moved here. So there's been no improvements to it at all, except for maybe a nailer here or a piece of board so the roof doesn't blow off, but there's been nothing done to it.
So are they both in that
Mhm.
condition?
There's just no money for that right now.
Oh, right.
So we just hold our breath when the wind comes. See, hopefully.
Yeah.
So maybe that would decrease something.
Oh, yes, for sure. And definitely recommend is you take either one.
Oh, yes. Yep.
For now, they will be still listed, but it sounds like the condition.
Very.
And you built. They made an estimate. So. it's not good.
Okay.
So I'm gonna-
Okay. So maybe somebody will come and check that out.
Well, that's a possibility, but with the time frame of this hearing process, it may not be possible to do it.
Okay.
And you have to be assessed. In any case, in any area where they need some investigating down, so.
Right. I don't foresee us doing that in the near future.
Okay. So for now, the assessor may want. So. Is it? So we'll leave that.
Okay.
Which sounds useful. But for now, so description has to be what. That would actually.
Okay.
With this actually.
Right.
Because I'm. If you had pictures, if you want to see some pictures.
I can take some and email them.
Right before the fact. To Sarah's email address.
And Sarah, you were on the original letter?
Yes. The
SKO.
SKO. Yep.
Okay, I can do that.
So on the sketch that you're looking at there, there's a L-shaped section, sketch separately
This one?
above, yeah.
Yep.
So that's showing what this.
Ah, darn it all. I forgot all about it.
I wish I did my hair.
Oh.
If anybody even watches these, we don't even know.
Yeah. So that would have been most likely, that was sketched based on the original plans that were submitted.
I would assume, yes.
Yeah. So it's showing that it's that power amount, that shape is somewhere above the first floor.
Yep, it looks
And
right.
it's saying that it's 333 square feet total, based on the length and width dimensions there.
What does the CFP mean? The regular
EFG.
square underneath there, where it says 288.
Oh, CFP, you mean? CFP?
Yeah, what does that mean?
Yeah, oh, okay, I thought you said something else. That stands for closed frame porch. Just means I mean, covered, I'm sorry, covered front porch. There's no porch there?
There is.
Oh,
Covered is
okay.
better.
Yeah, I
Closed was
misspoke. Yeah.
Covered.
If it was,
It's not covered, but there's a deck.
oh, it's just a deck.
Yeah.
So there's no roof over it or anything? Okay,
Oh, wait
again.
a minute.
Oh,
If they're doing it this way, yes.
oh, okay.
This way, no. Okay, got it.
Yeah, with this sketch, I guess it wasn't obvious.
So this is the
Would-
dooryard this way.
So is this the back of the house, the front of the house where
The covered front porch is in the front of the house.
it's on the front? Okay,
in the
so
dooryard, 'cause
normally.
This is street
yeah.
side. Okay.
Normally, they put the front side as the bottom of the sketch
Okay.
itself.
Yep.
So, okay, that makes sense. So, so it's got a roof on it, but it's definitely not enclosed.
No.
So if it was enclosed, it would say EFP instead of
Okay.
CFP. Yeah, okay, well,
Okay.
that's a good question. And let's see. Well, I'm not sure there's anything else to verify with
Well,
the
the five
physical.
finished rooms. 'Cause it's all one open area. So
Oh, okay,
Three
yeah,
bedrooms is correct, because there's one bedroom, two bedrooms on the first floor. The upstairs is just a bedroom,
right.
and then just one room on the lower level.
Yeah, we can change that to 4. It's understood that some
Would it just
houses
be
don't, what?
Wouldn't it just be one?
No, I mean, one,
One finished room and 3 bedrooms?
oh, no, the bedrooms count as finished,
Oh,
finished,
okay.
they're finished rooms. Bathrooms don't count as a finished,
Okay, so
as a
maybe that should
room
be
per se.
4.
And that doesn't change the valuation.
Okay.
But we would just change the 5 to 4, and that would make more sense for what's actually there.
Okay.
And that's a good point. So as far as the value change, since this is a fairly new house, it would still be subject to, as all the other houses in town, to the analysis that was done using all of the sales in town for the past 3 years.
So it wasn't site visits through the town, it was just an analysis done?
Oh, for this reappraisal, right, it was just statistical in nature.
Okay.
And those 3 years would be ending at March 31st of this year. And so there was a valuation in 2020, and apparently it looks like it was only partially completed at that point, because they do have a value in 2020, but it's not the value that was, in other words, when it was completed in 2021, the value was changed to show that the house was finally completed. If that matches, they don't always know when something is finally completed
It was
unless they,
completed when they came and just looked and took a
oh,
picture.
yeah, that would have been, well, do you know what year that was?
2020.
Oh, they were there in 2020.
Or maybe
Okay.
it was early 21, because if we moved in October 31st of 20, winter time, maybe they came in the spring.
Yeah, that's possible. They were out between 2019 and 2020. So it does show that there was something to assess there in 2020.
Okay.
So the values did change greatly in town because the market changed, and because of the great market change in sales, the state was the one that decided the town had to do a reappraisal for this year in order to reflect that increase. So that's where the increase has come from in your reappraisal.
And how does that affect my next tax bill? How do I know? what
Well,
the
there's
increase will
no
be?
tax rate yet because this process isn't finished, and it won't be finished until probably at least 2 weeks, if not more, but somewhere around 2 weeks. And then,
Tax bills are due the 14th of August, so obviously.
yeah, it's not going to meet that. Sarah mentioned the timeframe that's going to happen with,
So we're gonna just get a bill on the old rate and then fix after this process is.
no.
So what happens is this process goes, compiles all the information, it goes to the assessor. Once hearings end, we have 7 days to basically take a second look at all of the people who came in for grievance. And then we compile everything into the system and create what they call the results of grievance notices, which look a lot like the original notices that went out. And you'll get one regardless of if it does change or doesn't change. But then it also states what your next steps would be if you decided to go further with your appeal.
Okay.
And that notice
So
will be
that
in
would
about
be like
2.5
couple
weeks.
out.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I guess my concern is that the next bill, which is due on the 14th, when will that come?
It's not due, it won't be due until 30 days after we mail out bills. So once we do the change of the results of grievance notices,
Yeah.
we send all of our information up to the state, then we're able to set tax rates. Then we're able
So the
to.
next bill isn't due on the 14th of August?
No,
Okay.
nope. We were looking at a date of August 30th, but that was well before we knew what was gonna happen with
So just wait for
grievance.
that letter.
Yep,
Would be
yep.
better.
And then not long after that letter, you'll probably get your first tax bill. And that will, it'll have a due date on there, but it won't be until 30 days after the tax bills have been mailed out.
Okay, so at least the 31st of August.
Oh, it'll be longer than that. It'll probably be sometime in September.
So what I'm gonna do is take pictures of the barn structures, email
Yeah.
them to Sarah, and just go from there.
Yeah. And if you want, no, it sounds like the second floor area is accounted for. I was going to say, is there open space where there
Floor to
is
ceiling.
no second floor?
It's
Vaulted?
all open from above.
Vaulted,
You walk-
yeah.
Yeah, it's all one
Yeah.
room.
Okay.
And then you go up the stairs and there's that second room.
Yeah, that's why it's the way it's sketched. It's only sketching the actual part that you can walk on. So it's understood whatever doesn't have that part above it, and that's all open vaulted space.
Yes.
Yeah. Oh, okay. Yeah, that'd be great if you can send a few pictures in.
I can do that.
But there will be some change for the outbuildings for sure.
Okay.
Yeah. As
Good.
far as your built and condition.
Yeah, we always say Ginny and Grandma in heaven is keeping that barn up. But
Oh.
they would just take our fingers. One year, a microburst came through.
Really?
We touched the barns, but unlocked or latched our snowmobile trailer, picked it up and twisted it.
Oh my
And we
goodness.
lost the trailer, but you could just see where it went right through the dooryard. Skipped the house. The old house was there at the time. The barn unscathed.
Gee.
You know, we didn't carry insurance on it. It would have been nice because we could have been doing something with it, but
Well,
no funding for that right now.
they could still end up coming down, I suppose, with another big storm.
I know.
Yeah, but yeah, and yeah, like you said, that you can't use them, but you don't really have
It's just
the money to take it down.
Yeah, it's just, everyone, before we lived here, people would come and leave stuff. It's just junk
Oh,
that we just need to get rid of. And
Really?
someday when we have won the lottery, make a new barn.
oh, okay.
But right now, we're fine in the cabin.
Yeah. Well, it's great that you came in to give us the
Some of my
information.
questions, that was great, and I'll send the pictures along.
Yeah, yep.
And, I'll respectfully request not to be put on your website.
Oh.
All right, thank you, guys.
Okay, all
Have a
right.
good day.
Take care. Thanks.
Okay, so let's see here. Marilyn, it is your turn. Feel free to come on up.
You have a copy, I guess, of my letter of
I'm sure I do, yes.
I have an extra one if you need another one as well.
No, it's here.
Okay.
Yep.
Okay, so, Marilyn, we have you in. So, I'm just gonna set a timer to try and keep us on schedule, but feel free to begin whenever you'd like.
We're all set, yeah. Yeah.
Okay.
You might want to turn the microphone closer
yes,
towards
of
you.
course.
Yeah, that's good.
Okay.
Yep,
thank you.
just so it gets recorded.
Sure.
And my name is Dan Bodwin. I work for the assessor, and my task here is mainly just to do some explaining and mostly for you to furnish your information that you want to go to the assessor.
Okay.
And he'll review it all.
Okay, thank you.
So you're welcome to begin.
Okay, well, as you will see from my notes, I'm the owner and the surviving widow of Alfred J. Ward. And our home was built in 1969. And we were permanent residents here at 154 Upper Mountain View Road in 1984. And I really don't understand. That's why I'm respecting my entering my grievance. With the increase in $145,000 in total real homestead and house site, and request an explanation of why my home can be considered at $351,000, since I've expended so much money in the last few years to keep it in reasonable repair and habitable and not a visible threat to the community property management of Mountain View Loop. And that was very important to my late husband and myself, that we made this commitment to the community that we are living in. And so I listed the expenditures that I made with the date of the estimates of the work. And well, as anybody who's dealing with property knows, the minute you fix this one, something else goes. And it is like an ever-ending cycle. So the fireplace can't be used because of the deterioration of the masonry.
Okay.
And I had someone in to inspect it just to see if the chimney needed to be cleaned. And he said, it doesn't need to be cleaned, it needs to be repaired. And so that led to a point of, well, you can put a sleeve in it for $5,000 to $7,000. And that didn't seem sensible to me, because it meant that all you would get was the use of a fireplace. And you wouldn't get any of the comforts of living in a house at all if you had no toilet, no running water, no heat. So I decided, by this time my husband was deceased, I decided the best thing to do was to put in a generator. And that has brought its own problems with it. And I'm not sure. How can you be sure of anything? At any rate, I'm not certain that that generator has really filled the need, because that started right at the beginning of the pandemic. So nobody was able to provide generators or anything. And I had somebody call me from Powers Generator, which was a big respected name in the area, to put the generator in. And when he said, we don't have any now, so I can't even give you a date. I said, okay, I can understand it. And that being really only one of two people out of about 10 people that I call. And I said, well, that's the way it is. You can't get the parts, you can't do anything. I'm not sure that what has happened with the problems with the generator in the beginning, yes, it tested on the regular Saturdays that you would have the appointment at around 11 o'clock. Then all of a sudden it stopped testing. And when I called the company, they said to me, oh, well, no, it hasn't been testing since April. And this was now, I think, June or July. I have it written in there. And I said, no, it has started again because somebody was cutting my lawn. And we were outside. I was trying to plant a few flowers and he heard the noise. You can't miss the noise. And then it started testing again. Then it would test a couple of times,
Well,
a couple of Saturdays. And then all of a sudden it wouldn't test. So long story short, after about 9 phone calls that I made to them, I would call and say it didn't test on Saturday because you couldn't reach that until Monday. It didn't test. All of a sudden it would start testing. And that has gone on now for more than a year.
well, that doesn't really enter into the valuation of the property. We're not
Okay.
showing that you have a generator.
Well, I'm telling you that I have it, but how useful
Yeah.
it is, I don't really know. Because we have been fortunate here in this area. We haven't had a big outage in a year and a half.
Yeah.
So from what I have seen, the times that I called them, all of a sudden it started to work. And then it would work a week or two and then it didn't work. So that is where that situation is.
Yeah.
At
I
this
did-
point, I don't know if
Yeah.
I have that service or not. It is testing.
I did want to ask about the fireplace.
Yes.
What did you say the end result is, where the status of what it?
Well, I cannot use the fireplace. They told me that it was very dangerous unless I had the chimney rebuilt. And I decided at that point, well, a generator would probably be the better idea. So there, as far as I'm concerned.
Oh, okay. So the two don't really have anything to do with each
Well,
other.
they do in as far as the value, because one of the reasons we had that house built like that is we really wanted a fireplace. And
So so you did you have it repaired?
no, I didn't have it
Okay.
repaired.
So it's still just the way it is, unusable.
Yes, that's
Yeah.
correct.
Um,
And what I do is I just have some things that look like candles and you
Yeah.
could light in there, but I don't use it at all. It's just for show because
Yeah.
they told me that it's dangerous.
Well, the data does show that you have it says you have a fireplace. If you were to actually make it physically unusable by having it bricked up, so to speak, so that it's permanently unusable and not just repairable.
And what do you mean permanently usable? Inside the house or upstairs at the chimney?
If
or what?
if you were to brick it up right where the opening is to it,
Okay.
then normally that's considered that it cannot be used ever, and it could be taken off of the record, off
Oh,
of the
I
data.
see. That's interesting. Okay.
Yeah. Yeah, as long as it's made physically unusable, as opposed to the way it exists now, then it could be removed. You would have to inform the assessor, and someone maybe would have to come out and verify that, but I don't know for sure. But that would be the way to remove that value from the property.
Oh, I
information.
see. Okay. I
Yeah.
do know that I had bought something I saw in a catalog that you could put candle holders in. And I said, oh, wouldn't that
Yeah.
be nice? I'll do that. And I put that in there.
Yeah.
I lit one or two of the candles and there was room for 12 in the little glass jars. And I said, this is a lot of work and it's no fun sitting in front of
Yeah.
a fireplace of any sort when you're by yourself.
Well,
So
it would cost money to brick it sealed shut.
uh-huh.
Yeah, that would cost some money. So there is some money involved there. It's up to you whether you want to spend that money
Well,
or not.
I always like the looks of the fireplace.
Yeah, it
even if
would
you can't
change.
use it.
It would change the look somewhat.
Yeah. And
It's not a huge value. And I have no idea how much of it is contributing to your bill, but not very much, I would say.
okay, well,
But I think
and that was
I'll just
the,
make a note that it's in very poor condition for now.
unusable. it is unusable because they told me it was dangerous.
Oh, unusable as is.
Yes,
Did they say
yes.
it couldn't be repaired?
What they said is that I could have a
An
steel
insert?
sleeve put in.
Yeah,
And the sleeve
right.
would cost between $5,000 and $7,000.
Right, right.
And that would make the fireplace usable, but
Yeah.
that was not going to give me any toilet or heat or
Right,
water or
right.
anything in a power outage. So I said that was a waste of money. So I went the whole way and I paid $15,000 about for the generator, which I'm not even sure that is working, because I get the feeling that these people are able to maneuver it somehow from the office, because they said, we can put you on office monitoring at your expense. I says, oh,
Yeah.
no, you don't. I paid all this money for this. I paid for a working piece of equipment.
Yeah.
And
Well,
so I don't know how much this adds to it. All I know is that I can't use the fireplace, and I'm not sure about the generator. So that's that story.
we'll have to, yeah, leave that,
Yeah,
yeah,
okay.
the way it is. Okay. What else did you want to,
Okay, well, on the second floor, the balcony was not safe to use due to dry rot. And that started, it required the replacement by the carpenter during the period of right before the pandemic. And you couldn't get anybody to do any work. And so I never used the balcony anymore. I used to like to go out on the balcony and plant flowers in a flower box or something there, you know. So because there was the inability to obtain the supplies during COVID, and it certainly didn't get any better by not being fixed.
yeah,
It was the installation of 4 balcony support columns and replacing the rotted balcony panels. And that's all listed with the checks and everything at a total cost of about $4,600 plus, together with several smaller checks ranging in amounts from $65 to $208. And I have the bills for all those things, but not for the smaller checks.
okay.
So now the balcony has been repaired.
So I see something about a stair climber here.
What was that, please?
I see something about a stair climber.
Yes, I'm 90 years old, as my letter says.
Yeah,
And because there are times when I am able to walk up the stairs, there are times when I can't because it hurts so much. And so I had a stair climber put in, and only a few months ago it gave up. It was there for 5 years and it gave up, so I replaced it with another stair climber. And that was $4,200, I guess it is. Then the bills are attached to that.
yeah. Well, that wouldn't really enter into the valuation of the home
I see.
anyway.
Okay.
Yeah, it's considered an appliance, and it could be removed. So it's not really a permanent change of the structure, so to speak. Obviously, it's very
Well, it
useful for
sure,
you.
yeah, but it sure makes a big difference in the looks of the place.
Oh,
If
yeah.
anybody were to want to buy it and didn't need a stair climber, there's no reason they would buy one that has a stair climber in, because it's ugly. But I
Well,
had to
but-
decide it was either access or ugliness. I had to take a chance. And
Yeah.
so that's what I did.
Mm.
Um,
Well, it's a subjective thing, and theoretically, somebody could buy the house and have the money to get it removed. It
Yeah,
would-
well, of course, and that would destroy the carpet that's on the stairs and everything like that.
Yeah, yeah,
And in order to have the new stair climber put in, I had to have the carpenter come and move the railings on either side, because I tried to use the stairs with the railings rather than the stair climber to protect my ability to walk and climb stairs, when the pain is okay.
yeah.
And so they had to move the railings, and one is on this side higher and the other is down here. And I said, well, you got to do what you got to do, because I need the help. of those railings. So that has damaged the looks of the paneling there, and I knew it was going to, but I had to do something in order to live there.
Okay, well, that, I guess we have enough information on that.
And I have had a functioning interior security system by Northeast Security Company. And that was installed about 1975 or so. And it's obsolete and can't be refitted to fiber optic, which they're changing everything in the area to fiber optics, which is creating a big hassle here because well, your phone would be changing to fiber optics, your TV has to change, all of these things. So it is a logistical problem of dealing with all of these things and wondering how you're going to pay for this. And are you going to, when they put this new stuff in and you're a dinosaur like I am.
Yeah. Well, it's not
tough to
really,
learn these things.
it's not really taking part in it's not really involved in the assessment either.
Well,
security
I'm
system.
sure the having a security system is valuable to anybody who's a homeowner, particularly when there are difficulties around
Actually,
the area.
I'll have to check on that.
Okay.
Just to mention that it is there.
Yeah.
And
well, okay, that one cannot be refitted to the fiber optics that we're getting our phones changed to fiber optic, and that is not because it's a choice. It's because they keep raising the bill, and so far since January, the bills have gone up by, well, next month your bill will be $450, and in addition, it will be another $250 on top of that. You say, okay, and then it goes along. Every month it's come up.
Yeah.
So it's now up $135 higher than it was in January. So the electric company is trying to force us onto fiber optics, obviously.
Yeah. Well,
and, we're trying to save money.
We can't really include it in the assessment right now.
I see. Okay.
So, yeah, I would.
Well, the security system here, I feel is necessary because I don't feel secure living here anymore the way I always did. And particularly because in the last few months, we've had cars entered unlawfully in the driveway. Of course, the people didn't lock them.
Yeah.
And so they ransacked the things. And then another car was stolen right on Lake Raponda Road. So this has happened in the last year. And
well, let me explain what we have up to this point.
Yeah.
I've taken some notes about some of the things that seem relevant for the valuation. What will happen is what we've got here will go to the assessor and he'll review your property information, and you'll get a second notice sometime in about 2.5 weeks to show what, if any, change was made in your valuation. And I suspect there might be some change there. Even if there's no change, you'll still get a notice.
Okay.
And it will also tell you that you can take a further step beyond after it's over this. Go to another appeal with other people involved who might be. So the notice will tell you about that.
I see. Okay, that's good.
Yep. So that'll be in about 2.5 weeks.
Okay.
So yeah, this will all get passed on to the assessor, and it's good that you came in to show us what you have to discuss.
And I'm in the process also, the person was supposed to come yesterday to replace my security system, which can't be upgraded. And he called me last night and said, I can't come tomorrow because I'm checking my equipment and the parts that I thought were in that box are not. Can we do this on Wednesday? I said, fine. So that is going to come to $2,800 or so, plus some whatever.
Well, that's beyond what we need to deal with right now.
Well, that does increase the value of the house.
It's not taking part in this revaluation. It's considered just something that you chose to put in. It could be removed at any time.
Well, that may be so, but then you got to remove yourself if you're not feeling safe. You know, I had somebody in the last week and a half drive down the road, and because I'm a friendly sort of a person, I was watering the plants in the flower box, and I waved, and the person looked like he saw a ghost, and he turned the car around in such a frenzy in the bottom of my driveway and went up the hill that I couldn't catch the plate or the number or anything.
Well, that would be something you could report to the police if necessary.
I
Yeah.
did, and they said they would investigate
It
it.
doesn't
but-
really involve us here, though.
Okay, I see, okay.
We
And
have
I-
our next hearing to do.
Okay.
Yeah.
I do want to call your attention to the fact that I do not have a washer and dryer, because when we built the house, we figured if the house was going to be rented at that point before we moved in, we did not want them to be wearing these things out.
Yeah.
Nobody told us at that time, and I wish we were a little more savvy, that trying to do it later on, if you
Well,
have the place paneled, you can't do it. So
The-
I
the-
go to the
the-
washing machine in the
The
laundrette.
assessment doesn't involve appliances like that. It's not part of the evaluation.
Well, I remember that not having a washer dryer when we were trying to rent the house years ago to pay off the mortgage. They said, "What do you mean you don't have a washer dryer?"
Well, that's their choice.
They said, "You have a dishwasher, but not a washer dryer. That doesn't make sense." I didn't like that idea because I said, well, I only do laundry once a week, but I eat 3 times a day. So to me, the dishwasher was more.
Okay, well,
So that was the idea.
yeah. Well, we have all your information, so
Okay,
keep an eye out. In about 2.5 weeks, you'll get that notice.
okay, fine.
All
Thank
right.
you.
Well, you're welcome. Thank you for coming in.
Okay, so looks like we have Mr. and Mrs. Ullman on the screen here. You can
Okay.
go ahead and unmute your computer.
And I wish you a very nice
Bye
day.
now. Same to you. Thank you.
I have a friend that closes off his answering machine that says, "Make it a nice day." And I think
Oh,
that's a good
okay.
attitude.
Yeah,
Thank you.
thanks. Okay, bye.
Hi, Leo and Catherine. Okay, so you just have to click the unmute button. Perfect. So you can go ahead and speak. We should be able to hear you now.
First of all, thank you very much for accepting our notice of grievance and for all that you are doing. We could tell that it's not easy.
You can have a seat anywhere.
Can you hear me at this point?
Yep, we can hear you.
Thank you very much. We
I'm just
wanted
gonna
to-
set a little time clock to try and keep us at bay here, but your appointment's for 15 minutes.
Okay.
And I'm just gonna set a little timer, okay?
That's fine. Thank you very much. We wanted to stress the fact that this house is a prefab house that was built in 1970. And there has been nothing done to it since then, except for installation of one window near a part of the large room on the top floor of the 2 floors of the house, near the area that's used as a kitchen. The house is very small. There are 3 very small bedrooms. As mentioned, it's a prefab house that's an acorn house that was installed on one day and for which my parents paid about $37,000 in 1970. The only things that have been added to it have been a fix-up of the chimney, the new window that I mentioned, and some panels in the roof. Other than that, it's a 53-year-old, 54-year-old house. It was never used for anything other than our own family. My wife and I acquired the house from my parents in 1973, and it does not have any of the amenities that you might normally find in a normal vacation or prime house. It does not have air conditioning. It does not have a dishwasher. It does not have a washer dryer. It does not have a TV. It does not have a microwave. The house was bought by my parents to enable them to attend the Marlboro Music Festival. They never skied from that house. We have never made the house available to anyone other than family members, and we use it only one weekend a year at this point. Our last visit was this past weekend when we went to the Marlboro Music Festival, and it's in fact why we acquired the house, or my parents acquired the house, was to be able to attend the Marlboro Music Festival. It is not a vacation house. It is not a house that's rented or made available to anyone else. It's merely a small convenience for some people who love the Marlboro Music Festival. And it's an area where until some 2 decades ago, our children and grandchildren used it on weekend occasions for skiing. It is thus very much different from the houses that have been built on Spruce Lake. It is the 3rd or 4th house that was built on Spruce Lake. It was on the east side of Spruce Lake. The west side was not developed at the time that we bought the house. And I want to make clear that this is essentially, for anyone who would buy it, it would be a tear down. It is not a vacation home. It could not accommodate a normal lifestyle for more than a couple of days. And in fact, it's never been used, as mentioned, other than for an occasional weekend by members of our family. It's never been rented out. It's never been available for lease. We've never tried to sell it. And under the circumstances, we believe that an upvaluation of this house is inappropriate. If anything, it should be devalued because it is a tear down for anybody who might want to have a house where we now have our small pied-à-terre. And this is what I wanted to stress with you. It's not an improved house. It's not a modern house. It's not a vacation house. It's just a pied-à-terre to permit us to be in this area of Vermont where we could be near the Marlboro Music Festival, which is so unique and so special and something my parents loved so much and we love. But again, we only go up there one weekend a year.
Oh, well, my name's Dan. I work with the assessor here in town, and I'm here to hear your issues and also the documents that you submitted will also be going to the assessor for his review of the property. I did want to ask, so basically it's never been updated on the inside. Is that true?
That's correct. And I did send those photos this morning, which were accepted and acknowledged. I took pictures this past weekend of the house and the various rooms in it. And the, let's call it kitchen area, for lack of a better word, um, to show you how old it is and how out of date it is. But, you know, it's a part of our lives. We are 85 years old. We are not skiing. And for us, it's been one weekend a year for Marlboro, and now and then one or two of our kids may use the house and go there briefly.
Yeah. I did want to mention the lack of the various utilities or appliances you mentioned don't really have a part in the valuation.
Understood.
Things such as
Understood.
the dishwasher, not having a dishwasher and air conditioning. It's not
Understood.
showing that there's any air conditioning.
No, I understood that. I also, of course, heard your discussion with the prior applicant. It's merely to indicate the nature of the house. It's not a valuation issue. It's to indicate that this is not a house that could be valued and used for any purposes other than the way that we are using it.
Yeah.
It's not going to be a house that has added value. As a matter of fact, it's a declining value because of these factors, not because it doesn't have one, but because it's never contemplated that it would have that kind of use.
Uh-huh. Yeah. Well, the values did change greatly in Wilmington. As you may be aware that the market has gone up quite a bit over the past few years. And that's basically why the state required the town to do this reappraisal. And do you have a value number that you might consider what a market value should be for the house
Yeah,
if you were?
we have had occasional approaches, unsolicited, for our house at $150,000. And
Oh.
I believe that to be essentially the value of our property as a tear down.
Okay. That's something that I do want to make note of to pass that on to the assessor. And I guess, do you have a copy of the property card for the for the house and land?
I'm sorry, I didn't
Do you
get
have
the
do you have a copy of the assessor's property card? It's what I'm using to look at to discuss your hearing.
I don't know what the assessor's
Well, we
card.
could have one. Do you have an email address we could send that to?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay.
Leo, it's quite simple. It's Leo Ullman, one word.
Oh, I think we have that here, I think.
At AOL.com.
Yeah, we've got that.
Yes, that's a fine address for any communications.
I think that's different from the one you sent an email on.
I have the one that I talked to you through today. Did you get my email that I sent you today? Where I told you I received the pictures?
I did. That may have been to my office address, which is Vast Good. I think my secretary would have sent that.
Yeah, that's good. Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
And
Yeah.
it's not because my properties are vast and good. It's because it's the Dutch word for real estate. Vastgoed.
Okay. So what will happen is the information you did send will be given to the assessor, and he will review your property to see if there's some change that's required or not. And you're going to get a second notice in about 2.5 weeks to show what, if any, change did take place, or even if no change was made. And you will have other options after that to seek resolution for your valuation after this is done, this part of the process. So that will be in this as well. And that will be mailed to you in about 2.5 weeks. When you get that, read that over carefully and consider what you might want to do after that.
That's fine. We appreciate the chance to at least express our grievance and your willingness to listen. And we hope that the nature of this property, as shown and as per our correspondence, will be considered.
Okay. Yeah. You'll get that property card in your email, so you want to take a look at that as well. It shows a lot of details about the property, and it's a good thing to have for your records.
I'm sorry. Let me. Oh, one thing my wife asked me to convey to you is that in terms of valuing the property, it no longer has a lake view. And we think that's
It no longer has what?
A view of the pond.
Is that because of trees growing?
That's because of trees growing, yes.
Okay, I'll make a note of that here.
And it's set back from the road quite far. You cannot see the house easily from the road. And the lake view is significant because Spruce Lake was created for this development. It was, created from a creek to create the lake or the pond, as you might call it. And it is an amenity that adds to value, and in our case, that's been dissipated.
Okay. Okay, I have that in the notes here. So thank you very much for calling in, and good luck with everything.
Thank you. Appreciate your time, and I am sure that there'll be a lot of grievances, but we appreciate what you're doing.
You're quite welcome. Have a good day.
You as well.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, so next we have Meredith.
Okay.
And did I send you a copy of your property card? Okay, so this is for you. And whenever you're ready, you can begin. This is Dan. He works for the assessor.
Thank you for seeing me.
So
I was looking to have a little bit more prepared paperwork for you, and it's all over town.
Okay.
So I thought, well, I'll just come in.
Well, you can still submit documents up till 5 o'clock Friday. If you create something by then or sooner, it might be better. But oh, yeah.
Change, of course, in terms of my workload, right? So we had this property.
Oh. Wow.
It's a money pit, okay?
Really?
And when I had it appraised,
Oh, he was still here up until, well, at least 3 years ago, I think. Maybe, yeah, well, the listers, all three listers were removed. The town now has a contract assessor. Why? Well, I don't, wasn't part of, I don't know exactly. Other towns in Vermont have done that as well.
I think also the listers were all ready to be done, and the town voted to disband the board of listers and go with a contracted assessor.
Not necessarily.
What was your question?
Is it more economical for you to?
I'm not really sure. I think it was just something that the town decided was the best move at that point in time.
It was like, I believe it explained to me that one of the reasons that the valuations were less than true value was because we are tourist town. Tending to get
Oh.
take properties, that's my understanding. Curious to know, all the trust and one of them. I. Most of them, I understand that we want to have full-time houses for people around. And it is a very old house, the condition that Brian house in Times Square. This is art, but it's also constancy. And I just feel that the nature of the assessment was based on what assessment was based on what percentage of the land. What percentage of the interior. There's the same electrical system. She did expand the house. It's part of it. My concern from culture standpoint that this changed because of it was action, it was building housing. And as I heard from that gentleman, that not having air conditioning, not having certain things in the house.
Well, the air conditioning, if it's for the full house, it does get assessed if it's there, but it's not like it's getting lowered because it's not.
Right, but we're talking about condition, right?
Okay, that's relevant.
Repairs are excellent, or
Yeah.
floors are excellent.
That's very relevant. Yeah.
So how has that been taken?
This was not a physical reappraisal. They did, the one in 2020 was a physical where they went to all the properties and may or may not have gotten into homes. The only time they would be getting into a home is if someone was home when they came by, but they didn't, they weren't on a schedule where someone could know when they were going to be coming unless they called up and said, come at a certain time by appointment. But this was totally physical, I mean, statistical. The state required this to be done because the market values had, the market had gone up so much since 2020.
Right.
Well, yeah.
Does taxes will change? I've never seen it dial back
Yeah.
increases yet, and with what I read about is that I mean, at what point does the
Oh.
homeowner have to constantly pay for it?
I'm not sure what that would, property tax would be different. That's not part of the town's normal assessment. I mean,
Well,
the value.
it was not adopted, but it was certainly put through. in the
Oh,
retail.
okay.
However, that is just gonna keep coming up. But the point, suppose I continue to be able to go on and on without
Sure.
having to sell land.
Yeah.
People ask me, why are you keeping that property? I keep it for the animals. That's the reason.
Yeah, that's very commendable.
And I do have to do some rentals. We've made it so difficult to get short-term rentals here in town. Some of us have been able to rent for years. I have one rental house and then I have a long-term rental.
So the one you're talking about, is that the other building on the property?
Well, the other building on the property is full-time.
Oh, it is. Oh, okay.
And I would love nothing more than to rent a house to a full-time person. However, I'm gonna try to rent houses around here and see what we get. It's not a great picture all the
Yeah,
time. So,
yeah.
you know, I do what I can to, again, keep it so that it won't get filled. I think we probably have, I know back in the day, it's we were all squawking about how we're gonna deal with this property. I kind of, the time, it's Maryland Dell, assess the property, sewers, septic system. He said that I might have 2 other lots, you know, out on acreage, a lot of it is in major habitat rates.
Oh.
Farm, salamander or something that goes on it.
Yeah.
It's very good news to my heart because that.
Oh. Yeah.
So I'm just here basically to say that I'm concerned about the future of the way this is going in terms of having homeowners for absolutely everything. And people are coming in from New York, Connecticut, scooping up our property, paying the top dollar, and we're getting the world that has and have not.
Mm.
I just don't want to see this happen to this town.
Yeah.
Taxes. And it's getting harder and harder, as you know, inflation,
Yeah.
to pay for all the services, right? What services do we get? Because it's no line. We are 2 times the road. Several years ago, fight over that. Because we wanted to 2 times service roads and say.
Oh.
Roads. So, I mean, I realize that my words are probably falling on, you know.
No,
But again, I just want to be.
yeah.
I've been in Dallas as a baby, love it. Live here all the time. I work on Florida. Most of the summer. Do the best I can to painting. Whole place together. Sometimes what am I doing? And I'll get some little gift from God or something that says, okay, I'm gonna try.
Yeah.
Try to. That was harassment. Farmers that rely on us to do the hay, you know, so they get the hay. One area and then a whole other field of another. Like, it's just, now I gotta go to my local house. Just, again, zillions of trees and that's. Chainsaw.
Hmm.
So, that's all. Old house. Could I sell it tomorrow? What you're saying? Well, probably, because it's so huge. But I probably also have to spend $500,000 bringing it up to Wilmington. So I just think that it's an arbitrary number that is based probably on a lot of other homes around here. So that's the
Well, I can explain a little bit about the process. And this reappraisal was done pretty much like every reappraisal is done, except for this time it was not physical inspections. The assessor uses a software system that is required by the state. Not a particular system, although it can't just be anything, but it's a program that's accepted as being a credible way to assist the assessor in making the new values. And that's something that has been done that way. It's normal to have a computer system, and the assessor also will be reviewing all the numbers that are created from that system one by one to see if they make sense and make adjustments if necessary. And so this, whatever information you would have given us today would be, if it's clear-cut physical information, that's something that can be easily changed, but it would have to be something significant. I don't know if have you ever seen the property cards before today? Yeah. And so this is all basic physical data that is encountered. You said something about it had been graded as a fair grade or fair condition by Brian DeCesar. I don't see that on here now, so I don't know what that, what the change was about that. Have you ever, it's probably never been assessed by a fee appraiser, appraised by a fee appraiser? Oh, that was the hiring of, okay. Okay, but that was back in 2000. What was the most recent? Okay, yeah. If it had been something very recent, that would be useful, but yeah, it would have to be within a year or two. And you haven't removed anything. Are there outbuildings here besides the single building?
Yes, there's an old barn. But I put partially in the fund list. Whenever I can afford food from here to here, that farm is gonna
Oh, I see there's,
one door, I put in the garage door.
yeah, it's showing a shed on one page and a barn on the page with the small accessory building there. Okay. Well, so basically all the valid sales that took place in the town over the past 3 years were the sales that were used to create the new values. And yes, they were showing very high values in general. Yes. There's those sales have to be used. The state requires that those sales have to be used. And well, the culture isn't really, that's not really part of the equation. It's a matter of, yeah, okay. So that could change, and the next reappraisal could show lower market values. It's not impossible. Pardon? It was once every 5 years. Every 10 years, it was a physical. The state has now made the regulation to be once every 6 years. This reappraisal was, the last reappraisal was done 4 years ago, and Normally it would have been one more year, it would have been 5. But with the change in the assessments, and because of the market value had changed, the sales had changed and gone up so much, the state said they had to do one right now, or for 2024. So
you're saying that this new appraisal is 100%?
Yeah, that's what
yeah.
Vermont statute says that we use.
So why
Yeah.
was it allowed to be 65%?
Percent,
know.
what? Well,
It's always been about 65 to 70%. That's what Brian said, told me back in the day.
oh,
Maybe that's what the statute was back then.
yeah, I
But-
haven't heard of that.
Yeah, Vermont's 100%. I know
Con-
other states are different.
Connecticut does that, but I'm not aware that Vermont was doing that. Although maybe that far back, maybe. Yeah, yeah. Massachusetts doesn't even do reappraisals at all. I'm not sure how they do it, but I live in Massachusetts. Yeah, it's considered to be a theoretically 100% market value. If you have a value in mind that, I know you mentioned that it would require a lot of money to make it come near to what the new value is showing. If you have a number that you feel would be realistic, that's something to go on for the assessor to consider for whatever it's worth. But I'm sure you're correct as far as what it would need to bring it up to a saleable condition. Are there any really major problems other than you say you've been continually having to deal with things? Okay, that's well. I think let's see if we have it. So it's mostly slate on the big house? Okay. Some of it metal standing seam?
Oh, just on the porch.
Okay.
Just on that.
Our time is up too.
Okay.
You look at your picture
Uh,
where you see the front part that says
Yeah.
empty covered front porch.
yeah.
That's what that was.
I'm gonna change this. It had metal, but I'm gonna change it to
200-year-old slate.
to slate. We seem to be getting to the end of our time period.
Yes.
And yeah. Okay. Yeah. Well, but yeah, by all means, whatever you think you can put into an email, photos or documents. It should be on there.
So the email that we used to talk back and forth, you'll send it directly to me. Yep, it's SKOCIELA WilmingtonVT.us. Thank you. Thank you.
Well, yeah, it's in and
Yes, and keep it for bears.
okay. Well, all right. In mind. Thank you.
Hi, Judith. It's your turn. So if you want to unmute your microphone.
Working. Oh, I got it. Do you hear me?
I can hear you. Yep.
Oh, great. Okay. Good afternoon.
How are
Well,
you today?
I'm fine. How are you? And thank you to hear my grievance.
My name is Dan Bodwin. I'm also here to hear what you have to say and see whatever information.
Okay.
Assessor.
Dan,
Yes.
sorry, I'm present right now. I just want to tell you a little bit about my home and me. My home is at 413 Ray Hill Road. Do you have that in front of you?
Yes, I do.
Okay, and it was built for me and my family in 1986. It's approximately 38 years old. It has 3.5 bathrooms, and it says it has 4.5 bathrooms.
I'm seeing 3.5 on my page.
Oh, well, when I was looking it up on the website, it said that I had 4.5 bathrooms. It's 3.5 bathrooms.
Okay, that is what's on the record.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, great.
Okay.
It has 4 bedrooms. The house was built in 1986 for us, my family.
Uh-huh.
My home now is in need of total repairs inside the house and outside, including a new roof, chimney for the fireplaces, a driveway, which consists of dirt and pebbles and coal ducts, I believe it's called, culverts that have to be installed so the drainage is better, and painting, etc.
I should mention the driveway and culverts are not directly part of the valuation. I realize they're important, obviously.
Yes,
but they don't get included to the is the driveway dirt or is it
dirt.
asphalt?
It's dirt.
Okay,
Dirt.
yeah. So that wouldn't actually take part of the
Okay, I
valuation.
didn't know. Well, anyway, I've been paying taxes each year up there. From 1986, and my taxes have been going up every single year. And the latest I was paying last year, $57.90 on the house, $5,790. And this year I'm up to $6,200. Now I am currently paying the $6,200 a year, which is preventing me from doing any construction in my home. I'm on a fixed income. My Social Security is only $12,443 a year. And I feel, as you can see, my taxes have been going up every year since 1986. I would like to see my taxes, of course, go down. But you say the house now is up to 3,500 or something like that? The evaluation.
The value is $371,790.
So it's close to $400,000. And I just got an increase in my taxes last year to $6,200, which is really totally over my budget. I don't think the house as it's standing right now is worth what you evaluated the house for, because it has all these things that have to be repaired and it has to be addressed, and the outside of the house also has a lot of problems that have to be addressed. And all the tax raises are currently preventing me from repairing my home. And I really feel, or I'm asking this question, I really would like you to reconsider what the tax rate will be. I would appreciate it very much.
Well, we can't address the taxes for the purposes of this hearing. That's
Right.
something totally unconnected with the assessor's work.
Well, this is why I'm breathing it.
Yeah.
I also would think that, is it because, I want to ask you this question, of the influx of people coming into our town and building $1 million homes, causing local people's homes to go up in taxes?
Well,
Now,
the values for the sales that have taken place have to be used. The state requires that whatever sales took place, if they were valid sales over the past 3 years, have to be used as part of this revaluation. There's no way to control who buys houses or who sells houses. And what people pay for them is what they feel is appropriate to pay for. And it's not as if there's any intention to drive people out of town or make it harder for them to pay their bills. The budget is part of the reason that tax bills can change if the budget needs more money to run the town and so on. That's something that does change your tax bill, but the reappraisal only changes the market value, and each reappraisal only lasts for as long as to the next reappraisal. So
why did they reappraise me last year for so much? And now they want to reappraise it again. You said right now, this is not a meeting for that. I'm grieving my taxes right now. And I want to tell you, I'm not a newcomer to Vermont, Wilmington. My grandchildren were born there. My family live there right now. And we are people that helped people in Vermont. My family's been living in the house for 23 years. I am paying the taxes. My grandchildren went to local schools. And I care about Vermont. My family helped clean the roads from trash, from out-of-state cars dumping their garbage on our roads. And I'm 86 years old and on a limited income, and I can't afford to pay any more tax hikes.
Well,
don't tax the people that were born and raised here and care about Vermont and contribute to the police, the fire departments, the ambulances, and local charities. Tax the ones who don't care about Vermont.
Well, what we want to do today, the best thing way we can use our time here is to just address the physical aspects of your house. And I did want to, if you could repeat some of the things that you initially said were serious issues for repair and so on.
Yes.
I had a note about the roof and
the inside of the house has to be painted.
Okay.
The outside of the house has to be painted. My decks are falling apart around the house, and I that's the only way I could get in and out. We're sort of my husband and I are sort of invalids right now. And that's one of the reasons I'm not up there right now. Of course, all of this needs money. My chimneys, I don't even use my fireplaces because the chimneys are smoking in the house. And I don't have the money to fix this house up. And I am in need of you understanding this. And I just had a raise of $57.90 a year ago in 2023. And now in 2024, I'm at $6,200 a year. And I don't even think I should have been paying $5,790 a year.
Well, we can't really help with what your tax bill was. I do want to say that what I've got from you for information so far will be passed on to the assessor. And you will be getting a second notice to let you know what change was made, if any. And if there was no change, you will still get a notice to let you know how it turned out. And the notice will offer you some information about having other options to get a change in your valuation from other parties that could be hearing your information as well.
Are you talking about surveying the property again?
No, just it would be another type of hearing similar to this with a board of members who can also change valuation that are not part of the initial assessment. So that will be in the notice that you'll get in about 2.5 weeks.
Well, I hope you wrote in your report that this house needs total repair.
It has totally what?
It needs total repair.
Oh, okay. Well, yeah, some things are just considered maintenance, like painting, but I'm sure it's expensive. But in terms of repair, it would have to be something, that's actually not functioning at all. And so if you have some decks that are unsafe to walk on and so on, that would be considered important, I guess.
It
The
is
condition of it.
important. It prevents me from going up there right at the moment.
Yeah, yeah. So that would be something that could end up being a change in the valuation. You'll have to wait and see what what your new notice will tell you and go from there. But I think we've pretty much summed up the issues that you brought up. And
I appreciate you take this into really consideration about my having all these problems right now.
yeah, it's what we're here for. So I guess we'll have to move on now and get to our other appointments.
Okay. I
And
appreciate meeting you, and I hope to meet you in person, and I thank you very much.
okay, well, thank you, and I'm glad you called, and good luck with everything.
Well, I hope you are able to put your input into it a little bit, and maybe things will happen.
Oh, okay. Take care then.
Thank you.
Bye.
Bye-bye.
So we ran late. We had somebody not show up.
I was wondering the same thing.
That was Judith.
Well, I've got 2:45 is the next one.
Yep.
Oh, so we're
good now.
We're actually okay.
Yeah, because we had 2:15 not show up.
Oh,
I guess you can do it.
So, okay. Okay. Do you want to go ahead and take the next person?
oh,
Or do you need a break?
no, I don't need a break. So
Okay.
sure.
All
yeah.
right. So then we have Elizabeth.
Elizabeth, yeah.
Elizabeth
there.
and Philip Lacombe.
Hello.
Did I
Hi.
say that right? Lacombe?
Yes, you did. Thank you.
Okay.
Hi, good afternoon. Hold on, I'm telling my husband to dial in. I dialed in early. Wait a minute.
That's all right. No worries.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's
Um,
funny because we were running late and now we're running ahead. So
That's
we
a good
evened
thing.
out somewhere along the way.
Yeah. Nice to meet you both. My name is Beth. I have a property on A143, which is 43 Three Streams Way in Wilmington, Vermont, that we purchased in 2015 for $230,000. We were looking at, the value of our property as determined in this, grand list. I don't know if I'm using the right terminology, and compared it to homes on our street based upon square footage and descriptions and whatnot. And I had sent, I don't know if you all received it, I had sent a package of information. Oh, you did? Perfect. Okay,
have-
good. So if you look at the spreadsheet, my husband Phil is now joining.
Hi, Phil.
Hi there.
Hello.
If you look at the spreadsheet, you see our property is like 4 up from the bottom. It's $395. The dollars per square foot based upon this proposed assessment would be 220. And if you look at all the other properties, we're out of whack relative to everybody else. And there are homes that are much larger than ours. We did do some work to our house. God, I'm trying to remember. I think it was 2016, we added a garage, but we did not do any interior work. So we're still dealing with the same, kitchen that the house was built with. I think the house was built in 2000. It has not been remodeled. None of the bathrooms have been remodeled or updated. So I was just hoping the town would reconsider this valuation. Again, it just, I don't know, just looking at the numbers, it just really looked disproportionate based upon the size of our home. Phil, I don't know if you have anything to add?
I think you said it pretty well, Beth. I mean, I'm sure that the town has, a more sophisticated algorithm, multiple factors that it considers, in deriving the valuation. But clearly, square footage would seem to be pretty heavily weighted amongst those, I would think. And by that dimension, as Beth illustrated here, we're really high compared to our neighbors on Three Streams Way. So that was really the basis, for our argument, if you will, in your consideration.
And we didn't just pick one house on Three Streams. We took the whole street.
Yeah.
We looked at the entire street. And it's a lovely, we love Vermont. But I just felt like this was a huge increase. I mean, this was, how much? Almost $120,000. That's a lot. I don't think our house would sell at this value without a substantial renovation to the inside first, frankly.
What would you consider a theoretical house valuation that, in your mind?
Yeah, no, I appreciate that question. So as I kind of outlined in our cover letter, we're assuming that the town's method was fair and reasonable. We suggest that the revised value should not be more than 296, as illustrated in the documentation. However, given the condition of the home, we believe a more accurate appraisal would yield a valuation of about 280.
Okay.
And with that, we took an average of the homes on our street, which we thought our house is kind of average, if you will. And that was played out by our numbers.
Well, I would explain a little bit about how the reappraisal was done. And yes, it is a very large project, and it's complicated to do a whole town. But the assessor is obliged to use all of the sales that took place in town that were valid in the past 3 years. So that was, and that would end up to March 31st. So 3 years back from that is the values that were used. And it's mandatory to use those sales to create the new values. Certainly your small analysis of your street makes sense. But you have to consider that the appraisal of the whole town has to use a system that's doing it with all of those sales that took place. But the sheet you have laid out here, the spreadsheet, is very clear information. So I'm sure the assessor, when he gets to see this, will find it uh, worth reading, looking at. Did you get a copy of the property card, the assessor's property card?
Yes, she did. I
Okay.
think her name was Sarah. I think she shared that with
Yeah,
us.
Sarah's here.
I'm
Oh,
here.
hi,
You just
Sarah.
can't see. I'm like off
Oh,
on
hey,
the
Sarah.
side here.
Okay, yeah, we
Yeah,
did,
so
we
that,
got that.
did you look it over to see if there was anything that you thought was not exactly correct? I have one in front of me.
I honestly didn't review it. I was focused more on valuation. I'm an attorney, so I kind of viewed this. I didn't know what methodology you use, but generally, you know, and specifically, I'm a tax lawyer. When you're valuing property, there's 3 different ways to do it, right? You can do market value, income, or cost method. So it wasn't clear to me the method that was used here, and Sarah explained that, you know, as we've been talking about this afternoon, that this was a town-wide assessment, and it didn't use any of those 3 values. It did it differently as you
Yeah.
just explained. We
Well-
don't need to go over it again. But I don't know if you could share with the assessor our cover letter and supporting documentation. I mean, my concern is that, you know, I don't think I could sell my house today for $395. That's the problem. You know, I have had, again, we had a garage put in, but the square footage of our house is pretty small. And when you look at our home on a square footage basis, vis-a-vis our neighbors, and again, this is along the whole street, we're the highest per square foot, and that just, I don't know how we got here. It doesn't make sense to me. You know, but I don't know, Phil, I don't know if you have that card. I'm actually in the office, so I don't have it.
I do, and I'm looking at it. I don't
It's my
I
dog.
don't see it. Sorry about that. Uh,
Ugh.
I don't see anything that I'm questioning here.
The dog hears my voice. That's the problem. I wish I could go home.
Yeah, so that's the data that is has been collected over the years. Last time, the last reappraisal was a physical one in 2020. All the properties were visited. Some were
In
entered.
2020, when was that? Because we were actually in Vermont in 2020. We lived up there.
Yeah, well, the inspections took place over 2019 and 20.
Okay.
And they may have come by when you weren't there, in which case they would have just done an exterior inspection and
Okay.
taken pictures as well.
Yeah. Yeah, we
so
even put down, and you'll see on the spreadsheet, we put down like acreage. And
Yeah.
I'll tell you, it took multiple sources for me to get this, because like realtor.com only gave you so much, and some of the other websites, we were able to fill in blanks with, because some of the lists, some of the homes you can't get much at all. You have to go to kind of alternative sites. So it took a lot of work and a lot of research.
Well, it'll certainly get looked at.
Okay. What
and,
is maybe while Phil's looking at that, like what is the process? Maybe you could help us understand, like from here, like what happens.
Okay, the assessor will review all of your property information, including what we have here today, and make any decisions that are necessary. And so you will get a second notice in about 2.5 weeks.
Okay.
It'll look much like the first one, and it will show what change, if any, that was made. And even if there was
Okay.
no change, even if there's no change, you'll still get a notice. And in that notice, it will also explain that there are further options to seek a resolution.
Okay.
after this part has been done, and it
Okay.
will explain what those are. And the next step would be a hearing similar to this one with a group of people, a board of people called the um, uh, BCA. uh, um, and so that will be mentioned in there along with some other information for
Okay.
the future. So
Okay.
yeah, it would just be a matter of waiting for that to arrive. And
Okay.
if you had any further information you wanted to submit by email, you could send that to Sarah, but it would have to be before the end of the day on Friday at 5
Okay.
o'clock, just in
Okay.
case you have something else that comes to mind.
Okay.
But it seems like it'll help that you've created these the spreadsheet, and so we'll look forward and see what happens.
Okay. So what do you do? Do you just relay to the assessor, look, we met with these folks, they discussed, what
Yeah.
they submitted to
Yep.
us? Do you make recommendations?
No,
or
no,
does-
I take no part in
No.
that. I do the
Okay.
hearings and I do field work for the
Oh,
assessor
I see. Okay. Okay.
whenever necessary. Yep.
Are there
Okay.
any notes from today's meeting that get passed on to the assessor or
Oh,
just? what you submitted?
whatever notes I took here today.
Yep.
Yeah, yeah, yep.
Okay.
So
All right.
I think we've got everything so far.
Okay, great.
Yeah.
All right. So just to recap then, in about 2.5 weeks, we'll get some kind of notice from the town through the assessor,
Yep.
whether or not the value's changed and what the process is, like what the next steps. That's what I'm hearing.
Exactly. Yeah.
Okay.
And if you have any
Great.
questions after getting that, you can call up here and Sarah can
Oh,
help
I
you.
appreciate that.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Do you have
All right.
anything, Phil? Phil?
No,
Okay.
I think I got it. Appreciate it.
Yeah.
I appreciate everybody's
Okay.
time.
Well, yeah, it's good that you called. Thank
All
you.
right. Thank you. Nice meeting you.
All right. Same
All
here.
right.
Have a great
All right.
day.
Bye now.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Okay, so let's see here. Where's my schedule? We have Susan next. You're Susan, right? Yeah. Susan. Okay.
Okay. Okay.
Oh, okay,
Just so that you're covered.
okay,
Oh,
all right.
I didn't even notice that. That wasn't.
I turned it off so it saves the battery.
Yeah, right. Yeah.
I'm just gonna run to the bathroom.
Okay. My name is Dan Bodwin.
Okay.
I work with
So
the
you are
assessor.
one of the assessors.
No, there's one assessor.
Oh, okay.
I work for the assessor.
Oh, okay.
There's no longer listers in the town.
Mhm.
Were you aware that there had been listers? There were 3 listers.
Yes.
In the
Yes,
past,
I
yeah.
knew most of them.
Yeah, some towns have decided to just have one assessor. So they stopped being part of the assessment process. The town decided to have just a contractor assessor.
Sure.
So what I'm doing here is taking down notes, collecting whatever information you submit today
Mhm.
for the assessor.
All right.
It will be passed on to him shortly, whatever comes out here. And he will review your property information
Mhm.
to see if any changes need to be made or
Okay.
any corrections that might need to be made. So yeah, you're welcome to. I have your.
Okay, do you have the letter that I brought to
Yes, I
Sarah?
do.
Okay. Now, my problem when I came to see Sarah was I was unable to find houses that had sold within the last, apparently you went back 3 years, but within the last 6 months or so.
Up till March 31st, yeah, so,
Okay, that were comparable to mine to compare for the value, to try and see how they compared my house to another house that was just like it.
yeah,
So what I did was go through the new appraisal list that shows everybody else's new appraisal along with mine.
oh, yeah, right,
And by going through that, I only didn't have to spend very long because I just looked at the properties that I could find, and I think I listed 20 or 25 of them in that letter.
okay,
that
yeah,
were comparable to mine in that they had at least 3 bedrooms, 3 bathrooms, 3+ acres, and a garage. That's
okay,
that's
yeah,
what I considered sort of
yeah,
a
that makes
composite
sense,
of what a house has.
yeah,
Now, I'm not aware of whether you consider location, is one neighborhood better than another and gets higher appraisal? Or I know they have a view tax and stuff like that. But what I would like to know is how can I find out what properties mine was compared to in order to come up with a 200 plus
yeah.
increase in my evaluation?
I'll
Because a
explain,
lot of these on the list that I put in that letter that are similar to mine in
Yeah.
terms of the basic ingredients, it didn't go up that much. I mean, they all went up at least 100, but
Yeah.
they didn't go up as much as mine.
Okay.
Now, I did see some that went up as much as mine and some even more. My next door neighbor, for one of them, went up 300,000. So, but he has a much bigger house than I do. So I figured, and he has a 4-car garage. So I'm,
oh, yeah, Yeah.
that makes a difference. But I would like to know how I can find out what properties were compared to mine in order to get my evaluation.
okay, yeah, well, I'll explain, in general, all of the sales that took place in that 3-year period are used.
Mhm.
Unless they were not valid sales, which would be sales between family members or
Yeah,
short
okay, I
sales,
get
that sort of thing. So those are filtered out. So the assessor uses a computer that has a program that has all of the town information in it, all of the data about the properties, as up to date as possible. And also, it also will have all of those sales put into the computer system.
Mhm.
And the computer is then used by the assessor, who is basically an expert in using it. Not anybody, it's not like an app on your phone.
Mhm.
It takes a person with expert use of that system, which is what our assessor has here. So as opposed to filtering out just 10 or 20 sales, it's using all of the sales that took place, but it does know what part of town a parcel is in. And so there is a way for the assessor to look at a specific area and see what values within that area can be compared to each other,
Mhm.
instead of comparing to an area or a house across the other side of town.
Yeah, I have seen that many
Yeah.
times with people's properties being compared to something that was,
Yeah, yeah. So those areas, each area is called a neighborhood, but not in the sense of what we normally think of a neighborhood. A condo group could be called a neighborhood because they're all similar to each other
Mhm.
in a condo situation.
Sure.
But as far as the general residential houses, the sales get used in a way that too deep and too complicated to describe. I don't have any part of that. But it does end up producing values that it's been instructed to work with the information at hand. And the assessor then looks at those values and determines whether they seem correct or not, house by house. That each value gets reviewed. And whatever he decides about each value, that's what ends up being put in your new theoretical market value. So even though you found what you might call comps, and it's logical to do that, and it can be useful. It's not in the same league as the way the assessor values 3,000 properties all at once. And I did want to mention one thing about your list includes the bedroom count. In this reappraisal system, the bedroom count does not actually change the value based on how many there are. It's an important number, and we do record how many bedrooms there are to make it accurate, but they're not actually changing the valuation. They're considered just part of the overall living space, as would be the dining room, the living room, a den, or an office. So it's okay that you have them in your list.
I understand.
But the other factors that you listed are relevant.
Well, unfortunately, as far as neighborhoods are concerned, I live up near Haystack, where all the expensive houses are.
Oh, okay.
Mine doesn't happen to be one of them.
Right,
but
right.
I am in that neighborhood, so what I was concerned about is I may be being compared to houses that are in the $1 million+ value range.
Well, no, not in any really significant way. Cost per square footage does come into play, but it's not it doesn't define everything about a property. So you can have two houses that have the same cost per square foot, but could be very different in style, age, condition. Condition is very important. So I have your copy of your property.
Yeah.
And it's saying it's an average, slightly above average house, grade wise, meaning the quality that it had when it was built originally. And also the condition is above average somewhat. Obviously, you've probably been taking care of it and maintaining things so that it hasn't deteriorated and become worth less. Did you get a copy of this, by the way? The property card?
Yeah, well, I don't have a
Not
copy
the
of the
notice,
card, no.
Okay, I think Sarah might have a copy.
I did
here.
ask Sarah for a copy of the card, and she said at the time she didn't have any.
Oh, okay.
Oh, yeah, I thought you were looking for a copy of the reappraisal. That we didn't have individual reappraisal cards.
Oh, okay.
So I have a copy here, and so this has most of the details about the house to describe it. It says you have 3 bedrooms in the house, and for bathrooms, it says you have 3 bathrooms.
3.
Okay. And how are those arranged floor by floor? The bathrooms are.
The bedrooms are all upstairs. 2 of the bathrooms are upstairs.
Okay.
And one of them is in the downstairs.
Okay.
It is currently, I guess technically considered only half a bathroom because I took the tub out of it. So at the moment, it's a sink and a toilet.
Oh,
But it is the downstairs bathroom.
yeah.
Nobody takes a shower or anything there. but,
Oh, okay.
you
So
know.
yeah, that would be called a half bath.
But at one point, it was a full-time bathroom.
You're not planning to put it back to
No,
3, yeah. So that, I'll change that here to 2 full and 1 half.
2 full and a half.
Yep. Okay, so that was easy to do.
There hasn't been any work done on the house since the flood 10 years ago when I had to have my garage rebuilt
Oh,
because I lost my garage in the flood.
it was it a detached garage?
It was, now it's attached. But
Oh.
it's only attached by a, well, it wasn't.
Yeah, I
It wasn't
see it.
detached before, it was attached but not fully enclosed attachment.
Okay.
Like a breezeway that you walk.
Yeah, I
We
see.
Closed in the breezeway when we,
So it's a section that's 17 by 30 feet
yeah,
connecting the house to the garage. So that's an entirely brand new garage? It's entirely brand new or it was built
well, it was built 10 years ago.
10 years ago?
But-
Yeah, okay.
Yeah. But that's the last time any work was done on the house.
Uh-huh. Okay. And so there is a full basement, I guess, almost full basement.
Yes, it's full. There's a section of it that you have to bend way over to work in,
Oh.
or walk in.
Really?
It's one of those old houses, you just can't,
Yeah.
some places you can't stand up in the cellar and some places you can. But it
that-
is a basement. It is
Yeah.
not a crawl space.
Is there a cement floor?
Yes.
Okay. About how much of it would be the area that you can't really stand up in, percentage wise?
I would say about a quarter of it.
Yeah. Is it, you can't stand up in it?
I can't stand up in it without bending over.
Really? Oh,
But a man that has to work
So-
on there, like the guys that come to work on the furnace and stuff, they have to.
it's probably not more than 5 feet, I would guess, maybe.
Oh, no, I would say more like 4.
Really? Oh.
But that's the old section of the house and then the newer section that was put in the, I think in the 90s.
So this would be your basement shape.
Yes. This part here was added on
Mhm.
later, and that has a much higher ceiling.
Oh, okay.
And so does this part.
Oh.
That's the living room and the breakfast room, but
So-
under the original old section of the
Mhm.
house, it's quite low.
Okay. Is there floor there or is it just dirt?
There has been cement poured in there on top of rocks that were there
Oh, okay.
before.
Yeah.
It's a cement, or not a cement, a cinder block foundation. And
Wow.
some of that has been slathered with cement as well.
Is the cinder block for the whole perimeter?
Only in the old part.
Oh.
And the new part is poured concrete. Yep.
Okay. Oh, that's.
And that was done in the 90s, I think, 89 or 90.
Oh. Yeah, that would be a small change. It would be a change in the valuation of the basement area.
Okay.
So that's useful. We would just call it crawl space.
Yeah. Yeah, I would.
Oh,
To me, I don't call it crawl space.
Oh, yeah.
Because I can go down and walk through it.
Yeah, yeah.
But I think of crawl space as being something, this
Oh.
high.
Yeah, we call it crawl if it's If it's only 4 feet, that's
Yeah.
crawl space. Yeah. Oh, well, thanks. Yeah. That's good to have. Well, what I would say, we seem to, covered your issues for the most part here.
Okay.
What will happen is the assessor will review your property information
All right.
to include the things we discussed here today as well. And you'll get a second notice, probably in about 2.5 weeks.
Okay.
So when you get that notice, it'll show what change took place in the valuation. Or even if there was no change, you'd still get a notice, but it looks like there will be some change. And it'll also tell you about options that would be available to you after you've gotten your notice to have another hearing with other groups of people for a further change. If you feel not satisfied with what you do get for the new value. So that will be important for you to consider.
Okay.
Depending on what the value change is for this part of the process.
Now, how is this reevaluation going to affect the amount of taxes that are owed in August?
Well, there's no way to know what the tax rate will be until the reappraisal part is done and the grand list is created with all those new values. And then the budget will have to be included in the equation.
Yep.
So those things have to be accomplished, and then a new tax rate will be created sometime near the end of August, probably. It'll be later than it usually
All
is. But you will still get the same amount of time, the 30-day period to pay your bill.
Okay. That particular question, I'm not so much asking for myself, but I run the fuel assistance fund in town, and I have already gotten calls from 7 senior citizens who are panic stricken because the money that they put aside in the summer is going to have to go towards their increased taxes, which will leave them nothing for their fuel in the winter. They're afraid. And so they wanted to talk to me ahead of time and say, what kind of help can we get? And I feel like, are we going to end up picking all this up because the state's getting more money? And that's what it looks like.
Well, we can't speak to what the tax rate's going to be. And they really should try to, if you can have them relax a little bit, because it remains to be seen what the change will be for the valuation in town. And then also the budget has to be dealt with. So it's too soon to get too upset, I would say.
Okay.
And just a matter of waiting, and the tax bills will eventually be sent out, but there's no way to know what the tax rate will be.
All right.
So
I have just one other question I wanted to
Sure.
ask for myself. I live right down on the river, and it has been suggested to me that maybe part of the reason that my assessment went up so much was because I am right on the river. I have what they call a view tax or something similar to that. And I'm wondering if that is the case.
It's the valuations for land depend on sales pretty much.
Okay.
And sometimes sales do reflect a property that may have views simply because there's a record of sales that took place for those areas. But the term view tax is an obsolete term. Yeah.
Okay, well, that's good because I was prepared to fight that. You might have a view tax if you're right on the river, but you also have flood insurance to pay every year because you're right on the river. So,
Well, not everybody wants to see a river either. I mean,
Yeah.
it is pretty, can be, but If
Not
it's,
so pretty in the flood.
yeah, if it's washing away your land.
Yes, if it's washing your property away and
Yeah.
going through your garage, it's not that pretty.
Yeah, gosh, well, oh, okay.
Okay,
Well,
well,
okay,
thank you very much.
Thanks
Then
for coming
I will
in.
wait to hear from Matt in a
Yep,
couple of weeks.
in about 2.5 weeks.
Okay,
Yeah.
thank you.
All right, well, it's good you came in.
Are you Sarah by any chance?
I am Sarah.
Oh, thank you
Yes.
for your email correspondence.
Oh, you're welcome. No problem. That's what I'm here for.
Robert Johnson.
Hi, Robert. I'm Dan Bodwin. I work for the assessor. Bodwin, yeah. Well, Bodwin, yeah, yep. Yeah, it's French. From Winooski. Oh, if you feel more comfortable, you're welcome to use, you can bring a chair up if you want.
Oh.
Sure.
How about this one here?
Yep, yep. Is it bright?
Yeah, that one looks good.
Oh.
Air conditioners, like, right.
Oh,
I'm just gonna put a microphone in front of you. Our meetings are recorded.
Okay.
So.
so I have,
So this is Robert Jocelyn for 290 Old Mill Lane.
Correct.
and I have your correspondence with,
They have
Your-
a property
your
card for
email?
your reference as well.
Yes, this actually, before we actually get into my appeal, grievance on the
yeah,
valuation. And I think I pointed this out to Sarah via email. On here, I guess, is this the property card? Is that what they call it?
yep.
Okay, I better put my glasses on.
Yeah.
Somewhere on here, it says that the primary source of heat is hot water.
Okay,
I don't
yeah.
see that right here.
That would be on the,
Oh, it's on the back, okay.
Yeah,
The
yeah.
wrong side.
on the
Okay.
left-hand side,
Yes,
2/3 of the way down. It says heating and air conditioning.
yeah, it says primary heat, hot water. Well, that's not the case at all.
Okay, it sometimes has to be guessed at if they haven't been able to see the inside. or-
Well, I've got a big
Yeah.
chimney coming right out the top. and
Oh,
that-
okay.
That services my gigantic wood stove.
Oh, okay.
So that's my source of heat.
Was there ever a hot water heating
No.
system?
No.
Never.
Never.
Okay.
At one
Well-
point, they had my property card down as having 4 bedrooms, 2 baths, and forced hot air heat. Now, if you can
Okay.
squeeze all that into a 22 by 24
Well,
camp, I'd like to see it.
Obviously,
But
yeah.
stuff in here has been wrong ever since I've owned property here in town. So, and I try to come in and straighten it out.
It looks like they did make some changes.
They did make a few changes.
Yeah,
and
yeah.
The upstairs, they were counting the entire square footage of the upstairs, which I went to great lengths to try to explain that you can't do that because of the
eaves.
basically the upstairs is like this,
and
where the slanted roof is here and the floor is here. There's no knee walls at all. So basically, some of
Oh.
that space is not usable.
Well, generally, the rule of thumb that assessors.
What, there's
often
2/3
use-
or something?
No, what they do is they determine an imaginary knee wall. So you would take your tape measure and use
Right, I get it.
wherever the 5-foot point
Yeah.
is generally is what they use.
Yeah.
So wherever it's 5 feet and then across to the other side. And so it's pretty easy. So
Yeah, it's more correct now.
what they put in was 13.5.
Yeah,
which is
that's more like it.
Yeah, it's a little more than half of the base area.
Yeah, half would be
So,
11. So
Yeah, when comes to estimating from the outside,
I know.
some people maybe didn't realize how they should assess
Right,
that.
right. But finally, okay, so I guess you
Yeah.
can eventually correct that. But
Yeah, I put the wood stove down here too.
Yep.
No hot water, heat.
so basically, my issue is with
comparison of my property with my neighbor's property, and it's very, since they're all three camps there now, it used to be 4 camps. Way back when there
Oh.
were actually 5, 6 camps,
Yeah.
but not anymore. There's a lot of full season houses there now,
Uh-huh.
but there are still 3 seasonal camps. And the only other camps that are in Wilmington are out on the way towards the boat launch. There's a road out there. I forget the name of the road, but when you go out the main boat launch road,
Yeah.
there's a house, and then there's a driveway just to the right of that. And down in there, there's some more camps. But those are the only other so-called comps that you can compare our seasonal small camps
Yeah.
to.
There are other isolated camps in town.
Are there?
Yeah.
You mean like out in the woods or something, or?
Well, yeah, their structure would be seasonal type of 3 seasons maybe
Okay.
or less. Yeah, but obviously you're acquainted with the ones that are near you.
Yeah,
Yeah.
well, yeah, we're all neighbors there.
Mhm.
So basically, the way my valuation is, it's like 18,000 something more than my neighbor to the south of me. And his lot is 5.5 times larger than mine,
Okay.
right? He's got a 6/10 of an acre lot. I have a 1.1 acre of a lot.
Mhm.
And also he has a full permitted septic system with a flush toilet in the house and everything. Not me.
Oh.
I've got an outhouse.
Okay. Yeah.
So, and I just wondering how mine ended up being $18,000 more. I realize that the building itself is slightly larger, but his is a 2-bedroom. Mine, if you count the sleeping loft upstairs, which you have to. Mine is
No,
also-
actually, well, I should explain that. The bedroom count doesn't directly change the valuation.
Okay.
It's obviously important, but in the system that's used, it's just considered living space. And as far as the loft goes, a loft that's totally open and has no closed off area, that could not be considered a bedroom, even though people often use that for sleeping area.
Yeah.
And even though the bedroom count doesn't change, there wouldn't be a bedroom listed for that loft area. It's
Right.
just, it's living space, but it's open living space. So it's a different valuation.
Well, anyway, so.
Yeah, okay.
But, so both the buildings have 2 floors. Mine is I call it sleeping loft, but it's really an attic
Yeah.
with a mattress on the floor.
Yeah. Okay. So they show, does it have 2 bedrooms?
Yeah, he has a,
On the first.
his
room.
house, half of the upstairs is an enclosed
Okay.
sleeping loft.
Yeah.
With some stairs that are behind a door, but you can't see the stairs because it looks like a closet door.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
So do you have 2 bedrooms?
I have the sleeping loft and 1 bedroom downstairs.
Oh, so you only have one real
I
bedroom?
only have 1 real bedroom.
Yeah, so that can, I'll change that.
I didn't realize that because the
Yeah.
person before you always considered that space upstairs as a bedroom. I don't know why. They
I'm
did.
not the assessor though.
Pardon?
I'm not the assessor.
Oh,
I work for the assessor.
okay.
Yeah.
All right.
So,
But when Mr. Osler was here, I used to come in and have discussions with him, and
yeah,
they were always considering that upstairs attic / is a sleeping loft, as they considered it a bedroom. So
yeah, I could see that. That's what an average
Yeah.
person might. So, but technically, if there's no closed off with a door, it's not a bed. It can't be.
Okay.
Okay. And there is an enclosed porch on the backside.
yeah, it's on the front actually.
Oh, that's
Yeah,
the front.
Enclosed porch is on the front.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Well, because I'll make a note.
Yeah, it's actually. If you.
180
Are you supposed to
degrees.
be? Yeah.
So I'm gonna.
I'm
make a
assuming
note.
these drawings are taken from the point of view of
Front.
approaching the front door of the house.
Sometimes they just take the side that's facing the road, if there is a road,
Yeah,
You call
that's,
that the front.
well, it's facing like a drive, a grass driveway.
Oh, okay, yeah, so that makes sense. So we can just rotate that.
Okay.
Um, And so what do you have? So where does the water come from? Where does your water come from for drinking?
We have a shared well.
A shared
Yeah,
well?
it's
Okay.
shared with four dwellings altogether.
Oh,
Three
okay.
camps and one year-round house.
A year-round
We all
house?
share it, yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yep.
Shared by 4 dwellings.
And that's actually become part of the deed recently. We're all joined together in a shared well agreement.
Oh,
that-
okay.
That lays out how the water, it says, first of all, it's seasonal. May 31 to May 1st to October 31. And then it lays out the various responsibilities of who's responsible for what.
Okay.
And also, obligates us to pay for maintenance issues and stuff like that. So,
Yeah.
so
Oh, okay. Let's see what else. So is it, doesn't really have a foundation, does it? I mean, there's no basement, obviously.
it's
Are there piers?
it's a crawl space. No, it actually, I did have a foundation put in.
Oh,
back
perimeter
years
wall,
ago.
sort of?
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay. And then it's just all dirt inside there?
It's mostly
Or-
sloping granite on one side,
Oh,
or I'd say
ledge?
one
Yeah.
third of it is big sloping granite because it comes down from higher up on the hill.
okay.
And then I excavated it by hand at the time with an electric jackhammer. And I got rid of all the material, and part of it has a flat floor in there, which is
Oh.
poured concrete.
Oh, okay. But what is the height in there?
I'm gonna say 5'8" maybe. I have to
Oh.
duck when I go in there, so.
Oh, but it's up somewhere, it's somewhere above 5 feet?
I would think so, yeah.
Oh, okay.
I mean, it depends on the grade that if
Yeah.
you're looking at it on the low end, from,
Yeah,
because the grade slopes down from the hill. So you look at it from down there, it would be 5 feet. If you look at it from up top, it's only about
right,
that much.
right, okay. And there's probably not, is there access from inside the house to that? Or do
No.
you have to go outside?
You have to go outside.
Yeah.
Yep.
Is there actually a door?
Yeah,
Oh.
I built a door.
Oh, well, that's good. It
Yeah.
keeps the wind out and everything.
Yeah, oh, yeah.
Yeah, okay. Okay. So your main issue would be then the valuation, the increase?
Yeah, I mean, well, I've always had a problem with it. I've never gotten anywhere with it. The last time they changed the evaluation, went up quite a bit.
Yeah.
I tried to appeal it, but nothing happened. Didn't go anywhere. They kept correcting the property card, but
Yeah.
now I'm hoping once I've had this talk with you,
Well-
it'll finally be correct,
Yeah, as far as the valuation goes, the valuation does use all the sales that took place in town for a 3-year period.
Right.
And so it uses all those sales by, it's supposed to. That's the way it's supposed to work. And there, as you know, the market has gone up quite a bit. So the state said the town had to do a reappraisal.
Right.
And this is the result.
Mhm.
And the assessor has reviewed all these values before they were mailed out and determined that they were done correctly, but it doesn't mean that you can't have a different idea of what the valuation, what you would consider a good theoretical market value. Do you think you have some idea what you would sell it for?
Mainly, I mean, my
before?
whole issue, as I said, is just the fact that my neighbor's camp
Oh,
is
comparing.
much improved
Yeah.
compared to mine, and they're similar size structures. I mean, I would love to have a septic system, but he's
Yeah.
actually got one. I've got an outhouse, which is
And-
fine.
So you looked up that person's value?
Yeah.
The-
Yeah.
The new value?
Right.
Yeah. And it seems,
It's always been way lower than mine for some reason. I don't know why.
okay, yeah. What number is that, you know?
Let's see.
Well, if you don't, it can be, the
It's
assessor
t-
can look at it.
Well, mine's 290. The one that's kitty corner to me that is a year-round house now is 288.
Oh,
So the one next to me must be, frankly, I don't know.
is 280, the one you were saying is the 288 is the one that's a full-time resident?
Yes, that's not the one I'm comparing it to.
Oh, okay.
No,
Okay.
the one I'm comparing it to is also a seasonal camp.
Do you know the last name?
Latinen.
What is it?
Latinen. It's a Finnish name,
Oh.
Lahtinen.
I know, we have him coming in,
That person's
Or
coming
we-
in?
or we already did.
Oh.
I can't remember.
Oh, okay. So
just
he's
know
already
that
been
name.
here, I guess.
I don't know.
Yeah.
I didn't talk
That's
to him
what she,
about it.
that's what she said.
But that's who you're comparing to.
Yes.
So I probably have his information.
What's the number? It's gotta be in the two, between 280 and 290, I
Uh-huh.
think.
I think he already came in, now that you're saying that.
Sound like you got allergies or a cold.
Allergies.
Mhm. This has been a bad
All
summer.
year long.
It's a bad summer for it.
Can't find him right now.
That's okay. I can look
Okay.
at it. Yeah.
Anyway, it's not exactly due south because the buildings are don't line up on a north-south line, but
Yeah.
he's south of me.
Okay. Well, that's useful. And so the assessor will be able to look that up as well, to see what, why that is.
Yeah. And also, his lot is much bigger too. So that's probably one of the reasons why he was able to get a septic in there.
Oh,
I mean, his is 6/10 of an acre and mine is 1/10 of an acre.
mhm.
So,
That's pretty significant, having the septic system.
yeah,
So the assessor will get to see whatever I'm writing down here.
okay.
And he'll review your property all over again.
Okay.
And probably he'll be looking at the other ones.
Yeah.
They're closely grouped together?
Oh, yeah, very close.
So it's pretty obvious. that
Yeah.
they're- Yeah.
Yeah, and like 3 of the lots there, if you envision it, it's altogether, it's probably an acre. But 3 of the lots are 0.11 of an acre.
And
And one of those is included with
0.6.
the year-round house. And then the one I'm talking about, my neighbor is 0.6.
0.6, yeah.
And what it is there's a 10-foot right of way that goes between mine and his. And so that right of way kind of runs east-west.
Mhm.
And then over on the other side of the neighbor next to me, which is another camp, is another 10-foot right of way that runs north-south.
Oh, okay. Well, yeah, so,
I think it's in the file. It shows a plot plan. It's the old, what was the name of the family that way back when they bought the land from? DeBell. DeBell Development, that's what they call it.
okay.
Yeah. And he sold 4 camper friends, basically an acre lot, and they split it up into 4 pieces.
Right.
Close enough.
Yeah.
So,
Well, okay, so yeah, he's going to review them.
Okay.
You'll get a second notice in about 2.5 weeks.
okay.
And that will look a lot like the first one to show you what, if any, or if no change for the valuation. And, it also describes, after you've gotten that notice, if you feel that it wasn't satisfactory change, there's some other options for you beyond this hearing.
Oh, I mean, like going to court?
But, well, there's a Board of Civil Authority, the BCA, that would probably be the first one after this available. And it's a group of people who also, it'll be sort of like this.
Is this something new? Because
No, it's not new.
No?
And they might be a little bit more demanding for documentation.
Mhm.
I don't know.
Yeah.
But it is the next step up, I believe.
So that's a group of people in town here?
I believe so, yeah. Well, yeah, sure they would have to be residents.
Yeah.
They may be appointed, but not necessarily elected. Probably
What's
appointed.
that?
The board of BCA, they're residents of the town.
Yeah.
But
I don't know how it happens. I'm not sure if you get voted in or.
I know the
if-
listers had to be voted in.
Right.
Yeah, I don't know about the BCA though.
I'm
I don't
not
know.
sure.
Russ said he worked on the BCA for Windsor. He's not.
I know for these types of appeals, Russ would have to be there. I'm pretty sure.
Oh, yeah,
Probably
okay.
part of it,
Oh,
yeah.
okay, he's there, but he's not necessarily, he's not. a
No,
member
it's
of
just
BCA.
that it's the BCA with.
Okay.
But yes, I'm pretty sure every single person from the BCA is a town resident.
I didn't realize that.
So you might even know some.
Maybe. Well, I'm kind of a seasonal resident myself, so,
Oh, right.
you know.
So that's how it will play out.
Actually, I'm not even a resident. I mean, I have property here, but I'm not a legal resident of Vermont, so I have not even,
Yeah.
I can't even take advantage of the homesteading deal.
I live in Greenfield too.
Do you?
Yeah.
No kidding.
Yeah.
Wow.
Originally from Winooski though.
Oh,
Way
okay.
back, my
Yeah, I
father's
know.
family.
Winooski up by.
Way up, yeah.
there.
Yeah. Oh, that's great. Yeah, I live on Wells Street.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah. Well, okay, I guess that sums it up. for
Okay.
now.
I guess I'll just
well,
wait and
Yeah, it's good that you came in.
till I hear something.
Yeah,
I guess.
that'll say aye.
Okay. Right. Thank you.
Okay, thanks a lot for coming. Oh, take your paper with you.
Oh, yes.
You don't want to forget that.
Oh, thank you. Actually, this was yours, but I'm glad you.
Oh, those are, I can print those for anyone. So, yep.
Thank you.
Okay, yep, I know.
All right, next we have Paul. It's completely up to you. I think it's harder for me to hear us from back there, but it doesn't matter to us. Okay, we just have to have a microphone in front of you because we do record our sessions. Yep.
Yeah, yeah.
But if you'd like to pull a chair up, feel free. And do you have a current property card for your property? It's two-sided with the specs of your house on one
No, I
side.
don't.
All right, so that's for you. That comes from our appraisal system.
So that's basically all of the characteristics and details about the property.
Yeah, except that it's wrong.
Okay.
Because I bought the house as a foreclosure for $65,000.
Uh-huh.
And by Vermont law, you're supposed to base the taxes off the most recent sale, which was $65,000. So I came back and I spoke to somebody about that, and they said they see that. Well, this was back when I bought it, 2020. I bought it November 2019.
Okay.
And then 2020. And then they changed it to the.
Oh,
80.
well, it appears on here.
It does appear the
but it-
65,000? I don't see
yeah.
it.
Yeah.
Where?
Right at the top.
Oh, okay,
Yeah.
there you go.
But because it's a foreclosure, it's not a valid sale. So, anything.
Why wasn't it valid?
Anything out of.
Not
the
valid
ordinary
to be used during the
for the-
appraisal.
Okay.
So the comps have to be, all the sales get used except for the ones that were not valid.
All right,
Like
but
between-
then they valued it at 83. Which was after I said, you know what, I'm not gonna argue that point.
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
So
No way in
That was in
anybody's
2000.
wildest dreams was it ever worth 170.
2020. So I've got, yeah.
At the moment, I've restored most of the water, but it has no heating system. And I mean, the house needs a roof. It's got some real issues that I'm working on.
Okay.
But it's like, you're not gonna get 240 for it if you want to get it's not for sale. You couldn't live in
What's
it.
your address?
It's a 20 Whitney Lane.
Oh, okay. I had this one.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
I mean, I have pictures of the
Oh,
problems.
yeah? Oh,
Yeah.
do you have those in digital?
In my digital camera,
Yeah.
yeah.
Yeah, if you would like, well, were you gonna give those to us?
You can have them, I don't care.
Well, because all of the information we collect here will go to the assessor. And usually it's easier if we can just
Right, well-
email it, but we can.
Oh, I can send it to you digitally, yeah.
Oh, well,
I mean,
yeah,
this
it
is
would be
the
to her email address.
leak in the kitchen. This is where the prior owner tried to fix the roof right before he started to grow a garden on it.
Oh my goodness.
Yep. So it definitely needs a roof.
Yeah.
Then, I went over this with Chris Lavoy. You know Chris?
No.
Oh, he used to do the water here, the plumbing.
He still does.
Yeah, I know.
Oh.
And the heating system has like 50 ruptures all through the whole thing, and that the burn is cracked. So he said, no, you just got to rip it out. So it has no heating system.
Well, it's there, but it's not working.
It can't be fixed. In his estimate, it
Oh,
can't
okay.
be fixed.
Yeah.
Because it's cracked inside. They left the
Oh,
water
yeah,
in the
when they're-
house.
when they're
Yeah,
cracked, yeah.
the whole house froze up.
Yeah, oh, okay.
And at the moment, I'm still working on all this stuff because I can't get homeowners insurance. Because when they come to inspect it, they always find all these open wires, this is no good. The boxes have to be closed. The walls are open. The
So-
house is a wreck.
Yeah.
I mean, it's not, I'm working on it, but I'm only one guy and I'm retired on
Yeah.
disability and I only can do so much.
So you don't have any insurance?
They won't
They
insure
won't
it.
take-
They won't insure it because I bought it in as-is condition. So when
Oh.
it sells, like it didn't need to have a kitchen, it didn't need to,
Yeah.
it didn't need those things.
Did it get inspected for sale at all, though?
No, you don't inspect for a
They just
foreclosure.
don't inspect them, yeah.
No, you buy it as is.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Wow.
I mean, I went through it and I realized what I was buying.
Yeah, right,
You
yeah,
know,
you knew what you were getting into.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I realized what I was buying. But I didn't realize that the previous owner had, watched this old house, took LSD and went to work. Everything.
Did pipes burst besides
Yeah.
damaging the
Yeah,
furnace?
all the pipes burst.
Oh,
There's almost 50, through the radiators and the pipes and all that stuff. As far as the water, the fresh water, that was all cut out and new PEX was put in. So now like the toilet
Oh,
works
okay.
and the sink works and one shower works,
So.
one shower doesn't work.
There wasn't any risk of mold, I guess it wouldn't.
That's
get that bad,
that's the
or-
thing here, which I haven't gotten into, where it's still leaking.
Oh, yeah, that's when mold comes.
Yeah, that's this one. See, the pipes just broke apart.
Wow.
This roof. Yeah, it's the first one right there.
Oh.
That's a sheetrock ceiling
Mm.
that was holding water, and it just broke through. So I haven't ripped the ceiling down yet, because if there is mold in there, I don't want to rip the ceiling down and expose the entire house to mold. You have to encapsulate the area and then vacate. the
What
mold.
part of the house is this?
That's the kitchen.
That's the kitchen.
Yeah, that's the kitchen. There's the sink right there.
Oh, yeah, so we'll keep that one on top.
Yeah.
So. Overall, it sounds like it's in
rough shape.
They're below average condition for sure.
Yeah, I mean, it's not you can't stay there all year long. There's no heat. So at the end of the year, I wait to end, I'm working on it. So somewhere around November, Thanksgiving, I drain out the water that I fixed, we winterize that.
Yeah.
And then we don't come back till,
Close it up.
yeah, April.
Okay.
But there are other houses, like this one, but these could have, I don't know if this was foreclosure, 65, 121. This one, I don't even think they can sell. This one, they're trying to sell for 130, they can't even sell it.
Were you
This is in
able to
Wilmington.
leave these, or should we copy
You
them?
can have.
Oh, okay,
Yeah,
because
everything I brought here, you can have.
the more we can give the assessor, the better.
Yeah.
Um,
I mean, I'd be very happy if it was worth 240. It's just not.
Hmm.
You know, I don't know. How did you guys come at that assessment? Somebody just looked at it, and went over and looked at it?
Well, this was not a physical reappraisal. That was the 2021 was 2020 was a physical inspection. So all the properties were visited by the listers.
That was the one that was $83,000.
Yeah, right. Exactly. Yeah.
They didn't go inside.
Yeah, right. If no appointment was made, they just went out.
Never even contacted me.
Well, it would have just been, there would have been a notice saying there was a reevaluation taking place.
Oh.
Or before, I think it was probably.
I think, it probably all happened at the same time. So when I bought it and it was all at the same time.
Yeah, the towns have to send out a notice.
I thought it was
Usually
every
before.
6 years you have to do a reassessment.
That's the new
That's the new law.
requirement. It was on a time schedule of every 10 years it was physical, and in between, after 5 years, it was a statistic. And that's been changed. But this 2004 one was mandated by the state because the market had changed so much that the values were not usable anymore. So it was only 4 years, and now it will be every 6 years. So all the valid sales were used as part of the reappraisal for a 3-year period ending with March 31st of this year.
Of this year.
Yeah. So those 3 years.
You want this little
all
photo?
all the valid sales were used in the system to create the values for the whole town.
I mean, I've been working on the house. We did have, like when we were fixing the water, came off, the water meter came off and flooded the crawl space.
Oh my goodness.
And I ended up with a $4,000 water bill, which I had to pay. Right, which Chris said they would probably, make it half and let you pay it.
Oh,
But it
okay,
was
like-
right when the town took over,
abatement,
and they
okay.
decided, no, they weren't gonna do that. They wanted their $4,000, so I had to pay them $4,000, which set back what I could fix on the house, because I didn't come up with $4,000. But also now, where the pipe comes in, where the meter comes in, the water, I have to backfill and build up a wall in the area where the water comes
Yeah.
in.
Oh.
I mean, it's just like one thing after another with this house.
Yeah. Have you seen this before, the property card?
No.
Because we usually review some of this. So the sketch on the backside shows the footprint of the house,
footprint, yeah.
basically. Part of it has basement, and part of it doesn't.
I don't know if you'd call it a basement. It's like a crawl space. That's where the water is, where the water comes in.
So as we're looking at it, what part is, so this, they're saying.
There's no
This
basement here. Here, I'll show you right here.
Okay.
So this is where the living room is. There's nothing under there. When you come
Okay.
in through here, it's a typical Vermont house. They kind of excavated it. So you go in through a little hole in the side, and then you walk in, the water comes in here.
So you can stand up and.
You can, yeah, if you're Quasimodo, you can stand up there. But those pipes, like the drainage pipes and stuff go through there.
Yeah.
Because it has Wilmington water and Wilmington sewer,
Okay.
right? So
And then.
maybe right, because it's excavated on a hill. So
Okay.
maybe right when you come in, it's lower than over here.
It slopes.
Yeah.
Okay.
So when
And
you get up
what's-
to the water, I mean, you gotta crawl.
And over here, there's.
That's flat. That's a slab.
That's a slab.
Yeah, that's a slab.
Okay.
So there's no basement here. I don't know if we use the term liberally, if you're gonna, because this is like dirt walls. and things like that. There was in here where the water comes in, there was like a hand poured foundation where they just dumped concrete in.
Oh, okay.
And then the water comes in under it where it's dirt. And that's where now under that foundation is all the rushing water. So I have to backfill that.
And.
I mean, I can get you a picture of that if you want.
Well, yeah, that might be useful. So, and under this rectangle here, there's a slab.
That's a slab, yeah.
So it's
that's-
just one story with a slab.
No, it's 2 stories with
Oh,
a
it's two
slab,
story, okay.
but it's ground level,
Oh, yeah, okay.
just like a
So
garage.
They're calling it lower level instead
Yeah.
of calling it basement.
Yeah.
If
'cause
it's mostly at grade or above, or only
Well,
slightly.
you know, again, it's on the side of a hill, so the
Yeah.
front part of it is like 4 feet high,
Yeah.
and then the back part of it is 8 feet, you know, because it's up down the hill.
Yeah, so they're just calling it lower level.
Yeah.
So that's correct. So.
This doesn't have the property dimensions on it, does it?
No, it just only shows, on this only shows the total acreage.
Where's it show that?
That would be on the front side. The other side. If there's.
Oh, 1 point, oh, that's a effective frontage.
Yeah, so where it shows up is where. Right.
What does that mean, 185 feet, 1.85?
That's the total acreage. Right?
That's the total acreage.
1.8.
right?
Does
Okay,
that
just
sound
under
correct?
2 acres, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, here you go, over here, legal acreage.
So I guess the biggest factor here is the condition.
Yeah, the condition of the house is poor.
Um,
You know, you couldn't live in it all year long. I
No.
mean, if I had another $100,000, yeah.
So I'll make a note, the house was flooded.
Yeah, that was in the so-called basement, correct, wherever.
Mhm.
And the only reason that didn't flood the rest of it, like it's because it's like one of those drains,
Oh,
you know, the French drain or whatever, but it filled
Yeah.
up that area.
it did.
And then it went into the other side that's flat and it drained out through there.
Oh. Oh, okay. So I guess we pretty much covered the basic information. You think you might be able to email me photos? We'll keep the.
Yeah.
Um,
I have to knock the file size down. I mean,
oh.
because I shoot them with a camera. I don't take
Yeah,
pictures with
so
my
in
phone. I'm
order
a
to
retired
make it-
photographer. So,
Yeah.
you know, my phone has like 6 pictures in it.
Well, yeah, it would be easier to get the digital ones to the assessor.
Okay.
And,
Let me have the email.
okay, well, it's for, do you have the email? Yeah. And these will be.
Yeah, I
scan-
mean, I
I'll
looked, this
scan
said bring
these.
comps and I looked around and, you know, Wilmington is not seasonal. Wilmington is, people live here all year long. So to have a house that you can't live in all year long, yeah, they come from New Jersey and they come from wherever, Boston and stuff. They're handy with a bulldozer. They knock it down and build a big house.
Yeah.
I'm not like that. You know? I mean, I grew up here.
Well, yeah, the assessor has the obligation of using all the sales regardless of.
Yeah, I mean, they're supposed to
They
do
will-
comprehensive sales.
Yeah.
But you gotta find a comprehensive property, a comparable property.
It actually has to use all of the sales, but it has a system that's capable of filtering out what needs to be valued in what way. So it's a very deep system.
Yeah, I would say if the house was restored. Because the house
Okay.
on the end of the road, I think sold for 280, which is a big house on you know, Whitney and Castle Hill.
Mhm.
And I'm 2 houses away. So, yeah, you might be right there if the thing was 100%, but it's nowhere near. I'd say right now, my house is probably 30% of what it should be. Because there's no interior decorating yet either.
Yeah.
You know, there's holes in the wall. There's no sense like painting the walls when you don't have heat. You know,
Yeah.
and you're gonna have to rip out radiators and rip things apart. Plus, every time I touch electric, I gotta go through the wall because this guy was, you know, I found brown lamp cords to light switches.
That's pretty good.
Yeah, it's,
No,
and you know, what, only reason I found it is because the inspector came and he removed the light switch. And he
yeah.
goes, oh, look at this.
Yeah.
And then said, no, you're gonna need a full electrical inspection. So now every time I do electric, I photograph it so that I have a
Right.
record of it.
Well, So what'll happen is you'll get another notice in about 2.5 weeks to let you know what change was made, if
Mhm.
any, or even if there's no change. And so that also will tell you about what's available for further resolution, like the BCA, for grievances for them. Similar
There's
process.
like a Vermont board too, right? That's like a last resort.
Yeah, there's other factors, other options.
These are the pictures. Do you want them or not? You just want me to try to get them to you digitally?
Yeah, yeah.
Okay.
If they're not shrunk too much or whatever, they'll still be usable.
Well, I use Gmail, so I can send.
Maximum of 25, I think.
Yeah, something
25
like
meg.
that. So
Yeah.
if I knock them down to 1 meg or something.
Somewhere in that range.
Get
Yeah,
'em
it'd
in
still
there.
be usable. Sure. And I have the descriptions here too as well.
Mhm.
So, yeah, that'd be
But it's
great.
not, it doesn't have heat. The house doesn't have heat. Kitchen is, not really a kitchen.
Yeah, it's not saleable in the way it is,
No,
but-
not like this, no.
but,
I mean, it's saleable as a foreclosure.
Mm.
I've been working on it, but I'm a dude.
Yeah.
I'm
Well-
a dude. I got a bed. I go to sleep. I'm good to go.
He'll see all the information and try to make some determination.
Okay.
Yeah. Well, it's a good thing you came in.
And I'll email you the pictures. Where's the?
It's on the
Oh.
website too.
So I've been emailing with you.
Yep.
Okay. All right, I'll get them to you.
Wonderful.
Is there anything I should reference or just 20 Whitney Lane?
Yeah, that's good.
Okay. All right, thanks a lot. Have a
All
good
right.
day.
Okay. Take care. Thanks.
However you'd like. Would you like to-
Yeah. Otherwise, I feel like I'm at a hearing. I'm Sandy Moy.
Okay, I'm Dan.
Hi,
Goodwin.
Dan.
I work for the assessor. What I do here is collect whatever information homeowners want to pass on
Okay.
to the assessor for his reviewing of the property.
Okay. Are you Sarah?
I'm Sarah.
Hi, Sarah. I'm Sandy. We've been emailing. Nice to meet you.
Okay, so you can
Okay.
start.
So, I don't know if you have a copy of my property card. with you?
Yes, I do have a copy.
Okay, so, there's some corrections that I
Oh,
noticed that need to
Okay,
be.
yeah, that's one of the main things we want to clear up.
So under the first floor, they have it listed as 972 square feet. And then I took the measurements because I was like, there's no way this is this big
Did you measure on the inside or outside?
inside.
Okay, it's standard procedure for the first floor to be measured on the outside by assessors. It's just the way it's done.
So is that's what it is? Do you see what I'm saying?
Presumably, If it was measured over the years of other inspections, let's see, 1989, yeah, so it would have been measured on the outside, yeah.
But then there's isn't that so it calls it finished space. So there's a staircase that completely blocks it off. But so I'm just saying that when you're measuring, when it says 972 and they add it, you're talking about finished space. So if you go from the outside, so there is a difference, basically. There's a
Yeah,
difference.
the theory is that the walls have to be included as the part of the cost of building a first floor. So the second floor, any floors above the first floor, those can be often, if it's not the full shape of the first floor, then
It's not, okay.
when there's the ease.
But
of
then
the
what
house-
about the stairwell though? There's a stairwell that boxes off the whole
Yeah, the
section.
stairwells are not usually filtered out as being a different amount of square footage. You have to have stairs. It costs money to build stairs. So the cost approach says half of that stairway is more or less appraisable and the other half, it's as if there's two floors there, but it is the standard procedure.
Okay.
Where
So-
you have a place where there's an open ceiling,
We have an
that would be a case where the the area of that open part, the vaulted part, that would be important. If there's no second floor over, say, the entranceway, which is not unusual, when you first walk into the house, so that would be taken away from the second floor.
Right, it was, that one's.
That
right.
would be
The
significant.
second floor,
Yeah.
right?
I can see where you would think that stairways somehow have to be accounted for as
Okay.
not full space, but generally they don't take that into account.
All right. The deck is listed as 685 square feet.
Okay.
It's 328 square feet.
Oh, you measured all the sides and everything.
There's only one, I mean, the picture of it looks like it's wrapping around like an L. And
Does
there's
it not?
No.
Oh, okay.
At all. I can show you a video.
Yeah, actually, if you can draw,
So literally.
If you can tell, or you can draw it yourself.
So I don't know how
So
what's the front door? It just can't even.
The front?
Yeah, what's the front door?
Would be this right here, I believe.
If that's my
Possibly.
front,
We don't
right.
have the picture here, but, so this, yeah, theoretically, this is probably the front.
This is the front door.
And here's a deck drawn.
It's
Oh,
just
over
one,
here.
yeah, like, so this is showing like the deck wrapping around. I would say like, if this is the house, this is my deck.
Oh, okay.
So I can show you a video of what, it's just
Well,
one side. Oh, you have images? Google, Google Maps.
Oh, okay.
Ah.
Oh, yeah.
So this is your front door. Right, so that's my front door, right? It's off to the right. It's only one side of the house. That's not. Yeah, yeah, that's just the side. It's just one side.
Okay, so if we're holding this like that. So it looks like.
This is the cover. So this would be that piece, right?
Yeah. And
And it ends at the end of the house. So all of this stuff doesn't exist. Like it's trying to say.
Right. That's what I'm
Yeah.
saying.
Yeah.
That might need to be. Like the deck goes around.
A
this
visit.
piece,
Yeah.
which is right here. And that says, this is covered for the porch. That would the seat.
Yeah. Frame porch.
That's the front of the house. That's my door. That's just my door.
Right.
So,
Yeah, this might be, something that's to measured in person. I'd like to be able to go out there. And there may or may not be possible to fit a visit in. For now, we might be able to just show on here what it is, and the assessor might be satisfied with that. So as we were looking, so what you drew here,
that's what, we just looked at it. Like, this
Yeah.
looks like it's saying it's wrapping all the way around, and it's not. There's nothing here.
so there's nothing from here.
The whole back of the
Yeah.
house doesn't have it. It's just one side of the house that has a deck.
That seems reasonable. So we can cross that out. So it would be this, it would be continuing this line here.
It's just one side of the house. Yeah, so it's just one side of the house.
So
that
it's all
has it.
this.
Right.
You drew a line here.
I got
this-
confused. like,
Okay,
I didn't know how to
so I
do
can
this.
erase that.
I just know it's one side of the house. I'm very bad with maps and directions.
No,
I get
that's-
very turned around. So
That's pretty obvious, yeah. So, this is. Do you have any other photos that you want to submit, or did?
I did, like, well, you guys have the
you-
photo to
Oh,
show
you
that there
sent-
is no, I
Okay.
didn't send it,
Those
that's
are
your
old-
photos.
Those are old photos.
I have video, I can send you a photo of the deck.
Oh.
It was just that it's hard to get the deck because there's trees, I can't
Yeah.
stand back and just show it, I can take
Yeah.
it.
No, I think that was good enough. Yeah. And as
I have
long as
video
you-
right now, like, yeah, so.
No, if you're confirming what we have here.
Yeah.
Then that's no problem.
So I measured that and that was
300 and something? You said?
328 feet.
Okay, well. That's. Okay.
And then
So-
on my card, it also says I have a sauna and air conditioning, which I wish I had air conditioning,
Really?
but I don't.
Okay,
So I don't know why that's on.
yeah, we never get to find out usually why some things are either on here incorrectly or not in here and should be on here. It works both ways. It's possible that that was something that may have appeared on the original plans for the house. We don't know, but it's easily corrected. So there is no sauna.
No sauna.
Okay, and
No
no
central
air conditioning. Can you don't know if there ever was?
There was, that I know that they used to have it a long time ago. There is no air
Yeah.
conditioning. There's no like pipes. There's no, like, it's just, it's like a big rust. I wish I had air
Yeah.
conditioning,
Yeah.
but they don't have any air. That I knew, like, but I don't have air conditioning. There's no central air conditioning in my house. But I don't know where a sauna would even come from, where it would even go.
Yeah, sometimes, well, we never really find out, obviously. I'm sure there's multiple ways that incorrect information can be, but coming in here, it's solving that. by making it all correct. So there are 3 bedrooms
Yes, there's.
and 3 bathrooms.
So that was the other thing. Under plumbing, it says there's 3 fixture bathrooms, which equals 9, which I'm assuming is the
Yeah.
sink, the toilet.
The
I only have
totals-
2.5 baths. So the one in the basement doesn't have a shower. I have a picture of that.
It's just a sink and a toilet.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay, that's easily changed. That makes sense anyway. That's the one that's in the basement.
Yeah.
Okay. So I'll make this 3 a 2. And put the 2 fixture. One of those. There, yeah. Well, so that's good to correct that.
And then I had a question about the finished room. So we talked about there's 3 bedrooms, right?
Yeah.
So they list a dining room and a family room, but there's no division between my dining room. It's one big
Okay,
room.
yeah.
The whole thing's one big room.
Yeah, again, that might have been an estimate if they hadn't actually gotten in to see it. So that's easily corrected. And the fact also is that the room count does not change the valuation.
Okay.
So the bedroom count, and those other labels, it's all just finished area. So,
So the finished rooms don't count into your evaluation?
if it's finished living space, heated living space.
Okay, so where do they?
All the square footage.
So how should
counts.
so how should I think about, so it says 7 finished rooms, and then it goes 3 bedrooms, one family room, 1 dining room.
Yeah.
So how should I be thinking about what's considered? So there's
Uh,
3 bedrooms in that finished
We
rooms?
would leave the 3 bedrooms because we do want that part of it, the
Right.
information to be accurate.
Right.
So if there's 3 bedrooms, yes. And as far as the open space, it doesn't have to say formal or the other. The other.
Because I
label.
happen to use it as dining.
So we would, I would say we would just cross off 2 rooms, take off 2 rooms, those 2 rooms. It's still going to be the same amount of finished square footage,
Okay,
but we just take the labels away since it's misleading.
yeah,
An open plan just has everything
yeah.
open. So somebody may have felt it needed to have that kind of description. I don't know. But the living space still stays the same. As you can see on our sketches, we don't draw interior walls
Yeah.
in any way.
Yeah, so,
It's all just considered,
so the finished room doesn't matter how many finished rooms there are,
right, right.
you're saying?
The bathrooms are not included in that total,
Right,
but they're listed separately as bathrooms. So they still are finished space, but they have to be called bathrooms because they have plumbing.
so then, how should I think of finished rooms? Just so the finished rooms don't include the bedroom, right?
Yeah,
Do they
the
do-
bedrooms are part of the total.
Oh, there.
The
'cause
total
it just- it
living
looks- it
space.
just look- Right.
Yeah.
It just looks weird the way they list
It is, yeah, and
You
it'll
would know
look more clear when this is adjusted.
Okay,
Mhm.
thank you.
But what you see for the sketch, that really shows you, that's showing you what considered living space. Unless it's for the second or third floor, if there is one. This would be the space of your second floor.
Yeah.
So obviously, it's a lot less than
Yeah.
this here. And theoretically, that would have come either by actual measurement by a human being, or it would have come from
That one's about right.
the plan.
That one I knew, that one's about right, because I measured it.
Oh, good.
Yeah, so I knew that one was about right.
It's a lot easier if you're looking at a plan, which usually is submitted to the town before a house gets built.
Yeah.
So a lot of times the assessor gets that plan even before it's built and gets to create this sketch. And then theoretically, the house gets built to that plan, but not always. Yeah.
And then on the property card, it says exterior features. What's OFP?
Let's see, where are you seeing?
OFP, all this stuff. It's
Oh,
like
okay.
sauna. Oh, wait,
okay,
no, besides OFP, there's another, I don't know what this is. I
Oh,
don't have
that's your
glasses.
fireplace. Is there a fireplace?
Yes.
Okay, so it's, yeah, it's FPL, FPSTL. Oh, it's saying it's a steel fireplace. Is it a freestanding or is it built into the wall?
No, it's built into the wall.
Okay, so that really shouldn't be. And you can actually put wood in there and
Yeah.
have a fire. Okay, so that would be just a regular fireplace.
I have a picture of it too.
Oh, okay.
It's not
Yeah.
freestanding.
So I'm just gonna cross out the part that says steel. And it's built in. Built into, well. Okay.
And then there's also a section I don't know where it's not. OFP and WDT.
Let's see. Oh, okay. So that's that represents the OF is the OFP would be the open frame porch, the porch, basically, which is
Which is here. Yeah, no, I
here. It
have
is
that,
the
yeah.
open. So that, and then the WDD is the wood deck.
Okay.
Which is sort of obsolete because now a lot of decks are made out of tracks or something like that. But it still says wood. So that's what, it's just a breakout and itemization of the cost of those, which is just ended up being included into the whole total value. So that's good. You found some very significant differences
Yeah.
over the years.
Yeah.
So that's part of what we hope to get when.
And then, so then I also noticed on the property card that it's giving me a grade of average plus and a condition of good. And I don't necessarily agree with that. And I have pictures to kind of. So first of all, there's a significant plumbing design flaw. My sister's an architect.
Oh.
This shower in the primary bathroom is in an exterior wall. That's the first thing, just in terms of like, that's a major issue. But then like, this place is not in good shape. It's like everything is original. Like the wood is rotting on the frames. It's all original, like, this is from when this was built. Nothing's been changed out.
Yeah, which was what year?
In 1989, so it's 35 years old, right?
So it'd be
Like,
no updates.
There's no updates. It's in terrible condition. Look at this. Do you know, this is mismatched. This is old. This is silver. This is rotting. Driveways,
What is that? That's right.
cabinet underneath the cabinet plumbing, so. This stuff's all, so it hasn't been renovated, you know, things are like rotting, we have popcorn walls, things are peeling and coming off. It's in a terrible shape, actually.
Yeah, it does
Driveway.
need some maintenance.
So it's not in like average plus.
Good afternoon.
Well, the average plus is the grade as it was originally.
Hey, Allison, we're still finishing up our last one. We'll be right with you.
Okay, that's fine. Thank you.
Sorry about that.
That's okay.
Well, that would be the condition. So it's two separate things.
So you're saying
So
average was when it was.
grade is the original construction.
So I don't think
and
it's in good.
over time, things do change. And yeah, that seems more likely. So I'll circle that. Yeah, usually good would mean something better than just having not, yeah, that it's been helped to be almost as good as when it was originally. So I'll make a question mark. What were you starting to say?
So there's that. And then the land valuation, I just wanted to talk about that really quick.
Yeah.
So it says it's 40,000, right? And I have a half acre. The half acre is actually not fully utilizable because the house is set all the way in the back. Like I've seen people in my neighborhood when they don't have it all set in the back, they were able to put in a garage. I can't do that because it's a long driveway. And then to the left is the propane and the septic tank. So I was told that you can't, I didn't know this, obviously, like you can't do anything on that side. So it's like a half acre at 40K, but the only thing that I can do is what's right there in the house. Like Chimney Hill also has like things where you're not allowed to like build out or you hit like a certain amount of like to the next door. So I wanted to like bring that up about the valuation of the land because it's not fully utilizable on my property. So this is the way it's been set up with the propane and the septic tank. You can't use any most of the land.
Right? Well, it does have a septic.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. Yep.
And then I also pulled both the last sales for the last 2 years in my area, and the average was only 26.5. The land valuations were.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Yeah, the land is valued separately, of course, from the house structure. And I wouldn't have much input for that other than to explain. The assessor would have to look at it, but theoretically, even though you can't use some of the land for purposes that you would like to, it's still all it's all your lot. It's there's no, even though you can't use it, it's still there. There's no way you can't ignore it. And
I do think that like, there's some like comparables though.
Yeah.
If you look at the last 2 years of sales around us, I don't know what 40,000
okay. Well, yeah, I'll have a question mark here, but it doesn't look like it's anything out of the ordinary. That's pretty much how all the properties in town are. You can have large portions where that are not usable, but it's actually it's still something that you own that has to be valued. Sometimes there are factors that can change the value aside from the actual square footage being used. Things like power lines being over it, something like that. Those are factors that can be easily dealt with using sales. It all comes down to sales. So,
okay, I understand.
yeah, but these other issues seem pretty significant.
Yeah.
So this will all go to the assessor, notes I think and so on. And you will get a second notice in about 2.5 weeks to show what change, if any, will be made. And that we did do some things here that it will definitely get changed. And even if there was no change, you would still get a notice, but, and that notice will tell you about the other options after you have had this hearing. If you still want to have a grievance hearing with other people who can also make changes, that'll be in the notice as well. So in about 2.5 weeks, the assessor has to do a whole lot of these hearing results.
Right.
So it's quite a bit of work.
Okay, all right. So, but I definitely like, so we went through all the ones that we know that definitely.
Yeah, exactly. Yep. Clear cut.
Thank you very much. I appreciate your time. I know
oh.
that you guys are probably really busy.
Yeah, but it's good. It's good that you came in. It was the right thing to do, and it worked out pretty well.
Thank you. Thank you.
Okay.
You're welcome.
All right. Take care. Bye.
So we're running a tiny bit behind here. Just want to let you all know. But Allison, you're the next one up.
Okay, sounds good.
So whenever you're ready to begin, go right ahead.
Okay, so I had pulled some information from Mount Snow Realty showing the average home price as well as the median home price, which was lower than what we were reappraised at. And then there was a home that sold in May of this year on Riverside Drive, which is the adjacent street to Happy Haven, for $314. And then all the other documents just show other average prices for homes. Another one was sold in May of 17 for $367.5 in the area. So basically, these were all comparisons, either on my street or Riverside Drive. So I'd like to have the reappraisal just reconsidered.
My name is Dan Bowden, by the way.
Good afternoon.
I work for the assessor, and
Okay.
I'm here to let you show it and talk about your issues for the assessor's review of the property after this is handed over to him.
Okay.
And yeah, it's good to have some information from these comps here that you put together. Have you seen the copy of the property card? Did you get that by any chance from?
What's it called?
The assessor's property card. It has all the basic information of the home and the land.
No, that I did not get.
Okay, we can have one sent to you by email.
That would be perfect. Yeah.
Yeah, and you, when you get that, you can look it over and decide if or see if there's anything that seems incorrect. It lists information and a drawing of the footprint of the different parts of the house.
Okay.
Along with details about the interior, room count and bathrooms and bedrooms. So that would be good for you to look over.
Okay.
When you get a chance.
No changes have been made to the home in probably 50 years.
Okay.
My brother, my sister, and I just recently took it over when my parents passed about 2 years ago.
Oh.
So,
Yeah, that's, go ahead.
So where does the actual reappraisal number come from? How do you
Okay.
arrive at the 421.7?
Okay, I'll explain a little bit of that. So the reappraisal used all of the valid sales that took place in a 3-year period, ending on March 31st. On March 31st of this year.
Okay.
All of the valid sales are entered into the assessor's appraisal system, and he runs that system in order to come up with the new values, which the sales are the driving factor for the assessment change.
Gotcha.
And he does review every valuation that comes from that analysis to determine if it seems correct based on his knowledge about property in general and particular features of the particular property he's looking at for each and every house in town.
Okay.
And also commercial properties as well. So those are the values that ended up getting mailed out. And it doesn't mean that they are necessarily all perfect. And that's why the grievance process is available so that homeowners may let the assessor know what they think is either incorrect or not appropriate. And if you
Right.
have an idea of what you think the house is actually marketable for, he doesn't mind hearing that either. If you
Mhm.
had something in mind, that would be something to go on in his work.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Did you have any idea what you would put it on sale for?
We don't, because that's not an avenue we're looking at the moment.
That's okay. Yeah.
I
No,
mean, I
the
wouldn't want to bring in a real estate and have them, bombard us with,
yeah.
people coming in or whatever. So,
Yeah, well,
right.
the comps you put together seem to probably something that would help him understand what you're where you're coming from
Okay.
for the value.
Right.
Right. The 3-year period was a period of very high sales, and there's no way around. Those sales have to be used, the ones that were valid, and
Sure.
And hopefully the market values now reflect what the sales were doing.
Okay.
And yeah, I see your change was pretty large from 2020. And there's a whole range of changes for different properties. Some didn't go up very much and some went up a lot.
Right.
Uh,
Now, is it based on the specific streets or overall for Wilmington?
Do you mean would they be average for the whole town?
Yeah, because
Something like
Happy Haven Road, like almost every house is falling apart, in my opinion.
Oh, I see. Yeah. Well, each house would be judged on its own conditions,
Gotcha.
the state that it's in. So theoretically, they would, if the last physical reappraisal in 2020 was able to determine what the condition was at that time. Unfortunately, this was not a physical, this was a statistical reappraisal. So
Right.
that information in 2020 that was gathered would still be useful if nothing else has changed.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Okay. All right.
So
Any
you will.
consideration I would appreciate.
Yeah, you will get another notice. The assessor will look over what you submitted and
Okay.
possibly make a change. Even if there's no change, you will still get a second notice to
Okay.
let you know that. And there are options after this hearing process for you to consider if you would like to try to find other resolution for the valuation that you end up with.
Sure.
So that'll come in about 2.5 weeks.
Okay.
So, well.
All right. And you'll email me the card that you have?
The property record card.
Yeah.
Yeah, and you can look that over and see if everything looks correct.
Okay.
And if you
Now,
find
the
it.
evaluation had nothing to do with our putting the house into an LLC, is that correct?
What about it being LLC? I'm sorry.
Okay, the house went from a trust to an LLC. Would that have anything to do with it?
Oh, no, it wouldn't.
Okay,
That's a good question, but no, it wouldn't change the way it's being valued.
okay.
But yeah, it's good that you asked. Mhm.
Okay.
So I guess we have covered all the basics here. So
I
I
believe
guess
so, yeah.
it's just a matter of waiting for your new notice.
Okay, sounds good.
Okay, well,
All right,
thanks for calling
thank
in.
you. Yeah,
Okay.
thank you. Enjoy the rest
Bye
of your
now.
day.
Okay, bye now.
Bye now.
Okay, so that was Allison. All right, Dan, you can unmute yourself.
Okay, good afternoon. How you doing?
Hi.
Well, thank you for your time today. I appreciate it. I'm sure you get your hands full.
Well, yeah.
Yeah. So this is my first time actually. I thought about this a long time ago when I built a house in 2005 to 2006, just before that peak of the market back then. And the market went down probably 2008 or so, pretty hard, drastically. But I didn't really peel anything. I kept it where it was. So I'm curious if this significant increase is based upon maybe a higher number from the very beginning when I built my house. But what I did, I pulled together 6 comps, all within the last between May and July.
Okay.
And the most current one was an acre and a half, but it's 2,400 square feet. My house is about 650 per floor. All right, and we do have a finished basement. So it's relatively it's under 2,000 square feet if you count the basement. And the one that was done in Stonebrook Road was sold for $315. That's about about 6 miles to the mountain. I'm about 11.5 miles to the mountain. From the location. I don't know if that means anything. I also gave you my floor plan. I think that's on there too. There's interesting enough, a couple of the comps was a woman before is the one I pulled up too. There was one though that is done in the Riverside Drive, which you mentioned here, 314 on an acre. Again, I'm on an acre too. I'm on like 1.2 acres to be exact. So this was sold on 557, 1.07 acres for 315, 1788 square foot, similar to my house, probably size wise. Then you have one new construction, which is 4.8 miles to the mountain, 0.15 acres. So there's a smaller piece of property, but it's new. That closed for 325 on Smith Road. And I even pulled a bigger one. Just did one 4-bedroom, 3 baths, but the town recognizes as 6-bedroom. That closed on June 6th for 369. That's in 1 acre. That's in Davis Development. I'm not sure how far that is from the mountain. I don't know exactly where it is. But I figured I'd even pull a couple of homes that are bigger than mine that are the most recent closings. And and my appraisal, I think it says here it came at 383. So
Yeah,
111,000 increase. That was, I guess for me, I was like, wow. Then I had no intentions of selling, by the way.
Right.
My daughter works at the Stack, and my son works at High Country. So I'm not going anywhere for a little while. So I just looked up the recent comps, and I figured, okay, this is the only way I could really see if it's in reason or not. And everything that I'm looking at here is priced below my house that recently closed. And the only one, my house, I haven't done anything new. It's the same kitchen. It's been there since 2000. So it's what, 18-year-old kitchen. I am replacing some of the trim around the windows recently because they're rotting out, with the stuff like that on the outside.
Yeah.
Typical Vermont, stuff that's happening. But no other additions, add-ons, or anything like that to the house. Same siding actually is a little discolored from where over the years. But it's other than that, it's the same thing since we built the home in 2005 to 2006.
Yeah. Did you have a list of those comps that could be sent?
Yeah, I sent them all this, I emailed them all to Sarah, a whole bunch of
Oh,
them.
you did? Oh, okay.
Yeah, I emailed us all of them. They were sent to
Doesn't
her
seem to have a
on,
list of comps.
they're sent to her on July 11th at 1:23 p.m.
Oh, is it the backside?
Yeah, they're on the back too. What's, there's nothing in here.
And also they were sent, another one sent to her on July 16th at 5:03 p.m.
Yeah, I don't see, doesn't look like a list of, oh, well,
Does she have them or?
we're checking right now, sorry.
The one that was sent on the 16th of July, which was a week ago, has my floor plan of my house and also.
Yeah,
another-
we have that, yeah.
And then the one on July 11th, on Thursday,
Uh,
July 11th.
this
that-
one?
So the other one was 39 Stonebrook Road. So the other one that I had in the email was 39 Stonebrook Road.
Right, that was the second one, and the first one I gave you were 6 comps. That was sent on July 11th at 1:23 p.m.
July 11th.
Oh, yep, I have it right here.
Oh, okay. Oh, so we have it then. Okay. That's good.
Yes, we do have it.
All right. Yeah,
Okay.
we'll just, yeah.
So that's all I have to work. I mean, I thought that was a lot of comps I bought up for similar size homes, and I just took
Yeah.
them.
Well,
No.
what we're doing is getting the information from you. I work for the assessor. And so I'm here to hear what you can say verbally and anything that you submit. This will all go to the assessor for his review of the property, including whatever you're telling him about the comps and the house itself. So he'll do a review of the data, and you're going to get a second notice after he's done with his reviewing, and that would probably get mailed out to you in about 2.5 weeks. So the comps you sent will be certainly looked over by him. And do you have a general feeling of
Listen,
what?
I don't think it's on a low. I don't think it's not the highest. It's not on the 369 side, but it's not on the 315 side.
Yeah.
So I was thinking somewhere in between there. The more, even though, so the one that was new construction 325, I'm like, that's interesting, but it's 2,100 square feet. That's on, again, 29 Smith Road. So that was 325. So I think it's more than the 315. And I don't, it's not the 360 something though. So that's kind of where my thoughts were on, again, I'm not looking my kid's gonna get this house, so I'm not looking to give it, to sell it.
Yeah.
So that's kind of my thoughts on it. So, again, you guys get your hands full. We are obviously an increasing, well, who knows for how much longer, but the market is really going up a lot, and I understand that.
Yeah, that's the reason.
In the past, you couldn't even find comp homes to try to do a grievance. You couldn't even find them. It was hard, So, because there really wasn't a lot of sales, and now there's a whole bunch of them you can take a look at and say, hey, this really makes sense for my home.
Yeah. Well, okay, this is quite useful. The second notice you're going to get will show if there was any change or no change.
Okay.
The valuation. And from there, the notice will inform you of the other options to take advantage of if you don't get a satisfactory result from the assessor here. And that should be mailed out probably in about 2.5 weeks.
Okay.
Approximately. So once you get that, you can read that over and consider what you do next, if anything.
Okay.
So thank you very much for the info. And if you should happen to want to submit anything else in digital form, it would have to be by the end of the week.
Okay.
Just in
Yeah,
case.
I'll watch. I'll see if anything else comes up that is valid that should
Yeah.
be used.
I
Sure.
did want to mention sales that took place after March 31st wouldn't be usable for consideration. It has to be anything that was up to March 31st and past in no longer than 3 years old to be considered a good comp.
So you're saying the most current sale is not a good comp?
Not sales after March 31st. No, obviously the most recent ones would be up to March 31st would be the most useful ones. But seeing 3 years back also does show what trends may have been, if there was a trend, to see what the trend was. But obviously the more recent ones would be the 23/24 sales up to March 31st.
So I have to go back and do those specific things. So the person before me, she was using the same one, a couple comps I was using too.
Yeah, and I did explain to her the same thing, that they can't be more recent than March 31st.
All right.
Because the assessment year does end on March 31st. And those are the sales that the assessor would have had to use as well.
Got it. And then, all right, so then then once a year this is done on the 31st is, so if it doesn't go through this year for some reason, you just do a grievance for next year, I would assume.
Yeah, well, there won't be a reappraisal next year, but eventually there will be. But yeah.
But yes, there's a grievance hearing
Every year, right?
every year.
Yeah, yeah. I just never went. Yeah, so I just remember that again, going back to when I first built the house in a higher market, and then it went down significantly. I was going to say something, but there's really nothing that was on the market to compare it to, so I didn't really make a grievance.
Yeah. Okay.
All right.
Okay. Yeah. So again, thanks for providing what you did so far. And if anything else comes to Sarah, that will go to the assessor as well.
Okay. I appreciate it.
But no later than 5 o'clock on Friday.
All right.
Yeah. Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks for calling in. Thanks. Bye.
Okay. So our next is Christine. So Christine, if you want to unmute yourself.
There you go. Hello.
Hi.
Hi.
How are you today?
I'm well, and yourself?
Oh, great.
I'm in very good spirits.
Wonderful.
That's good.
I'm not going to hold you up too long. I'm just concerned that the house, it seems a little bit high, the appraisal, 237. Because it's just really a cabin. It's, it's got cement, the basement where there are 2 bedrooms, but it's cement floors. And I don't know, just on a fixed income, it just seems high to me. And I don't know if I can comp it because I don't know if there's any properties around to comp it to be honest.
Let me explain that my name is Dan and I work for the assessor. For the hearings, I'm collecting information from you, either verbally or whatever you submitted in print to give to him for his review of your property because you are grieving it. So as far as the building, the structure, Is it a seasonal structure, would you call it?
No, it has, I wouldn't.
year
call-
round.
It's year round. Yeah, it's.
Oh,
you
it
could-
is. Okay.
Okay, it is
Okay.
year round.
Yeah.
It's, the reason I purchased it for 120 and I don't want, because that's all I could afford to purchase a house for. See, and that's, my concern is and I know everything's going up. I'm, aware of that. But it seems
Yeah.
like if it goes up at this rate, I'd never be able to afford it.
Well, yeah, so let me explain. The assessor used all the sales that were available for a 3-year period ending in this past March 31st date. So those 3 years had all the sales that took place.
But I'm not sure there were many in my price. Wilmington is very lovely and it's a lovely town and people, I just don't think there's that many houses in this price, 120 left.
Uh-huh.
So even if I sold, if it was lucky enough to get this much, there would be nothing for me to go to. Actually, I'd have to stay here. This is about, but I know where you're coming from. I know appraisals, so that was my only concern. People are getting priced out of the market. That's my.
Oh, yeah. Well, it's the sales did increase greatly over those 3 years.
Right.
And there is no option to not use all of those sales as long as they were valid sales. And so the new values, if you have in mind valuation for a market value in your own mind, that something that to go on.
I'll get it assessed like a market.
Well, I was the last assessed at 167.
Yeah. Yeah.
See, I think 180. Wouldn't it?
You mean that's what they should assess you at?
That's what I thought.
Okay.
So this is just based on, this is just based on the sales that surrounded her, right? Is that how it?
Well, actually, in the system, all the sales are put into the computer, but the assessor does realize that there are different parts of town, their own peculiar sales history. So
Okay.
there is adjustments for significant differences between different parts of town. And that's something the assessor is very experienced in doing. And it's already over the years, the previous reappraisals do kind of show a history of change and relation to each other. So it does take into account many factors. It's a very complex analysis, and the assessor does the best he can do to understand each value, partly from what the computer says and partly what he might know about it that might make a reason to change or adjust the value from the computer. But certainly your comps can be useful for him to look at.
Okay, we can do, if we were to do that, you need it by the end of the week?
Oh, it would have to be by the end of Friday at 5 o'clock.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay.
And you will get that if it's in by that time.
Okay.
So and photographs as well, if you want.
Okay. Okay.
So yeah, that would be very useful.
Okay.
What happens after he's digested all of the information you've provided and reviewed the property information in the computer, he'll make some kind of decision and you'll get a second notice.
Okay.
Probably in about 2.5 weeks.
Okay.
That notice will show what, if any, change, or if it was no change, also.
Okay.
And the notice will also tell you that there are options available
Okay.
after you get that notice
Got it. Okay.
to seek some other resolution. Yeah.
Okay.
So it's good that you called in to do this.
Yeah.
And hopefully, there might be some change and you'll just
Okay.
have to wait for that notice.
Well, wait. All right. No, we'll submit. So we
Okay.
just submit everything to you guys, right? And then he gets
Yeah,
it.
exactly. Yep.
Okay.
Send it to
Okay.
Sarah's email address.
Okay. All right. Thank you guys so much.
Talking with us.
You're welcome. Have a good evening.
You too. Thank you.
Okay, bye now.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Okay. Well, that was Christine. So now we have Carol. And you're the last one for today.
Oh.
Oh, no. I am gonna ask you to just press the button on the bottom of that microphone just because our meetings are recorded, so we have to be able to hear you.
My name is Dan Bodwin, by the way. I don't know if you heard that hearing, but I work for the assessor and I collect the information that comes in here for the hearings, and he gets to see that after we do this hearing part. And so you're welcome to bring up whatever you want to tell us or show
Okay.
us.
Do you have a copy of what I sent in? I sent in a one-page.
I have your letter here.
Yeah, and then my
Yep.
dad, the property's owned by my dad, Robert DeGroot. And he's 96, he's in Connecticut. He doesn't travel a whole lot unless I drive him somewhere. So he asked if I would come in
Oh,
front.
yeah.
So
Okay.
I could have scanned it and had him sign it, but it was a little too much. So
Yeah.
Sarah said, it was
Yeah, the
okay to just
email's
send the email.
Because it came from his email too.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So he owns, we have a place on Stearns Ave that he deeded to us about 15 years ago, but there's a separate parcel that he still owns on the lake. It's a 0.2 acre. Sorry, yeah, I have it as wrong. It actually should say 0.2 acres because it's 25. I'm sorry, it's 50 feet of frontage on the lake. So
Okay.
it's a 0.2 acre, but it's undeveloped
Mhm.
and has nothing on it. We don't have a shed. We don't have a changing room. We don't have anything like that on it. There's no outbuildings or any kind of fixed structures. So in 2023, the assessed value was 25,000.
Mhm.
And in 2024, the proposed value is 75,000.
Well, it's a big change.
Yeah, so it's gone up a lot. And I know that I know the land on the lake is getting quite valuable. We have a lot of huge homes that have gone up recently that have
Yeah,
really
yeah.
inflated the price. And there's actually a parcel immediately next to us that has a garage and actually an illegal foundation that someone put in about 20
Oh.
years ago that never got taken down. It's got electricity and that went for a huge amount of money.
Really?
Which I think is probably impacting all the lake. It was like, I don't know, over $200,000 for like 0.1 acre. So it's really, people are paying what I think of as like crazy, ridiculous, inflated prices. So, look at what I did was I just looked at other 0.1 or 0.2 acres lots on Lake Raponda Road. And I know them because, my dad bought this like 60 years ago. He bought it in 1963. So
Really?
we've been there for a while. So
Yeah.
we know all the properties and I go around the lake, canoeing or whatever. And all these other properties usually have like a shed or a changing room or something. And we don't have that. And part of the reason we don't have it, I have this in number 2, is that I'm not sure how long ago, at least 10 or 15 years ago, the town enlarged and rerouted a stormwater drainage pipe that goes under Lake Raponda Road. And then it used to dump out onto our neighbor's property who had a house, but they rerouted it. So it went on because it's not developed, just a lot of trees and bushes, and they probably figured nobody was there. So
Yeah.
this pipe discharges down onto what we used to use as a path.
Really?
And then
Is
what
the
happened?
path on your land?
Yes.
Okay.
It was, I mean, that's what we use, but
Yeah.
because of this culvert and stormwater discharge, it's flooded everything out and
Oh.
it gets very wet. And also down below where it flattens out near the lake, it ponds up, it kind of floods the area. So we
Really?
keep a canoe down there, we keep a kayak, but we really, I don't even want to build anything because, I mean, even a shed or something, because it's just gonna flood out when this winter melt comes and the rains come.
Yeah.
So that's kind of like a benefit to the town. I mean, I'm not going to do anything about it. I understand why stormwater is important. But it really has a lot of flow onto the parcel.
Yeah. That's
you know.
significant.
Yeah. So there's that. And then I also looked on the other side of the lake. There was a Westlake Road had a parcel that's owned by some actually people that we know, law friends, and that's an undeveloped 1 acre property. So theoretically, the acreage, that 1 acre would be developable. And that was assessed at 100,000. So it just seems that that's a big disparity because ours is 2/10 the size of that acre. We're 0.2 acres and we can't develop it. We don't want to develop it. We wouldn't be able to anyway because it's so small,
Yeah.
flooding, all that. Not to mention it's just too small to develop. But it's $75,000 assessment versus this one on the other side of the lake that's an acre and 100,000 assessment. So it just seems like it's out of whack a little bit.
Yeah.
Um,
Were you gonna leave? Do you have a list there? Is that what you're reading from?
No, it's what I sent to Sarah.
Oh,
I
the
don't know if
letter
Sarah
that you
did
sent?
the letter.
Oh, okay. All right. So
And
it's
then
all
I
from,
also
okay, sorry.
I have a. It was really hard to determine where people's properties were, so I actually had a survey done.
Really?
Yeah.
When,
Years ago.
couple of years ago?
When they were gonna sell their property, the next door neighbors. So here's Lincoln Road, the lake's down here. This is a new building in the last 10 years. This is Roger Dan's house. I went to Roger Dan, he had a little cottage here, and now the witnesses live there. So, well, it was unclear what was going on this side. This is the parcel that went for this huge amount of money, adjacent to us. And it was very unclear. They let us use their stairs. It used to be quite a hall in the back property. And she's like, yeah, everybody uses my property. So just to get down.
When
But,
did that sell? Do you know?
This cell was in the last 3 years, I want to say. 3.
Yeah.
Pretty
Mm.
recent.
Yeah.
And then this one also sold to somebody. I don't know what that price was. That was 0.1. But again, she lives on top of the hill road and she spent a ton of money again to get this little, just so they'd have access,
Oh, yeah.
But the culvert, I mean, I could draw it in for you, but basically the culvert comes down here and then it comes across and then it dumps down on our property. Like
Are you
this.
able to leave this?
Oh, yeah.
for
I can
us?
leave that with you, sure.
Oh, okay.
Yep.
So
So I could draw it in if you want.
the culvert, yeah.
That's the, so the culvert comes along like on a road like this.
So I know this one. Okay, so that's the garage.
It's a green garage.
Yeah, okay.
And it belongs to the Scridatos now. It was Randy Nags.
Yep,
Randy
okay.
and Debbie sold that to them. So then it comes up underneath. I would take a picture, but it's all overgrown. It's hard to see.
Yeah, yeah.
And then it dumps out. And again, this is the path we used to use to come down, but now it's too flooded.
Wow.
And then this flattens out here. And you kind of get this ponding like this. Not all the time, but it's just wet constantly. There's that. And then this is the thing that was illegally built by my husband maybe 20, maybe 30 years ago. My dad stopped him from building
Really?
because it was illegal and then they never took it down. It's like a deck. He was gonna build a house. He has electricity from here to here.
Without getting any permission, right? Geez.
So, but it makes it a little bit nicer. It's raised up. It's a deck. This is a garage.
Yeah.
They've got stairs going down. It's pretty developed, so it's
Mhm.
just a nice little parcel if you want to get access. But we've
Yeah.
left this all undeveloped,
Hmm.
so
Hmm.
just because we don't want to put anything on it.
Yeah.
So if that helps, and then this is the.
Yeah.
we should have
Oh,
said zero.
so that,
So I don't know if you have
I
this.
think I do.
Oh, yeah, there it is right there. This.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
And it should say 0.2. I'm sorry, I made a mistake. It's
Oh,
Most of these are 25-foot frontage and then for some reason ours is 50.
yeah,
So she said
that's okay. I'll
0.2.
just put 0.2.
Fine.
But he'll be seeing it in the computer as well, but,
Do you need
yeah.
this? So you don't need this then? You have-
No, yeah. Wow, yeah,
And I could mail the copy of the survey electronically if you need it.
well,
But-
yeah, I don't know how, if it says exactly when it was done,
Yeah, this was done, the survey,
yeah.
it was 2020.
Oh, it was?
Yeah,
Okay,
November of 2020.
okay.
So, you know, the sale of that property next to us must have been probably around 2021. Because I think we surveyed it before, because I wanted to make sure that it was just really unclear where the stakes had been pulled out or gone and missing. So I wanted to restake the
Yeah,
edges. So I think that property next to us sold, the one with the garage sold in 2021 is my guess.
okay. Two 2020. Okay. Yeah, well, waterfront property, it does go sometimes for outrageously high sale prices. And so it can be difficult to sort out
Yeah.
what's appropriate market values. But this kind of information does help the assessor to decide, make decisions.
Okay.
So he'll be digesting this over the next couple of weeks. You'll get another notice in about 2.5 weeks to show if any change was made.
Okay.
Or even if there's no change. And that'll also let you know that there's some other options available, the BCA
Mhm.
and that sort of thing, that you're probably aware of.
Yeah.
For you, in case you want to do that. But yeah, it's just a matter of waiting to see what he can do with it.
Okay.
And,
I mean, I think the biggest thing maybe is just the stormwater discharge, because, you know, like I said, it's a benefit to the town. I have no problem with it.
Yeah.
We're not gonna make them, they have an easement, they can do that. We're all about stormwater management to protect the lake and all that, but,
yeah,
it just, I'm not gonna put stairs, or we're not gonna
it
put
seems
stairs,
to-
or,
yeah. So is there quite a bit of height change from the beginning to end?
yeah, I don't have the topography on this, but, I
Oh,
would.
he could look that up.
Yeah, he can look it up online. He could probably sort it out. It's
curious.
probably I don't know, there's a lot of stairs going up.
Yeah, some of them it's
I would
incredibly-
say at least a 30 or 40-foot drop.
Yeah.
It's pretty
Oh.
steep. So, but like I said, it flattens out at the bottom, so it keeps
Mm-hmm.
the, you know, the runoff from, it kind of, it's almost like a little levee, you know, where it kind of pulls
Really?
up there.
Yeah.
Because of the bank is a little higher, so, which is fine. It's better for the
Yeah,
lake,
and
you know.
I mean, it's doing something that's important and good for the
Mhm.
road purposes. So it really seems like, yeah, it's the fact that you're hindered in some way, you know, somewhat, should be worth something
Mhm.
that, you know, otherwise wouldn't be there. But
Okay.
that's the assessor's
All right.
job.
Mhm.
And we'll just wait and see what
Go
happens.
from there. Okay.
So thanks
All right,
so
thanks
much
a
for
lot.
coming in. Yeah.
You too. Thank you.
Yeah, we'll do that. Take care. Was this anywhere near the other people that came in? The ones that paid 251? Or that small piece that they wanted?
Say that again, sorry.
The people that came in.
Those were the ones that were like, they were told the person would sell it for
Yeah,
the
yeah.
right number,
Right.
and they just had to throw out a
Yeah.
number. That's, I'm sure, who she's talking